Accelerator Ring in Latin America, member of the steering committee of the Latin America and the Caribbean chapter of the International Network for Government Science Advice, member of the Regional Scientific and Advisory Group within the Regional Office for the Americas and the Caribbean of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, chair of the Colombia chapter of the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World. She received scholarships in Brazil from TWAS, CNPq, CAPES, FAPESP, and from the Center for Biomembrane Research at the Stockholm University. Served as a scientific advisor to Research Support Foundation of the state of Sao Paulo and to the National Secretariat of Science, Technology, and Innovation in Panama. Member of the Latin American Research Advisory Council, member of the eLife Global South Committee for Open Science. Vanessa McBride is Science Director at the International Science Council based in Paris. She has a PhD in astronomy from the University of Southampton and over 15 years of experience, including various leadership roles across university, research infrastructure, and science for development settings in an international area. Thank you very much for accepting to present here, and we are eager to listen to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Victor, and good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to be here sharing this space. Thank you very much for the kind invitation to the organizing committee of this virtual event as part of this select forum. I am also speaking from Colombia, a country that is the base of the regional focal point for Latin America and the Caribbean of the International Science Council. And I thank Dr. Vanessa McBride, the Science Director of the ISC, who connects from Paris, and whom I thank for her time. So I'm going to start sharing my screen. Please just confirm that you're seeing it now. Do you see it?
Yes, we do.
Fantastic. So to begin to talk about the progress of initiatives that support the construction of large scientific infrastructures in the LAC region, I would like to talk about science diplomacy and how the first century has brought great challenges for science and for diplomacy. Do you see my second slide?
Yes, we do.
Fantastic. So it is advancing. So, and this is because never before in history have we lived in times like those we're currently living in, where in addition to public crises, we must develop as humanity solutions to issues such as climate change, environmental degradation, artificial intelligence, urbanization processes, global pandemics, among others. And because of this need, diplomacy is changing and is no longer an activity that is carried out exclusively by diplomats. Since diplomacy is not longer monopolized by states, we see today more diversity and inclusion of voices that need to be heard in high-level political forums. So according to the American Association for the Advancement of Science, diplomacy is today also exercised by NGOs, by companies, and even by individuals. And here we have some examples of organizations and NGOs that speak very loudly about the problems of the population and about the decisions that guide our world today. So companies such as social networks today move the opinion of millions and billions of users around the world. Facebook, for example, has a number of users worldwide that could equal the entire population of China. So brands are globalized on a scale never seen before, influencing entire countries and being important players in both the diplomatic and business spheres. And many of these companies are driven by technology. So non-state actors play an increasing role in foreign affairs, but they are not a new phenomenon. Another thing that has changed is the way we travel. Now, we know that if before it was something only for diplomats, today high mobility and connectivity rates mean that there are many cultural ambassadors and knowledge transmitters. And this means also that cooperation is happening everywhere. The creation of cryptocurrencies, for example, it is a perfect example of how collaboration across borders are now carried out without the need for government support. So in conclusion, we can say that corporations, individuals, and advances in technology are transforming diplomacy. But diplomacy is not the only thing that is changing, because science is also changing. Do you remember what science was like 100 years ago? I think that explains perfectly a lot about why international scientific collaboration is more necessary now than it was a century ago. So in order for us to be able to record and analyze all the phenomena in space, major scientific efforts in physics, in medicine, climate change, require funding, infrastructure, and international commitment. The construction of large-scale scientific facilities generally requires intergovernmental agreements to provide the necessary resources. For example, the International Space Station costs $150 billion and is today operated by 16 countries. And participating in a project like this means generating influence and trust on the world stage, because it is at the service of the world. In the case of ALMA, the Atacama Large Millimeter Array, international cooperation between teams from North America, from East Asia, from Europe, served to build the most complex astronomical observatory ever built on Earth. This project cost $1.3 billion, and it was built specifically in the Chilean Atacama Desert because the dry climate and extreme elevation offers unique conditions for its operation. So multilaterally funded facilities are built through diplomatic transnational agreements. And because they are funded by governments, they should be accessible for public use. So finally, international cooperation between scientists can be used for capacity building. However, in Latin America and Latin American countries, it has been brain drain. And that is why in 2011, it was estimated that 38% of scientists working in the US were foreigners. So science, technology, and innovation are increasingly important in international affairs, since they interfere now in economic and development of competitiveness and sustainable development, green economy, and driving international cooperation and evidence-informed policymaking in big tech, in global cities and tech clusters. And as you know, science and diplomacy can serve to provide advice and to inform support foreign policy objectives. The diplomacy for science serves to facilitate international scientific cooperation, and science for diplomacy to improve international relations. However, for science diplomacy to work, a very good foundation in scientific advice is necessary, because scientific advice informs, international diplomacy facilitates, and science cooperation improves the processes. So countries in the Global South are learning how to establish the structures and good practices to implement scientific advice. This considering that Europe is one of the examples we have with more complex structures, and we need to elevate science in policymaking in our region. So scientists in the Global South, as you know, obviously we want to contribute to global agendas and to producing solutions, but to do so, we need to be able to produce high quality data. And for that, we need to increase investment in science and strengthen our scientific systems so we can offer robust scientific advice and deal with big challenges. And the scientific advice needed in these times of crisis requires using strategic foresight to address global systemic risk and support the strategic planning, and to develop multiple levels to inform society and advise decisions. In the International Science Council, together with UNEP and with UNDP, have undertaken a global horizon scanning and foresight exercise, focusing on the future of planetary health and human well-being. These reports explain the advantages of using strategic foresight. Additionally, Flipping the Science Model is a report that summarizes the conclusions reached after extensive consultation with experts, detailing the accompanying technical advisory group report called A Model for Implementing Mission Science for Sustainability, in response to the need to increase global collaboration of all stakeholders through science diplomacy at all levels, and in the maximum use of our capacities towards a more sustainable world for all. The ASC is also on the executive committee of the International Decade of Science for Sustainable Development, And in response to that commitment, the ISC Global Science Commission on Science Missions for Sustainability was created. Also, the Global Call on Science Mission for Sustainability was launched with an impressive receptivity. And the ISC has a fundamental role in the Pact of the Future with the commitments of the scientific community, the National Academies of Science, the early career researchers are being renewed and strengthened. And for those in the region who are not yet familiar with the ISC, or the International Science Council, the council is the result of a merger between the International Council for Science and the International Social Science Council, and also in order to become a voice for science that is global and is unified, and that to participate more effectively in global policymaking. So as vision, we have to advance science as a global public good, and as mission to be the global voice for science. Our membership that is composed by more than 260 organizations, including National Academies of Science, international scientific unions, and also affiliated international scientific bodies with which we collaborate and advance several projects. We have presence in 3 regions of the world, and we also have an office in New York that serves to establish the interface with the several agencies of United Nations with which we collaborate. And that is why it has been very important for the regional scientific community to be part of the roster of experts that the International Science Council is building. So then we have the voices of the regional scientific community participating on several of these opportunities with the United Nations. And here is a QR code for those who are interested in knowing more about the operations of the Global Science Policy Unit of the ISC. We also advance the work with young academies and with early mid-career researchers. The ISC has established certain priorities, and it is engaged in global policy processes. It also has a strategy in the intergovernmental system, and that allows ISC to play several roles in representing the scientific community. Here in the regional focal point for Latin America and the Caribbean, we have a liaison committee that has been working in the production of a regional action plan that reflects, it is the reflection of the global action plan of the ISC, and for that we also advance certain strategies, and that allows us to perform certain activities in the region, including promoting regional research centers. And that because according to this 2022 report from the Brazilian Sincrotrones laboratory, research scientific centers contribute to the employability of scientists in different age groups and in various areas and at various professional levels. They are also centers for capacity building in different modalities, financed on a sustained basis by national scholarships. They also contribute to the exchange of knowledge by receiving external users at national and international level. They allow for increased scientific productivity, which results in greater financial support. They establish bridges with the private sector through R&D projects in frontier areas. They fill the gender gap with half-to-half distribution of staff between both genders. But I personally think that none of this will be possible without the long experience in funding and stewardship of science that FAPESP has been building since 60 years ago. So we need to strengthen scientific leadership in the region to guide action and transparency, so that the scientific infrastructure in the LAC region can promote all of these aspects that I'm showing here. So thank you very much for your attention, and I give the floor to Vanessa McBride, so she can offer the final remarks.
Thank you, Carolina, and hello everyone. It's great to be here, and I think Carolina's given a fantastic overview of the work of the ISC. I might try and share 1 or 2 slides, but Are you able to see my screen? Okay, great.
Yes, we can.
So I think I just wanted to zoom in on a couple of points. One is that we're at the moment just about to go into a new period for the International Science Council. And so we have a couple of strategic priorities that are captured quite well in the slide. One of these is around creating the conditions that allow science to thrive and contribute. And that's around defining some of the normative concepts around what it means to have academic freedom, what it means to have the right to participate in and benefit from science, those kinds of contexts. And some of the other work that we do around the Global Voice for Science is around setting and coordinating science agendas on issues of global importance. Often those are issues that span geopolitical boundaries or that require input from different kinds of science. And I think this is something that this group looking at synchrotrons is very strongly aware of the need for international collaboration and how it enriches the endeavor. The third part of our strategic priorities is looking at guiding the evolution of science systems, maybe not guiding so much, but as I'm presenting a couple of scenarios. And so what we mean here is how do those components like research assessment, the way we publish and disseminate our data, and the way those two things link into the funding mechanisms that we have access to. How do they work? And are they the most efficient they could probably be? And how do we want to push to change them in the future? The fourth one, I don't need to go into at all, around using science diplomacy as an underlying theme in a way to achieve some of these other goals. And then lastly, it's around articulating and translating some of the knowledge that our community has into the decision-making and the policy-making, where it's useful for those scientific insights to guide and inform policy. And so as this meeting is, debating pathways forward, convening scientists to learn from each other, also wanted to just highlight the value of being part of a network like the International Science Council. Whereas Carolina has explained, we really have representation from across the board, from many different kinds of science, but also from many countries where we have some of the academies, or in some cases, funding partners as membership. So access to that network is really key. And at the beginning of this year, a set of new statutes and rules and procedures was adopted, and it changed slightly the membership categories. In category 1, this is just a very rough summary. We have often discipline-specific unions. Category 2 are often the academies or country or regional specific members. And we have young academies. But we now have a new category of membership, which is an open category for observers and subcategory of that is the affiliated bodies of the ISC. But part of the reason for having this category was to open up to some of the kinds of collaborations that don't fall into the other, maybe category 1, 2, or 3. Often like research infrastructures. You can imagine these kinds of big groupings of scientists that don't fall easily into either a union or an academy. Maybe something like a research infrastructure community that could potentially join the International Science Council in a category 4 membership capacity. And I think this would have huge benefit potentially because it would give access to a cross-disciplinary and an interdisciplinary international network of scientists that works both to convene, but also to do advocacy for science and often to advise decision makers. So I think I will leave it at that. Please do reach out either to me or to Carolina with our email addresses, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both Carolina and Vanessa, for a great way to start our second day of meetings. And we have 3 minutes for questions. I see that Lawrence and Marbadin have raised their hands. So please, Lawrence, and then Marbadin.
Yes, very nice talk. I've actually been looking at the ISC for a long time from the African light source perspective. I was wondering if we could maybe form some sort of task force with ISC, because we have a lot of overlapping interest. Even the social science unions, where there's a lot of economic and legal and political issues, and also the group of our projects, the Caribbean, Mexican, and so on. There are meetings that are coming up that are ISC union meetings. For instance, next December, there's the IUMRS meeting that'll be in Ghana. In 2027, there's the IUBMB meeting that will be in Cape Town. So I wonder if we could somehow form a task force to make sure that we are maximizing sort of our engagement with ISC and the constituent members of ISC. And to your point with the category 4, could light source user groups become ISC members?
Shall I respond to that? I think, thank you, Lawrence. It's nice to see you online here. And I think the simplest answer is that actually for this kind of membership, we still need a kind of an incorporated identity, an institution with identity. So I think working group level is probably too small to become a category 4 member, but an NGO or something might work. So that's something that we're happy to have a conversation about and find the best route in. In terms of, I think your other question was about task forces. Maybe it's something to discuss internally. But I think a first route in would definitely be through the Union of Current Applied Physics, and you're probably already well connected through that. But if not, I'm happy to put you in touch with our contacts there, just so that also the information from IC headquarters definitely filters through to the right place.
Okay.
Marbadin, please.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Victor. I really wanted to congratulate the ISC on the work that it's doing. I do find that in the last couple of years, the activity that we have and the engagement that we have and the support that we have from the ISC has been growing. And, you know, we're all committed to your mission. I wanted to ask about we've been talking a lot, and yesterday it came up again about regional and international networks or hubs for the sharing of infrastructure for research, which we're all suffering from. And infrastructure development is big funding. And I'm thinking about the ISC playing this role of getting us connected, for instance, to the national research councils or the ministers of science within each country in the region. You know, when we want to get there, do we have a line through you to get us straight there? How do we work to get this? Because these, you know, governments are going to be crucial to the building and support that we need for this science infrastructure.
Carolina, do you want to answer or shall I go?
I'm very happy to let the boss answer the question.
So thanks, Marvin. I think potentially, yes, I think we can provide links to decision makers, but they're indirect links because our links are, of course, to policy makers are at the kind of multilateral level, as Carolina was explaining. But many of our members, our academies, you know, their direct role within their countries is to advise, is a science advisory role. And so because many of them are our members, we can potentially link up through the academies, unless those are links you already have. But I will maybe also chat to some of our colleagues here and come back to you on other potential ways of making those links.
Thank you very much again. And we move now to the next presentation by Andrea Mostacci. The title is A Compact C-Band Flash Electron Linear Accelerator Prototype for the BHEE Safest Project. Andrea Mostacci graduated in electronic engineering at the Sapienza University of Rome in 1987. He received the PhD degree in applied electromagnetism and electrophysical science from the Sapienza University of Rome in 2001. He started his career in the field of engineering of particle accelerators, or CERN, at the Sapienza University of Rome and at the Laboratorio Nazionale di Frascati of Istituto Nazionale di Fisica Nucleare. He is currently full professor in physics with the Sapienza, where he teaches basic electromagnetism, laboratory of advanced microwave measurements, accelerator physics, and relativistic electrodynamics. In 2002, he founded the Advanced Particle Accelerator Laboratory at Sapienza. It utilizes state-of-the-art instruments for microwave measurements to characterize advanced components for accelerators up to 20 gigahertz operating frequency. He has authored or co-authored over 2,070 publications. His main field of activity includes beam wall interaction in particle accelerators, coupling impedance and wave fields, design and measurements of RF devices for beam diagnostics and manipulation, high brightness photo injectors for free electron lasers and radiation sources, laser plasma interaction for particle acceleration, terahertz sources, gamma rays Compton sources, as well as medical and industrial application of particle accelerators. Welcome, Andrea.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we do. And we see your presentation as well.
Fine, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for the possibility of making this presentation. It's a little bit, it's a technical presentation, and and I will try to speak a little bit of a compact accelerator able to perform the flash therapy, which is a cancer treatment technique, which is aiming to control the tumor growth by sparing healthy tissue from radiation damage, and while keeping the therapeutic effect. Now, this is interesting also in the context of the synchrotron, because it's a nice application that can, in my opinion at least, can be inserted in such an initiative. I will try to give you the context of this initiative, which is dealing with the context is a project which is aiming to very high energy electron, which it's about a few hundreds of MeV. But I will most of my talk will be about on a small prototype which we are building in a university. So this is one of the main message which I would like to show you, an initiative which is using state-of-the-art technology to build a compact university size accelerator, but which is still able to perform important, we hope, research in the framework of radiation therapy. So I will give you a very little detail of radio frequency based accelerator, electron accelerator, which we are developed in our university in Rome. Then I would like to share a little bit, at least the main guidelines of this innovative radiation therapy, which is called flash radiation therapy, and give you the detail of this of the very high energy electrons, and then the safest project. And then I will spend most of the time of my presentation in presenting what we are just developing now in the university, which is a compact, cost-effective demonstrator. And we are going from the conceptual to the construction phase, and I would like to share this information with you. Now, as Victor said, I have a small laboratory, small if you compare to national lab size, but very nice if you compare to university size laboratory, which we develop since many years advanced particle accelerator structure. Actually, we are in, as I told you, we are in the frontier of developing accelerator, both in what we nowadays may call conventional, which is radio frequency based, as well as we are working also on plasma accelerator, and I will quote at the very end a nice presentation that will happen tomorrow on this reality. So this is a sketch of my lab, and this is what we have developed in the years of our development. And I would like to focus more on the accelerating devices, which you see in this central picture here, in which you see many different sizes, and the size depends on the working frequencies of our devices, and we go from 3 gigahertz structure, which is this or this one, up to 6 gigahertz structure, which is this one, and to also very compact one and higher frequency, about 12 gigahertz structure. And this is the path that is now doing the technology in radio frequency accelerator, which are going from the state of the art, which is this 3 gigahertz structure here, the modern one, which are now entering in the business, which are 6 gigahertz one, and the future, which is now represented by 12 gigahertz structure. Now, what is the flash therapy and why it's so attractive? And I will show you in a moment. There is a big effort worldwide to this radiation therapy. So this is a radiation therapy. The aim is to kill tumors, and the idea is that the idea which is nice for the flash effect, the so-called flash effect, and that there is a way of irradiation, of giving the dose to the tumor, which by itself protect the healthy tissues from damage, and kills as efficiently as conventional irradiation the tumor cells, and so it repress the tumor growth. The idea, it can be seen in this plot here, in which you see the radiation time over the horizontal axis and the dose on the vertical axis. So the same dose can be given in what we call the conventional way, which with a minimum dose rate, let's say 1.1 gray per second, in which the same dose is given in about 30 milliseconds with long pulse. Now, if you give the same dose, but with shorter pulse, let's say from 3 microseconds to 1.1, let's say, microsecond, this is called the flash therapy. The flash therapy, so works by giving a higher dose rate. You see a 3 order of magnitude dose rate, but giving the same pulse. This the result also of giving an high dose per pulse and high mean dose rate per pulse. These are the two key ingredients of the radiation therapy, and you see this in the bottom left picture. And you see that if you give for example, to a tissue 17 gray in a conventional manner, as is done nowadays, or if you do it, or if you give it on in a flash effect by reducing the irradiation time, you see that the tissue remains healthy as compared to a control tissue here. So if you give flash radiation, you may able to not spoil the healthy tissue. Now this is this effect is now becoming very popular, because it is it gives to an electron irradiation all the same nice properties, for example, of a proton irradiation with the Bragg peak, but without the complexity. And so there is very worldwide interest in developing this radiotherapy. And this is the picture of a recent conference that was actually last week in Rome, and it's the annual conference of flash radiotherapy which is growing year by year, and you see that there are participants from all over the world, and with a big number of contribution. Now, the reason why is this flash effect is very scientific discussed is that you see the big potentiality of this therapy, but it's still not completely understood. Nevertheless, there are initiatives which are planning to build machines for operating in the flash effect, and we have a proposal actually developed also in Italy by Sapienza, my university, and Istituto Nazionale di Fisica Nucleare, and which is a proposal to exploit this flash effect, which now has been seen only for skin tumors, to extend also to deep tumors. To do this, you need to increase energy, and to increase the penetration depth, you must increase the energy of electrons. And this proposal is to have a compact machine able, as compact as about 3 meters, able to produce 100 MeV machine. Now, the idea of this machine is to really exploit the much more usability of electrons, to have a machine which can be hosted in hospitals, and they don't need like ions on proton machine, that they need labs dedicated to this. And so there is the power source, which is compressed and is feeding accelerating structure. This performance of accelerating structure are quite challenging, but they are possible with the modern technology. And the layout and the technology used in this scheme, for example, the use of thermoionic electrogun, is very similar to any injector of light sources. So in this sense, can be a nice spin-off also of the light source we are discussing about. This project has been founded and is founded by Sapienza NFN, as well as some initiative connected to recovery plans in Europe and Italian ministry. So we are funds are there. We have to go on and building it. So as you see, these are the parameters of a 100 MeV machine, and the key point is working at this frequency, which is about close to 6 gigahertz, and which is, as I was telling you before, is the next to the state-of-the-art technology in radio frequency. There are few accelerators in the world working at this frequency. This means that the devices are available, industries building them are available, and they are much more compact than the standard 6 gigahertz technique. And this is the energy, the simulated energy. And what is if you want to make a medical accelerator, you need to translate the parameters to achieve the flash effect into parameters, into beam parameters, because we have to build and design the accelerator. We did this exercise for 6 gigahertz structure, and now we are moving to a more compact accelerator. And in order to assess the flash effect, there is a big effort also in what is called preclinical research, which is aiming to get the very high energy electron machine, but nowadays we are in the phase in which protocol, clinical practice must be established, biological mechanisms must be understood, and radiation therapy limits in terms of dose and dose rate must still be understood. To answer to these research trends, we are building, and we have found that we are just building in our university a machine which is a 24 demonstrator, which has the same properties of the big machine we would like to build in the next years, namely compactness and most important parameter, technology readiness. We need to make a machine which is compact, simple, can be hosted in industries or in hospitals, and at the same time scalable to very high energy electrons. To do this, for our demonstrator, we obviously keep the same frequency, but we decide to have a RF source power which is a little bit smaller than the machine, the final machine, but this is industrial available and at a much reasonable price. And the choice of the frequency is a very important and a point which is important for us, because it is a compromise between the ability of being compact and the possibility of allow all this current, which is a peculiarity of the radiation therapy machine. In order to do this, we are building our source, and our source it is built in this way. There is a radio frequency source, a source protection network, a network which distributes power to the final accelerating structure. And in high power radio frequency, the source protection is always an insulator, something that protect the source from the reflected power. And there is a network which is compressing the pulse in order to increase, giving the same energy of the pulse, of the radio frequency pulse. It compresses, it shortens the time in order to increase the power. And this power is split in two ways, in two branches, namely this one and this one. And the first one getting an high field capturing structure, which is a standing wave structure, and a accelerating structure afterwards. The key point of this design is that all this it has the same component, the same ingredients, which are important for a higher energy machine. And you see that is equipped with diagnostics, and this is the technical design, in which you see the source, modulator and clyster, the distribution network, and the accelerator. You see that the compactness is a key point for us, because we need it to get our experiment, and our experiment namely is to demonstrate that we can do flash irradiation in a compact university size machine. And we are building ourselves most of the components. In particular, we are building the pulse compressor, and we are building the accelerator devices, namely the standing wave and traveling wave structure. And the standing wave is the one that is shown here. The particles are generated, are generated here from a thermoionic cathode. They are captured by this first cell, and they are accelerated. And the key point of this structure is that each cell is magnetically coupled to the next one, and so on. This is the second section, which is the traveling wave, which has been built in our university with the collaboration of Istituto Nazionale di Fisica Nucleare, ANFN. And you see that, and this is the first time for our university, and as far as I know, also for an Italian university, that we build structure by ourselves. And obviously, this is possible in the collaboration of INFN. And okay, I'm going towards the end. This is so this effort is a small size compact machine, and in which we try to drive the accelerator design by drive the accelerator design by optimization of the dose profile. This group is a mixture between those and experts, so particle physicists and particle medical physicists, and accelerator engineers or physicists like I am. Okay, this is the team, and this is the proposal of our bigger accelerator, in which you see that we have the help of INFN, university, but also hospitals and therefore also end users. Okay, so just to drive to my conclusion, we are trying to demonstrate that 6 GHz technology, which is now the technology that is being proposed for new machines, can be used to build a compact and cost-effective electron accelerator, which is want to exploit and to the flash radiation therapy. In order to do this, we are building a demonstrator for preclinical research. This is founded, and actually we are building it. And this demonstrator has been taught in order to be scalable to very high energy electron energy for deep tumors treatments. And with a technology which is very much similar to the technology used in light source injectors. And Sapienza and NFN are collaborating in building these devices. Now, there is not only the frontier of INFN in building new accelerators, and you will see Sapienza and NFN, they both collaborate in plasma accelerator research as well, and you will I support and I suggest if you can to attend the Massimo Ferraio talk tomorrow, which will discuss how plasma accelerator can be a viable option for compact accelerators. So I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We have time for a very quick question. Anyone?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Andrea, for the interesting overview. As a point of reference, how large a machine would one have to build if one didn't have this compact C-band technology? Would it still be a LINAC? And what do you think the comparative size and cost would be?
I mean, first of all, hi, Patrick. And first of all, I mean, a rude approach, a rude scaling, it can be scaling with frequency, okay? So you can imagine, let's say, a factor 2. Now, that is not completely true because we know that diagnostics, which is important, has its own space, and this must be always kept. Now, the point in which we are so C-band, we are not only reducing the size by frequency, we are also, by increasing frequency, we are reducing sizes by upgrading the accelerating field, okay? So, I mean, if you think, and we are optimizing this machine for high charge, because high charge is, which is, even from my background, is a new thing because I'm more used with the high current machines, okay? So if you want a rough estimate, you can imagine of a factor 2 with that we are gaining, but not only by optimizing the frequency, but also exploiting new results in diagnostics and most of all optimizing the accelerating field of the structure.
And what's the present source of funding? Is it just from the university, or is there some?
Now we are. Oh, sorry. Thanks. And now the source of funding are regional funds, and which are very common nowadays in Italy, which are next generation EU funds, and which is here, and this EEL is what we call National Resilience and National Resilience Plan, and we have a collaboration of some industries which is interested. Now the collaboration of the industry is most of the time for us is in kind. They will help us in building more than giving funds, and we are applying to European initiatives as well which is supporting this the idea of having compact electron machines for radiation therapy. Okay, so it's national and European funds. That's the mixture that we have now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again. The next presentation is the Puerto Rican Light Source Pulse Initiative. It will be presented on behalf of a number of authors by Dr. Miguel B. Santiago Berrios, who has an expertise in material science with in-depth knowledge of laboratory procedures and analytical techniques, including UV-Vis, FTIR, SEM, XRD, electrochemistry, synchrotron spectroscopy techniques for the characterization of novel materials for renewable energy applications. He's an assistant professor at University of Puerto Rico. He was a visiting scientist at Cornell, associate professor at University Ana G. Mendez in Puerto Rico, and he got a postdoctoral position at Cornell University, a PhD in organic chemistry at University of Puerto Rico, and he also holds a BSc degree in general chemistry, also from the University of Puerto Rico. Welcome, and thanks for all your support, Miguel.
Thank you, Victor. And today I'm going to be talking about a new initiative. I don't know if you can see my slides.
Yes.
Yes, perfect. So today I'm talking about the Puerto Rico Light Source, and this is a new initiative. It started almost 2 years ago. And basically what we are going to, what we want to do is to let us, to your people know about this and how can we collaborate to get this project going. So the Pulse initiatives started almost like the infancy, actually, of the project started thanks to an NSF project that we have with Cornell. This PREM project, which is the partnership that we have with the Cornell High Energy Synchrotron Source, we wanted to understand the electrochemical parameters that are the electrochemical reaction that occurs at the electrosurface. And what we're trying to do with this is try to understand the chemical, how the catalyst working in renewable energy technologies. This project was basically in 3 IRGs, basically understanding how the structure is important for that any kind of electrochemical reaction. And we have a whole group, and this project ended in 2024, this year in 2024. And that help and that work was among a group of scientists across the island, from Universidad Ana G. Mendez in Cupey and Gurabo campus, also from the University of Puerto Rico, and also with CHES. One of the goals that this project had in this project is to promote actually recruitment, retention, and the degree retention of minority students in STEM fields. We wanted to train not only graduate students, also undergraduate students in synchrotron techniques. To enhance the participant research capacity, we wanted to they become experts in not only on trying to use a beamline, but also in the synthesis and characterization of material, and try to mentor them to understand the fundamentals of chemical reaction in the fundamental reactions of any electrochemical reaction that occurs. So one of the things that we wanted to do is that the PREM project started in 2018, and it was a moment of change at CHES, at the Cornell High Energy Synchrotron Source, because they were upgrading the beamlines, the X-ray beamlines. Yesterday, Joel brought the was explaining how that upgrading went to. And that was a very important part of our PREM success. Not only because we had a new beamline, but also because we took 3 graduate students, for example, Brenda, Josene, and Melissa. They went for 3 months to Cornell, not only to understand how the synchrotron works, but they were also building and commissioning a beamline, especially the big box beamline. And here we see them working with Ken Finkelstein, also here with Alan Pauling, who are chess scientists and chess staff working there that maintains the instrument running. And the tricky part of these efforts is that these graduate students are from chemistry. They don't have an engineering degree. They don't have a physics degree. They are pure chemists, electrochemistry working here. Okay. So one of the things that we wanted to show them is also that not only concentrating our efforts in graduate students, but also in the undergraduates. We wanted to start on early age. And that was a very challenging situation. Here, we promote to have we always, since 2019, even with the pandemic, we wanted to have at least 4 students taking the research experience at CHEST. Most of them were most of the part was in person during the pandemic, especially in 2020 and 2021. It was remote and hybrid experiences, but as soon as we can get in there in person, we went back because it was a game changing for them. You have to remember that for these undergraduate students, this was the first time that they went to outside of Puerto Rico to a Ivy League institution. And they were receiving not only to do some research, they were also training in other professional workshops on how to present themselves, how to prepare the CV, how to prepare a manuscript. So we are trying to teach them in a very early age. As part of the products that we have been able in these past 6 years, we use an electrochemical cell that can be used for in situ and also in operando techniques in the beamline. And this was designed by Hector Abruña. As part of our collaboration, we optimized that electrochemical cell. And Hiram, for example, Hiram Lopez recently published in the Journal of Synchrotron Radiation the schematics of that electrochemical cell, and he's an undergrad student. So that's a big goal for us because it's an undergraduate student that already has a scientific paper available in his CV. So what we wanted to show you is that this NSF project has a lot of educational material. We have a YouTube channel that you can actually see, and it has a theory and hands-on activity presentation of the different PIs is available, and as you can see, it has a lot of views. It's available. It's free. You can actually see it and present that to your students as well. That NSF PREM project became a bridge to further collaborate with Cornell and with the Cornell High Energy Synchrotron Source. Remember, the CHEST was upgrading the beamlines. And one of the things that they wanted to do is to build a new beamline with a high magnetic field. And this is what in collaboration with MAGLab. So that became the PREM became like a bridge to build this new project, and this project was with with the University of Puerto Rico, the main campus in Rio Piedras. And also we have we use this almost the same way to take graduate students to build there, to become working there and became expert of the area. And one of the new additions is Tania Fernandez, who is Dr. Jorge Colon's graduate student, who is actually becoming an expert not only in synchrotron techniques, but also in magnetic fields. And they are not only trying to, it's not only a student that is also working, we have also Brenda Vargas, which was on the PREM project, but also two physicists from Dr. Palai's work, and Paulette and Sebastiani, who was actually working there. And these are basically the mentor and the Cornell and chess work. The most important part of these collaboration that we have with Cornell is that these graduate students, the PhD committees are not only US the UPR faculty. We are including also in their PhD committees and the Cornell's faculty as well. And they are trying to enrich these graduate students in their preparation in their future. And this is a slide that the Joel showed yesterday. We are trying to train them in each part of the beamline to try to work on how the beamline is going to be focused on using the undulator, so up to reaching the magnet where you can actually do the measurements. So in this year, we just received word that the NSF PREM project was also approved for another 6-year cycle, which we are very excited about, because we have the opportunity to further grow in this relationship. Now, I'm not working at the Universidad Ana Jiménez, as Victor said. I'm in the University of Puerto Rico, Macau campus. So we are expanding to include more institutions across the island. And we are focusing mostly in this project in the educational part, propelling the innovation of energy material to the PREM pathway to train students, to retain and to add a degree in catalysis depending on the solar cells as well. We have several projects in here. This is the project with Carlos Cabrera and José Soto, where they trying to understand how the chemistry of the chemical structure of platinum nickel nanoparticles in behave using the oxygen reduction reaction, and they were still actually studying how the oxidation state can actually affect the chemical structure, the electrochemical reaction. And we have been publishing a lot of that. This is a paper of my group, actually, where basically it's a lot of naming there, because most of them are undergraduate students. And we were just actually the main goal in this paper was analyzing what if the active site is not accessible for the desired reaction, and how that affects. And we are actually exploring that option in this paper. So that we just wanted to not only promote basically the graduate student do the work, but also to train the students to do this type of work, and they do part of the analysis that we're doing that. So recently, we noticed that there was another player in Puerto Rico that is also wanted to use synchrotron collaboration using research and education, and this is done by Kayla Hidalgo, and she was very trying to use high school students to be trained in synchrotron techniques, and she designed several workshops for the students, not only to analyze the effect of the light in matter, of course, and then how can that be used for in the curriculum. She now joined the UPR faculty at the Rio Piedras campus, and here she is with her graduate student, Dinora Martinez, who was my undergrad student in Ana Jiménez when I was working at Ana Jiménez. And she has been working a lot with the STEM education using as a main part of the to ensure pre-K to higher education is still in rigorous regular STEM learning. So they want to use some workshops to try to motivate students using synchrotron techniques. In terms of parts, it's not only chemistry, but also biochemistry. Here I present a paper with Dr. Lasalde Dominici, in where they were also using crystallography in using the Argonne National Labs. And that paper, when we received this paper, although it's not that new, we noticed that there was a lot of people. Oh, well, it's in 24, yeah, I'm mistaken, it's from 2024. A lot of people are using synchrotron techniques in Puerto Rico to build, to do their research work, and we didn't know about that. So we wanted to organize ourselves, and we were having a lot of workshop and a lot of seminar presentation talking about synchrotron radiation and try to recruit faculty. And we have been talking about the different sites that are available to us in Puerto Rico. Why, depending on the energy, what type of information that we can get from. And also we wanted to show them, for example, that where in the States you can actually perform what type of experiment is more suitable for you. And most of them are I'm familiar more is on the northeast part, but also we learned that we were also Jorge Colon, for example, works a lot with the Stanford linear from SLAC, and so this basically was part of the group that we wanted to collaborate at first. However, we found out that if we wanted to build a synchrotron in Puerto Rico, we wanted to expand ourselves. So the one way to do it is to see how many synchrotrons are in the world. So of course, most of them are in Europe and in Asia. But basically, when we were looking at Latin America, because Puerto Rico, although we speak English, the main language is Spanish. We want to see that in Latin America, there's not much. The only one that is there is Brazil. So we wanted to see how we can include ourselves to bring more light sources in Latin America and also in the Caribbean area. Most of the biggest synchrotrons are in the third generation synchrotrons are basically mostly in the big countries, for example, Germany, Japan, France, Illinois, CHES, which was the CHES was the sample of CHES was taught yesterday, and the newest one that is in Beijing in China. So the thing is that as part of our collaboration, as part of our organization as a group to impose this initiative, we wanted to see what was the impact, and we observed that the synchrotron research can impact a lot of areas, from biosciences, medical research, agriculture, engineering, forensics. No, it doesn't matter what type of STEM area you are. We can actually use this type of the synchrotron radiation. Moreover, the impact of having a synchrotron radiation improves the type of science that you're doing in the country. Most of the recent Nobel Prizes that we have are based on synchrotron radiation. For example, in 2023, we have the physics to Pierre Agostini, Ferenc Krauss, and who I forgot how to say that last name clear, For experimental methods that are generates out of seconds pulses of light or for energy electron dynamics in matter. So, and this was on in biology. So we wanted to improve our part in the research that we have in Puerto Rico. And we were very motivated when we found this paper, with paper that is written by Victor Castaño and Pedro Fernández Córdoba, Juan Sanz, and Galileo Violini, in which they were actually talking about the Greater Caribbean light source. Moreover, because we don't have light sources here, basically in this area. So the Jorge Colón and Victor Castaño organized a very a workshop, a seminar talk when they were introducing the Latin American synchrotron technology, synchrotron for technology analysis and development to impulse how this material was, how to improve the construction of a synchrotron in the Greater Caribbean area. Of course, there is a lot of countries that has been in our talks, for example, Colombia, Mexico, and Cuba. And the thing is that the Greater Caribbean area encompasses a lot of them. The Pulse Initiative is an initiative that runs parallel to the La Amistad and GSLSI project. But we want to collaborate with them just to be also a bridge between the two countries. So the access, the synchrotrons is very uneven in this world, and very scant in low and middle income countries. So we wanted to help and also to improve the type of research that we have in our work, which is great, but also in Latin America to be accessible for them. So to build this type of we learned that with building this type of research structure takes a lot of time, and we are just beginning. So we have to be patient to be building this. We have been reading a lot to learning from you, who are more expert than us in synchrotron tech, in building synchrotron buildings, and try to be more accessible for them. We have been reading a lot from the Synchrotron from Mexico. This is their website. You can visit them because they have a lot of work done. And we recently see in a recent talk with other NSF official, we heard that we are looking for the next science project for Puerto Rico. As you might learn, that we have the Arecibo project, the observatory who was destroyed. We need in Puerto Rico this science project, not only because of the science, because also it will improve and provide more opportunities to our students and students around the world. So in November last year, we wrote a paper to the Puerto Rico Science, Technology, and Research Trust, in which we provide to do a feasibility studies. We don't know if Puerto Rico is a good place to build it. We just want to learn if this is a very good place to do it. So we wanted to improve increase the scientific tourism. We want to improve the economic benefit for Puerto Rico based on education, patents, publications, etc. And will also result in increase of number of people in workshops in STEM careers. And that will also improve the education here in very early ages. Not only with that education, but also in the industry, but also in agriculture. We can provide a place where people can do experiments, not only for Puerto Rico, but also across the whole world. So in that, we have a meeting with them. In that meeting, there was a question: how about the beam time availability sources? Because they were very concerned how fast, how much people will be using this type of beamlines. The thing is that although basically the synchrotron are located mostly on the United States because we are U.S. citizens.
Excuse me, your time is up.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry that I took 1 minute or
1 minute is okay, and then we go directly to the next presentation, please.
Okay, I'll be fast. So the thing is that this synchrotron technique is always overlooked. I'm sorry that took so long to get here. There, the green part is the allocated time. The blue one is the proposal that they're very good, but they didn't have the time to do that. But the use of user is increasing over time. So this was done by Brookhaven. So the lack of synchrotron is part of the United States provides an excellent opportunity to construct a modern synchrotron, and that's it. Sorry that I took a lot of time, and so that's why it's motivating us to construct a synchrotron in Puerto Rico. Sorry,
thank you very much. It's okay. Thank you very much, Mitkel. And I will suggest to get in touch directly with Mitkel for questions or comments. Let's move to the next presentation, ESRF-EPS, Recent Opportunities for Synchrotron Research by Gemma Martinez Criado. She studied physics at the University of Havana, Cuba, and holds a PhD in physics from the University of Valencia, Spain. In 2002, she joined the ESRF as a postdoctoral researcher on hard X-ray microscopy. She was subsequently appointed to the position of second scientist at the ESRF hard X-ray microprobe beamline in ID 22. In 2009, she was named ESRF permanent scientist in charge of the beamline ID 22. As part of the ESRF upgrade program, phase 1, from 2009 to 2014, she was involved in the design and construction of the hard X-ray nanoprobe ID 16B for X-ray nanoanalysis for a scientist in charge of the beamline. Gemma's research explored fundamental and application-oriented aspects of condensed matter using hard X-ray micro and nano beams. She has more than 100 publications as well as several book chapters and reviews. Gemma was appointed Director of Research for Condensed Matter and Physical and Material Science at the ESRF from January 1st, 2022. Welcome and thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my presentation? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving the opportunity to talk today. It's a pleasure. I am delighted to be here with you, to join you. All right. I'm going to talk about the recent upgrade of the ESRF, what we call Extremely Brilliant Source. I just planned a short presentation with a brief introduction about ESRF, the impact of the EBS on our beamline portfolio, and finally some recent brief examples of scientific highlights. So, as you know, this year, actually in 2024, we are celebrating 30 years of user operation mode. We have been running the facility since 1994. Everything started actually by 1988 with 11 partners, and in 1994 there were around 15 beamlines. Then by today we have 20 partners and more than 46 beamlines, including 2 cryo-electron microscopes. And for those who are not familiar, okay, this is an intergovernmental organization. We have 13 member states and 7 associate countries. We receive around 10,000 scientific visitors every year. Among them, there are 6 Nobel Prizes. We are ramping up to the pre-EBS shutdown values of publications, 2,000. More than 30% of the research is linked to industry. We have 10 ERC, this European Research Council, very competitive grants running based on our capabilities, new capabilities after the shutdown. So you see, for more than 30 years, we have been receiving quite a lot of visitors from 60 countries, actually. And we had today in our database around 74,000 users. So it's, as you all already pointed out, it's a giant microscope with several applications going through health, energy, environmental sciences, microelectronics, catalysis, aerospace, agriculture, down to cultural heritage or paleontology. So it's a very versatile tool. Specifically, the EBS program, the upgrade program, has actually two phases. Initially, from 2009 to 2015, there was the upgrade of 19 B lines. Also, the feasibility study for the new storage range that actually was implemented from 2015 to 23. We had it shut down for 18 months in 2019, and then we reopened the user operation in August 2020, just after the COVID. So we were lucky for the construction, I would say. So we operate a new generation of storage ring with new bin lines as well. And well, we try to implement at the same time a detector and instrumentation plan, and also a data management program. So basically, the previous, we have a double band achromatic lattice, as you see on the upper panel, with an emittance, horizontal emittance that was around 4,000 picometer. And the idea was to optimize the emittance and have a round bin, if possible. So that was achieved with the hybrid 7-band achromatic lattice developed by Raimondi Pantaleo, where we have, as you can see, a quite crowded setup with dipoles with longitudinal gradients, dipoles, chronopoles that makes the emittance finally down to 140 picometers. So if you compare, well, at the bottom, you see the change, with the EBS, pre-EBS and EBS. We just horizontally have a very asymmetric before being, and now it's pretty round with a high flux density. And in terms of coherence and brilliance, notably a higher energy, you see a very important increase. Transversal coherence increased by a factor of 30 or 40 at energies above 50 keV, and 230 by as well by the same energy. So if we just check the impact on our binline portfolio, those parameters actually allow us to enable multi-scale imaging, new pump-up experiments, superior time resolution, and novel conditions if you compare with electrodynamic conditions before. I mean, extreme to high pressure, temperatures, operando, but the capabilities instead of energy resolution, throughput, selectivity, and we start the application of machine learning algorithms not only for acceleration tuning, but for binline automation, control, data managing, image denoising, and so on. So we have, you see here on the left, most of the binlines are operational. There are a couple of them on hold because there's the implementation of nano-imaging binline. Also, there's one binline that has been postponed the construction for later. And one binline is on the reformist ID26 spectroscopy binline, but most of them are fully automatic, operational, with two, as I mentioned before, cryo-EM, the second one that was recently inaugurated in this year, operated 30% for the SRF. So most of the binlines cover the standard techniques: absorption, diffraction, imaging, and scattering, nuclear, and all the modalities. But the most important, let's say, impact is that the expansion of the time, domain, and length scale compared to other standard techniques, thanks to the exploitation of 4th generation synchrotons. So thanks to the high energy, we are becoming more, let's say, smart. If you compare with the smart materials that they react to external stimuli, we could say that our analytical tools are becoming smarter because we can intervene, modify, and influence the sample environment, since the operando, or as you will see later some examples. So the impact is, as I say, instead of bean size, we have right now from meter, well, we can scan from meter samples to down to the nanometer scales with better, let's say, coherence-based approaches like phase contrast, CDI, superior photon-hungry techniques, higher energies at higher flux, as I said before, which allowed us to go with larger penetration depth, to do low doses in vivo imaging in situ, and so on. Higher throughput, because the possibility to have higher photon flux reduce the beam acquisition, so you can scan more samples in less time, and better sensitivity and artifact mitigations with noise reduction and so on because of the larger dynamic range. So today, we could say that we have been running already the EVS for 4 years. I mean, we are learning as well the EVS, the challenges that comes with the EVS. But so far, so good, we could say. There's these 10 projects running across all the mainlands. So we have also new access modes, notably a project on battery hub, also in human organ atlas, and new services implemented for the EVS, thanks to the EVS, for high throughput powder X-ray diffraction or high throughput X-ray fluorescence for industrial purposes. Concerning the new access modes, we try to enlarge all the time and strain the user community programs, and for that we have to be flexible and open to new access modes. And in that context, we have open non-MX bags, block allocation groups, bin time that they try to basically to make an efficient use of the bin time using the very same setup or the very same tools. So within the bag, the PIs are sharing the, let's say, the experimental setup, but not the data. However, for the hub, what we try is just to accelerate the research. So the PIs that are part of the hub, they share infrastructure, also data and results. So we have many bags and hubs running today, including rapid access for those technical feasibility tests or final, measurements needed last minute, let's say. Also coordinated access that they are linked to very big projects financed by the European Union, like the Remade for Circular Economy of Rihanna for nanoscience, and well, some other bags for historical material in pigments or additive manufacturing and so on. So, few scientific highlights. Well, the first one, I think that it's interesting to show the case of the violins, the application of phase contrast tomography to musical instruments. In this case, the idea was to have a 3 very detailed, fine structure of the violin, to have some insights on the preservation of the violin, and even the history, the health of the violin after some let's say, refurbishment by luthiers, by different luthiers. And that has been very important, because then it facilitates the second case where we could recently scan by phase contrast tomography the Il Canone, which is a 280 years old violin, the favorites from Paganini, which was supposed to be played actually in September in London. And the idea was to be sure by Genova, where the violin usually is host, to check the state of the violin, and we could just access not only the good interior part, but the joint, the bending, all the let's say, the structure, the real structure within the violin is in good shape, and thanks to the measures taken from precise and very high accuracy measurements taken with a phase contrast tomography scan, one of the scientists was able to reproduce the violin and now to play with a similar sound that the one Il Canoni has. So there, I think that there's a new way to preserve and conserve and get new insights into the musical instrument. The second example deals with agriculture, specifically the presence of cadmium in cacao beans. You know that cadmium is a toxic element. There's a very strict measurements concerning the level of cadmium in dark chocolate, and within that context, it's very important to see how the cadmium is transferred from the soil to the plants. And that was a study that actually was conducted in ID21 using X-ray fluorescent nano mapping, and where the the cadmium was possible to be localized in the roots, in the branch, in everywhere. And the study actually could show that there's a self-protection for the plant from toxic cadmium through calcium oxalate crystals in the root and in the branch. And this is important because it can give some ideas of new strategy to have low cadmium content plants in the future. So it's a good result. Another example is the use of in situ measurements with small angle scattering to get inputs on the the structural change when a fiber of a muscle of the heart is beating. You know that the heart beating is more than 3 billion beats in our lifetime. So it's important to see the contractions and the change in the structure while beating, because it gives you the strength at the speed of the beat of the heart. And in that context, this experiment, what try is just to use an in situ devices to mimic and simulate the beat of the heart, and study the structural change on the filaments, which is actually the myofilaments within these contraction effects. And going in that direction, actually using again phase contrast tomography, it was possible to go a little bit deeper in the structure of the. Oops, doesn't work. I'm sorry, the video doesn't work. I don't know. No. Well, you have to believe me. Now, all right, sorry. So the vision, it's a pity. Well, anyway, by using phase contrast tomography, it's possible to zoom in and zoom out within the heart and just get access to the arteries and all the conduction system within the heart and check for those, let's say, DC hearts that they are suffering from arrhythmia. Why is that the main details, find the details that are affected by the DC. And that was, again, was possible thanks to the use of actually the coherence that we got from the EVS. In a similar case, and it doesn't work, it was the LAM that was scanned actually in COVID times. That was the initial work that allows to develop the Human Organ Atlas project, where it was possible to see how the vessels got blocked when you develop COVID-19. And this is the lamp of an adult, a male, who died from COVID. Okay, the next is, well, this project, actually the Human Organ Atlas project, is a part of a hub and is funded by the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. It's so far, well, by the time that I just prepared this slide, it was some time ago, there were 90 organs already scanned, among them brain, lungs, heart, kidney, spleen, but today we have more than 150 that they are giving a lot of insights on the structure and development of the different diseases within the organs. And the idea in the future is just to get access to the full body. Another important topic that has been part of the success of the macromolecular crystallography beamlines at DSRF is the studies of the Alzheimer. You know, if you have a look to the left, you see a brain. In the left, you see a normal, healthy brain tissue. On the right, the one that has suffered from Alzheimer. And there's two clear signs of Alzheimer, which is the formation of these tangles and amyloid plaques. So far, there's no magic pill for Alzheimer, and scientists are trying to anticipate before the symptoms become clear, or apparent. And in that effort to get a clear idea what is provoking the disease, there is an hypothesis that mitochondria, the way that they function and give the energy, it has some dysfunction by itself. And that could be the cause behind the Alzheimer's disease. However, there's no structural and functional data so far to prove that the misfunction of the mitochondria could be behind the Alzheimer's disease. And thanks to the use of macromolecular crystallography, it was possible to discover a new mechanism that maybe is behind the Alzheimer, which is the phosphorylation of an assembly factor of the proteins, which are part of the amyloid beta toxicity, and could reprogram the pathway within the energy transfer in the mitochondria. Sorry. To finalize, I just want to present two cases. The case of the battery research, where we are running the European Battery Hub. The idea is to have a holistic picture of the batteries. You know that there are pressing needs concerning the higher energy density, longer lifetime for the battery, faster charge and discharge, longer cycles. But the big challenge is to study the processes, the electrochemical stability of the material and interface within the battery, from the commercial size cells down to the atomic level. And to tackle this, let's say, this challenge, there is the battery hub at the SRF. We try to use several instruments at the same time in a collaborative way to answer those questions. Here you have just a list of a few of the examples that they have been able over the last 2 years to study. The case of the defects within the real cells, depending on the charging and discharge cycle, the mapping of the reaction mechanism during overcharge, the dynamics in the anode during relaxation, or the structure of layer cathode oxides, or basically the fundamental study of the different cells. This battery hub has been renewed, and they will focus in the coming years in the study of sodium batteries and also solid state batteries, and we will continue working on that. One clear example where high energies is really making a difference, and here I hope that I'm sorry, but the video doesn't work, but you have to believe me. This is a map of the different diffraction pattern peaks. You know, the diffraction peaks, they move with temperature. So a way to access the real temperature, which is a safety concern, actually, to the battery inside, is just to follow the peak. If you have higher energies, to scan using diffraction imaging the full battery. And thanks to this three-dimensional X-ray diffraction technique, it was possible to have a clear view of the temperatures inside the batteries without the using of any thermocouple. And in the end, it was, found that the internal temperatures are mostly driven by the electrical current and not by the cell chemistry, like initially thought. The final slides are dedicated to our coming big project, which is the nanoimaging for connectomics. As you know, neuroscience need to know how the neurons they are located within the brain, and also how they connect and interact among themselves to give us these connectivity or skills. And in that effort, we are going to again to profit from the coherence given by the EBS to use holotomography, which is a technique similar to the one before in projection mode, so we can, let's say, improve the resolution at the end by projection imaging. And there has been the first, let's say, studies using the nanoimaging beeline ID16A, where we have been able to map different areas of the brain for neuronal wiring, for control of the movement, processing of information, smells, and so on. Here you have just a collection of the study that has been published so far, where you can just, let's say, have a recreation of the wire, but we are limited in sample sizes so far. The limitation is given by the capacity to scan in real time, and with the idea to improve the sample size and the capability to have more representative volumes of the brain, we are going to launch the new nanoimaging project in in the coming years with the help of the Harvard Medical School and also Francis Crick Institute. And with this, I just want to summarize the main opportunities given by the EBS at the SRF for science, synchrotron science, not only to perform 3D movies, also to get a really superior resolution, for instance, for multigrains or for connectomics to have access to the synapses. Coherences, which is really a game changer for material science, but in general for synchrotron research. And we hope that we will continue offering higher sensitivity, extreme conditions for multimodal research for the user community. And with this, I thank you for your attention.
Gemma, thank you very much for your nice presentation. And I ask all the attendees to address questions to her directly or to the chat, please. Thank you very much. Okay. We move now to the next presentation, which is in the charge of Adriana Isabella Warniak-Siniak. The title is Building New Synchrotron Facilities Through Global Collaboration. Insights from the Solaris and MAX 4 partnership. Adriana, please go ahead.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yes. And now only just I have to show my slides. Do you see it?
Yeah, we see your slides.
Yeah, and it's moving.
Please move to the next slide.
Yeah, I moved already to the next.
No, it's not moving.
Okay,
Lawrence,
so can you just
will you please show her presentation?
Okay.
Stop sharing your screen, and yes, Lawrence will be kind enough as to presentation. You just tell him when to move to the next.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on, it's loading.
Yes.
I might have the same problem that she's having.
I'm not sure why it is not working. Because it's moving on my screen, but I don't know why you cannot see that.
Don't worry.
Okay. I'm going to share now. Which one do I do? Hold on. I have so many monitors, I just have to figure out which one to show. Nope, not that one.
Let me try myself.
I'm almost there. I only have 2 monitors to go, so it's got to be one of these.
Okay. Let's try.
It's not that one. Screen 1. Okay, it's this one. You see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least I see now the second slide, so maybe there is a hope.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to share with you our experience in building the new facility at very limited resources and very limited team. So I will tell you some introduction about Solaris, then I will present you the Solaris project overview, our cooperation with MAX 4, and at the end, the conclusion. So please, next slide. Yeah, so after our last presentation from Gemma, I don't have to convince you why do we need a synchrotron facility at any region, because this is multidisciplinary tool that gives us opportunity to do the research in many disciplines. So, for instance, in Krakow, in Solaris, we are mostly focused on the research on energy storage materials, on the new vaccines, material science, medicine, energy sources, new chemical technologies, ecological production, also environmental science, and we also do the research on the food quality and agriculture. Next. Yeah, so regarding Solaris, we have quite long history of trying to build the synchrotron in Poland. So we started already in early 90s by creation of the Polish Synchrotron Radiation Society. At the beginning, there was not so many people involved, but this community was growing over the years. At the end of 2010, we had something like 300 users. So also those users, they were pushing for building the new facility in Krakow, and especially in Krakow, but also somewhere in Poland. And there were few initiatives already in early 90s and also in the beginning of this new century to relocate some of the synchrotrons like BESSY-1 or Super ACO to Krakow. However, it didn't happen at that time. And then also Poland became the associated member of the European Synchrotron Radiation Facility. And in 2027, the member state of the European XFEL project. Next slide, please. And also in 2010, we finally got some money for building a new facility. At that time, it was very, very difficult to build this facility for the money that we got, because we got something like 40 million euros. And we also didn't have a qualified team to really work on this project. So we started to hire the people to this project, and it was only just few of us. And also there was a big debate and also brainstorming what we can do with such a small money in order to succeed and build the facility in 5 years. So there was a brainstorming between Max 4 people, former Max Lab, and also Electra people. And finally, Max 4, they offer us the design of the new facility, because they were also at that stage of designing the new facility. And this we got for free. So actually it was really a very good deal, I would say, that for such a money we could really get the design, also some involvement people from Max Lab, and also many help in building this facility. So we started the construction. Of course, the deal came through, and we signed the agreement between the Lund University and Jagiellonian University and started the construction. So between 2015 and 2018, we really commissioned the machine, and in 2018 we welcomed our first users in the facility, and since that time we are still developing new beamlines, new user community, and also some new science. We also recently enlarged our experimental hall, and this also helped us to accommodate longer beamlines. So next slide. So where we are positioned in Krakow, on the south of Krakow at the Jagiellonian University new campus area. So Solaris is located something like 7 kilometers from the city center, but it is very convenient communication also to this facility. Next slide. So Solaris is a third generation facility, not very big. It has only just 96 meter circumference, and we have an energy of 1.5 GeV electrons. And we also have a LINAC, which is not full energy LINAC, but only just 600 MeV. So we inject the beam from the LINAC to the storage ring, and then we ramp the beam, and then we deliver this 1.5 GeV electrons to the users. Of course, the photons from those electrons to the users. And now nowadays we have 7 beam lines in operation, and there are new which are coming, especially at this new experimental part of the experimental hall. This will be high energy X-rays beam lines, SACs, and also MX, which are currently under constructions. And there are new projects as well within some other initiatives like LEAPS, which will be built in a couple of years. A part of synchrotron, we also accommodate 2 pops in our experimental hall, and those community also can do the research at Solaris. So next slide, please. So regarding the project, the Solaris project was really unique project, as I already mentioned. We were replicating the small machine of the MAX 4. So it was 1.5 GeV machine. And this project, this is also unique. It was using identical components as MAX 4. So in this sense, we had to also follow all those designs, all those standards that MAX 4 were provided. So of course we are grateful to MAX 4 for all this help that we got from them. And also I would have to say that at this time we were a really limited team. I will show this you later. But this team, actually 2 persons, were really sent to Lund, and we were taking part in the whole design phase of this machine. Next slide. As I already mentioned, in 2010, we signed the agreement between Jagiellonian University and Lund University for the construction of Solaris together with MAX 4. And this within this contract, this was enabled for the free exchange of the technical expertise and resources of MAX 4, and MAX 4 really was freely giving us all know-how, reports, designs, and we were following the tenders, and we were trained in MAX 4 to really be able to operate later the machine. So we also shared all the resources with MAX 4. So all the technical reports, design, as I already said. We also take active part in MAX 4 design. So for instance, I was in charge of designing of the transfer lines, both for MAX 4 and also for Solaris. So next slide. When we're talking about building the new facility, we would like to send you the message that be fearless but not friendliness. And also the keyword that we would like to say it's cooperation, because it's very important to cooperate with all the people within the accelerator technology, within the science, to really make those projects come through. So regarding the design, so next slide. Yes, next one. As I mentioned you, what is the Max 4? Maybe I will only just show you at that time. Max 4, and you can press a little bit more buttons because it's showing more, yeah. So Max 4 is a full energy LINAC, 3GV LINAC, together with the two rings, 1.5 and 3GV ring, and also at the end of the LINAC there is a short pulse facility. So actually we were building the small machine, but also, so maybe move to the next slide. This is, as I mentioned, was the relevance of Solaris, but not fully, because Solaris was the total copy. Yeah, you can go further. Was total copy of the small ring. Yeah, move to the next slide. And then we had also the LINAC, which unfortunately was, we were not able to build the full energy LINAC, only just, as I mentioned, 600 MeV. Move to the next slide, please. But however, this all consists on the same technology as for Max 4. So we were building actually, we were basing our LINAC on 6 LINAC structures with the same modulators, RF units, and klystrons, and also all the storage ring was the total copy of Max 4 storage ring. So this was also benefit for Max 4 and also for the companies, that when we were placing the order, we actually were buying twice those components. So this also had such an impact that we both getting decreased price of those components. So maybe next slide. So our activities at Max 4 was to follow all the machine designs, but we were not actually involved, but it would be very difficult for us. But we had to, on the other hand, handle all the differences that were at this project. So in principle, as I mentioned, we had different injection energy. We had also the ramping in the storage ring. We had different IDs. Also, the building was different, all the infrastructure, and this we had to follow by ourselves. But of course, with huge help from people from Max 4 and from other facilities. We also were following the procurement, so also the time scale of the Max 4 project was bind with Solaris time scale. We were also at that time building the team, because as I mentioned to you, we were very limited in the resources. We were tracking all the civil engineering work, preparing all the laboratories on site and technical areas. We had to also prepare for the delivery of the system later once we got it. Also for the FATs, SATs, installation and assembly, commissioning, then and start of the operation. So move to the next slide. So as I mentioned to you, Solaris was not involved in design. However, we were actually involved in many different actions coming to within this project, and we had to follow all of those differences that I already mentioned to you with people who were very also limited. As I said, we were mostly two of us working there. So me and also my colleague who was more on the control system side, and we were following not only the accelerator based, but also the other infrastructure technology. Next slide, please. So regarding the construction then, we already had to build the building. As I said, the Solaris was the greenfield project. We had land donated by the Jagiellonian University, but the rest of the sources were spent on the building. The building in this shape, what you see, so the administration building, experimental hall, and also the LINAC tunnel, which was 8 meters under the ground, was constructed at that time, where also the design of the machine took place. Next slide. And later, once the building was handed over, we had to start the installation. So our team get back to Poland from Lund, and then we started the installation of all the cabling, plumbing, the PLC, PSS. Also, there was mechanical constructions of the stands for the magnets. Also all the instruments started to be delivered on site. And then in 2014, we also started the installation of the LINAC, then conditioning of the LINAC, integration of the control system. And you can imagine that at the same time, we had to also collaborate with MAX 4, which was also busy with construction of their own facility. So it was not so easy always to bring them on site in order to help us. Therefore, we also started to assign some memorandum of understanding and some other contracts with other European facilities in order to help us during the test and commissioning of the machine. So we can move forward. Unfortunately, there will be few photos from the installation site. As you see, so here is the installation of the magnets, cablings, and so on. Yeah, and we can move to other slide. Yeah, so a part of this, of course, we always could count on MaxLab, and they were really helping us, not only just Max 4 people, but also we had a consultant, Dieter Einfeld, who you can see on this photo. And all those people really were all the time online to helping us with many problems like vacuum installation, adaptation of the beam lines later on. We can move further. Also on the installation of the kicker magnets. Yeah, next slide. Then procurement of spare components, expansion of the magnetic system, because from the day one we didn't have all the spares. And this, yeah, we can move further. This allows us to finally successfully install all the LINAC and all the storage ring. We can move further. Yeah, a part of this also, I would like to say that the important role had a machine advisory committee. So this is not only just the friendly people, but these are the guys or girls who are really raising the bar and helping you to improve yourself. And really, they are making tremendous work in order to help and direct us how to succeed with the project. So move next one. And also we got a lot of support, as I mentioned, from other facilities, because the MAX 4 at the same time had the commissioning of the big storage ring. We had to help ourselves, so we also bring some other people from other facilities in order to help us in the commissioning of the machine. So this is also important, that such expertise helps you later to really succeed with all this machine working. We can move further because I think that so regarding the staff, I already mentioned that we were not so many. Yeah, we can move for further. Yeah, so at the beginning we had only just 5 people. In the installation phase, this a little bit converged, so we were 30 people. And now, after this time, we have 150 people working at Solaris. So we can move further. Regarding the money, at the beginning, as I mentioned, we had 40 million euros. Most of them was spent on the machine, 32% for the building, and the rest, so which is very minor, for the team, expertise, consultancy, and so on. Next slide. So now, when we accommodated another beam lines, so as you can see, it's 64% in order in comparison to the initial budget. We can move further, and now our spendings looks like that we have most of the almost half of the budget is going for the staff, 20% for the maintenance and services, and the rest for the it's a really tiny margin for the upgrades, communications, and outreach, and also a lot of is going to the to cover the electricity. Yes, next slide. So regarding the user community, at the beginning, as I mentioned, we had very small this community, but it was still big for the country where we didn't have any facility of such a size. And in the end, we grow. So now in 2024, we have almost 2,000 users in our system registered. Next slide. And it is also important to be in the global collaboration. So we can click once more. And Poland, actually, Solaris is within the LIPS. LIPS is a League of European accelerator-based infrastructure consortium, and also we are also partner in CERIC, so it's another consortium of Eastern European Union, and this is very important to be also part of this because together we can do more, and we are also more visible, and we can collaborate, and we can improve our facility, our research, and so on. So we can go further. So impact of the collaboration in the nutshell, I'm finishing already. So I can only just say you that due to such a collaboration, it was really a successful completion of Solaris. So we achieved this despite of the limited budget and constraints of the resources. And the Polish synchrotron is the first research infrastructure of such substantial size in Poland. Also, this has a broader benefits because it's a large-scale multi-user and multidisciplinary facility, which is representing very efficient investment in the research infrastructure by providing state-of-the-art research opportunities for many research groups. And also, this is not limited only just to the scientific community, but we are also contributing in the development of the education, of the training of the high-tech companies. Also, we are generating new jobs and research-oriented industry. And for this, I think I will finish, because the latest slides are only just the summary of this collaboration and what you can gain by this. And with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adriana. I'm afraid we have to move to the next presentation because we have constraints in time. Thank you very much. I'm very honored to present the next speaker, Victor Castaño, and I will allow him to introduce himself. Thank you.
That's good. That's
Thank you
good.
very much. Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect.
So thanks again, all my colleagues, for putting a lot of effort in organizing this committee. I would like to talk about how synchrotrons, in addition to all the great science that we have been listening to in the next talks and in the previous ones, I would like to also see how it could be a tool for development in every respect. But first, let me tell you what the LAMISTAT, one of the bodies that organized this meeting, means. LAMISTAT stands for Latin American International Synchrotron for Technology, Analysis, and Development. Also, you know that amistad in Spanish means friendship, and that allows me to go to Adriana's talk, who said that in addition to being fearless, we need to be friendly to all the people. This idea is independent, but not a new idea. Back in 2015, and perhaps over 20 years ago, there have been efforts in Latin America trying to establish a synchrotron facility in the region. In Mexico, we had two big efforts, one in the state of Morelos, near Mexico City, and then the state of Hidalgo, not far from central Mexico as well. And also in 2016, Obama visited Cuba, and there was some kind of initial agreement between Jeremy Rothstein and Fidel Castro Smirnov about this. But among other reasons, because of the death of Fidel Castro Smirnov, this didn't progress much. A group of us started talking about this, and we published in 2021 this paper in Archive, where you can find it, about how a synchrotron could accelerate not only electrons, but also science in Central America and the Caribbean. Galileo Violini wrote an article last 2023 in the Journal of the Società Italiana di Fisica, describing this project. So we have been very active in the last 4 years, together with some other bodies, including this Light Sources for Africa, the Americas, Asia, Middle East, and Pacific, and the Mexican Society for Synchrotron Radiation. You can see some of the persons there. The Mexican group has even published some books and articles trying to do this. There are some important milestones. In 2021, the this Archive article was published, and also presented at the Symposium of Post-Pandemic Science in Latin America in Dominican Republic in 2022. Also had a presentation in this meeting in Republic and Dominican. We also established contacts with Sesame, with Sirius, and with other groups. We have been producing meetings. We have a group to which many of the people present here belong and actively participate. And last March, we were able to publish a paper in Nature that attracted a lot of interest on how big science, namely synchrotron, could accelerate particles and progress in Latin America. As you know, there are roughly 80 synchrotrons all over the world. But one thing I would like to stress out here is the regional character. Synchrotrons have two characteristics. One, of course, is the general science, which has led to many Nobel Prizes in chemistry and physics, as Mitchell mentioned. But also, it is also important that it has helped to the regional development in every single region of the country. For example, material science is one of the main areas which can benefit from synchrotron. This is a paper describing how synchrotron is a big, important tool for engineering materials for every single application, from biomedics to aerospace. Also, there are many examples of how synchrotron radiation could help to easy environmental challenges, how synchrotron can help to do some paleontology work and understand how climate change has been happening since millions of years ago. How climate and fossil energy benefit from synchrotron and synchrotron techniques. And there is this organization like sources.org, which for the last 20 years has been a forum for putting together most of the information available about synchrotrons and other light sources. And the reason I'm showing you here is because at the bottom, you can see some of the areas which offer job opportunities for people. Of course, physicists, chemists, electronic engineers, but also administration, laboratory, human resources, even tourism, because establishing a synchrotron facility attracts a lot of people for doing research, and they require not only lodging, but also travel facilities and entertainment. So this shows you that a good way to improve the economy of a region is to establish a synchrotron. There are some specific cases, like Sesame, which has been key to the development of science and in some economical areas as well in the Middle East. You can see here from a report from them how Sesame science has had an impact on life sciences, material sciences, environmental sciences, and even cultural heritage, which is very important not only for the region, for the whole world in that area. Biology, structural biology, and energy also have been reported to use synchrotron techniques in the case of African research, which is other area that is present here, and with which LAMISTAT and the other organizing bodies have close contacts. We participated some couple of weeks ago at the African Physical Society meeting and the African Light Source Initiative, presenting some of the work that we have been doing. In the Brazilian case, Synchrotron has helped many industrial areas, including material science and pharmaceutics. But in particular, I would like to stress out the opportunity for our region, and quite likely also for Africa, of additive manufacturing, that is 3D printing. This report shows how the industry of 3D printing is growing. It's one of the fastest growing industrial areas in the world. And of course, to no one's surprise, Synchrotron can help additive manufacturing processes, not only for ensuring the quality of these devices for some key areas like the biomedical applications, but also the aerospace region. Now let me talk briefly about the Caribbean. The Caribbean is one of the areas that, according to the World Bank, have greatest potential in the world. But when we talk about Caribbean, we are really talking about many things. On the one hand is the insular Caribbean, all the islands that comprise the Caribbean, the Hispanic Caribbean, to which Colombia, Venezuela, and all of Central America and Mexico belong. But we also have the Great Caribbean, which includes a good part of the southern United States, Texas, Louisiana, and Florida. So when we talk about Caribbean, we are talking a very important region of the world. One way to finance Caribbean is being proposed to be the blue economy. The blue economy has already had a very big impact in the Mediterranean, and science diplomacy, as Carolina and Dr. Marbright explained it early this morning, is very important for capacity building and skill development in this area. And of course, Synchrotron has played already a very important role in this blue economy in the Mediterranean area. One problem with the Caribbean is how to produce a resilient Caribbean. We have some questions. First, how the world will grow, how these international challenges will affect the region, and how we can balance this greater Caribbean area. The World Academy of Sciences has already called for investing in the Caribbean future. And I will move towards the end by calling your attention to one of the greatest values of the Caribbean, the greater Caribbean, which is women. Women have a growing participation in the economy of the world, especially in social sciences and biosciences, but in the area of computer sciences, physics, and engineering, the participation is being historically low. This is changing, of course. We have had in the last 10 to 12 years an increase of 20% in terms of the number of women interested and enrolled in undergrad and graduate studies in physics, chemistry, and engineering, but that's not enough. We need to take into account three areas if we are going to develop the Caribbean with an important tool as a synchrotron. Of course, the social dimension, the economic dimension, and the environmental dimension. We need to be inclusive. We need to take into account all the different aspects to really be successful. And finally, tell you about an opportunity and a big challenge that we have is to solve or at least to diminish the gender gap in the world. Every single region in the world has a gender gap. In some areas, like in Northern Europe, this gender gap is relatively small. But what you see here is the number of years that every region in the world has to spend until gender parity is reached. Even Europe, we are talking about dozens of years, and in some regions of the world, we are talking about 100 years, even close to 200 years. This is a big, big challenge and a big opportunity because women represent roughly 0.5% of the population to 50% of the population of the world. And that means that we have a big amount of great talent workforce that we are not using. In particular, in the Greater Caribbean, as you can see, we need to do something to attract women to projects like this. And some of the papers, some of the work that we have done, in particular this Nature paper, shows that it is important to have impact among women to really attract them to do this. I finish with this. I will be very, very happy in exchanging ideas and initiatives with you. And that's part of the motivation, not only of myself, but all the group that belong to LAMISTAT and the other bodies that organize this meeting. Thank you very much. We have time for a couple of questions. I did my best to go back to the schedule. So take the opportunity to discuss or to have some comments. Anyone?
I wanted to bring up a question I raised yesterday. When is the next SCILAC forum, SCE? And then what do we know about the state of diplomacy between SCILAC and CARICOM? Even, I guess, the membership of, I think probably all members of CARICOM are members of SCILAC.
Yes, I think what you're mentioning is a key problem. We have already many international bodies that in principle are meant for science diplomacy, which is, of course, very important. And we have been listening to that since yesterday and this morning with McBride's and Santa Cruz presentations that was stressed out. However, I think that we need to really take advantage of those bodies and to take advantage of events like this present one. And that's part of the discussion, as you know, Lawrence, that we have within our group. And we really need to figure out how to take advantage to this big interest, to this big participation, for which I'm very grateful for, and how we can move forward. Okay? Okay. We are back on time. And let me call now Andrea Lausi to talk to us about Sesame that I introduced briefly a minute ago. And the title of his presentation is precisely Sesame, a regional research opportunity. Andrea Lausi was born in Trieste in 1961, graduated in physics at the University of Trieste with a thesis on the diffraction of helium atoms applied to the study of phase transitions in two-dimensional systems. His scientific activity then developed in the field of synchrotron light and X-ray structural determination methods. He participated in the construction of the first diffraction beamline at the Italian source Elettra, later leading the beamline dedicated to powder diffraction and the Italy-India collaboration for the high-pressure diffraction beamline. As coordinator of the communication of Elettra, he chaired in 2019 the RISE working group. It brings together the communication offices of the research infrastructure in Europe. Since 2020, his scientific direction of the Middle East synchrotron facility, Sesame. Welcome, and your turn, Andrea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. I'm very happy to be here. Do you see my screen properly? I'm not very much accustomed with this system.
Yes.
But
very
okay,
beautiful picture.
Good. Yeah, that is a photographer which came with an allá event, and he donated us a lot of very nice pictures. So this building is Sesame, and so this is where Sesame is located, and so 40 kilometers northwest of Amman. I skipped the usual world map of all synchrotrons. Let us concentrate on this region, where Sesame is the only synchrotron radiation source available. And as often remembered, Sesame is modeled, the organization is modeled on that of CERN. So it is made up of members and observers. And you see here the members. The members are Iran and Israel, Pakistan and Turkey and Cyprus, Egypt and Jordan and Cyprus. So it's a quite peculiar combination of members, and they are supported in the case, which is different from CERN, by a very wide group of observers, which span from United States to China to Russian Federation, most European countries, Brazil, and the role of these observers has been fundamental for the development of Sesame. You see here in this picture some of the examples, some of the most important examples of the donations and supports that were given, starting from the boat at the center it's bringing Bessie 1 to Sesame. I take this picture just to remember that Sesame is not Bessie 1 rebuilt in the Middle East. Bessie 1 was instrumental to have something on the table. We still use the booster and the injector of Sesame is that of Bessie 1, but Sesame itself is a completely new machine. Among all these donations, I would like to remember what is one of the most important, that is the solar panel array, which allows us to work. It's actually, Sesame is the only synchrotron of this size in the world, which is fully powered by solar energy. And this allows us to work, because otherwise we simply would not have the funds to work. Since its construction allowed us to spare something of the order of $19 million, and it would have been otherwise impossible to recover anywhere. So this is inside the building. This is the shielding wall, the star-shaped shielding wall with some of the beamlines around. It is, as I mentioned, a new machine. It's a third-generation light source machine with 2.5 gigaelectron volts. It's relatively small, 133 meters in circumference, and it has presently 5 beamlines in operation with a staff of 70 people. The parameters of the machines are summarized here, and together with the pictures of the insertion devices presently operational, of these 5 beamlines, 2 are powered by bending magnets, and the other and 3 more receive the photons from insertion devices. We have a multiple wiggler, a triple wiggler, and an Apple II undulator. The first is used for the powder diffraction beamline, the second for the tomography beamline, and the third one for the soft X-ray cluster of beamlines. So a little bit of what is the status of the various beamlines. This is the infrared beamline, one of the first 2 to enter into operation in 2018. It is led by Gian Kamel, which you will hear a few talks down along this program. And it is dedicated, obviously, to infrared spectroscopy, so to get chemical information from the sample. And I remember here that the major advantage of using infrared at synchrotron is that you can get a much better signal-to-noise ratio even when you close the aperture at the microscope. So this is extremely important to have a chemical mapping, and this will be enhanced very soon by a new instrument which is arriving. Actually, it is already there. It has yet to be installed. The technical crew from Bruker has not yet come to install it, but this FPA detector which will be the only one in the region, will allow to couple the best possible detector at the moment with the best possible source of infrared. We hope to have it in place and working as soon as possible. A very large part of the investigation at the infrared beamline is dedicated to life sciences. So this is, for example, the first paper published in 2020 on preeclampsia, so for the diagnosis of this endemic placenta disease, but also a lot is done in the field of cultural heritage. And you see here some examples of the materials whose chemistry can be investigated or has been investigated there. Then the second beamline going anti-clockwise around the ring, we have the EXAFS X-ray fluorescence beamline with Mesaoud Hafouch and Latifullah Khan, beamline scientists, and you see this is a donation from Germany. The entire beamline was previously installed in ESRF by the Helmholtz in Dresden-Rossendorf, and has been donated, has been remounted, adapted, and remounted in Sesame. Then later on, the monochromator was substituted with a donation from Diamond, while the Brazilian Synchrotron Light Laboratory implemented part of the experimental setup that you see here. Sorry. So the advantages of this is absolutely obvious. The EXAFS is a technique which is a native technique for synchrotron radiation, because what you need is a wide energy range. So these are the elements with the K and L edges which are attainable at the beamline, and you measure either in transmission mode or in luminescence mode or in fluorescence mode. For fluorescence mode in particular, we have received this at-speed advanced X-ray pixel detector from INFN and Electra, which has been installed and allows us to take the data with for very diluted systems. One of the major activities of the beamline is in the field of catalyst. This again is the first paper published, and but also here, especially mapping of elements on objects is one of the possible and very much used applications. Third, still going around the ring. And the third one to enter into operation, the ID09, the powder diffraction beamline. Again, this one is the first beamline installed with a source, an insertion device. So this is both the Wiggler and the beamline were donations from PSI. The detector was donated by the company Dectris in Switzerland again, and some parts like this diffractometer here was obtained from Diamond. Clearly, what you gain in the case of powder diffraction is the fact that, first of all, the beam is much more parallel. It's very intense, and this allows you to facilitate exploration of complex materials, like in these examples, or also to perform experiments in operando, like in this case. This is the first paper published, so you see here how fine you can define different peaks, like in this other complex group of salts, which allow this plant to suck water from air. Still along beads, this is the result of a European project for the design and construction of a microtomography beamline at Sesame. It's very important to remember that the blueprint of the Wiggler have been also used by Solaris. So this is one of the good effects of cooperation among Europe and between Europe and Sesame. It allows multimodal, multi-resolution micro CT, and in the first days, as you can imagine, practically everything that was passing by was measured, like in the case of this virtual histology of a wasp which passed by the beamline. And besides the fact that you use the fact that the beam is very parallel and allows you to go down to submicron resolution, you can also change the energy of the beam being at a synchrotron on a Wiggler. So here, what you see is a test experiment on a dummy papiro, in which you use the different content in the metals, in the inks, in order to be able to read a rolled writing, a rolled scroll. Finally, the two new beamlines are HESEP, which has entered operation this year. It is a soft X-ray beamline which is attached to an Apple undulator. This entire project has been funded by 5 Helmholtz institutes in Germany. One of the peculiarities of the beamline is that it is the experimental chamber allows absorption experiments, obviously in a completely different energy range with respect to the EXAS beamline. But on top of that, instead of needing ultra high vacuum all along, thanks to this capillary entrance and a set of differential pumping stages, you can operate the beamline in ultra high vacuum, but still keep the sample under a 1 atmosphere of helium. And this allows you to put also precious paintings or cultural heritage objects in front of the beam, which I think it's a unicum among this kind of beamlines. This is the range of energies covered, so the range of elements which are attainable with the beamline. Nearby, is growing. The new beamline will be inaugurated next year. It's still, the components are now, part of the components are already in Sesame, so the experimental chamber has been mounted, and the site acceptance test is being performed in these days. And while the optical components of the beam transport is being built in this moment, the factory acceptance test will be in 2 weeks from now in Ankara, in Turkey. So this is the very first beamline which is built in the Middle East, which is again a very important moment for us. So this is the development of the calls. So we started accepting the first proposals. The beamline were opened in 2018. So the collection of the first proposals started in 2016. And you see here how the more beamlines and the more time passes, the more proposals arrive. We have at the moment broken the 1,000 proposals roof. Which proposals coming from actually 45 countries. Clearly, the region has the lion's share, but there are interested scientists in Europe, in the Americas, USA, Russia, and so on. Publications-wise are growing. It's not only the number, but most importantly, the quality is quite comforting. So the average impact factor is higher than 5, and 20% of the publication have an impact factor higher than 7. And Sesame is engaged in several kinds of training and outreach projects, among which I would like to remember this ever-growing online school, which we do together with the African Light Source, ESRF, and the LAMP project, hosted by the International Center of Theoretical Physics in Trieste. It's online. It's everything is managed from Trieste, and the applications grow in the hundreds. Sesame is also a member, the first and only for the moment, associate member of the League of European Accelerator-Based Photon Sources, LEAPS, since 2018. And in this moment, again, for training, education, and outreach, we have activated a project from EU, which allows us to, it is still in its infancy, but will allow us to host schools in the next years. And it is important to notice here that diagonally, so transversally to all the work packages of Sandstone, is embedded a specific action towards African scientists. So to close, and you will hear much more on the diplomatic science diplomacy aspects of Sesame and other facilities in the talk of Jihan Kamel. But for the moment, I close here and just remember that Sesame is well connected, has an initial portfolio of beamlines. It is not yet the completion of phase 1, but it is still a reasonable number of beamlines which allow the researchers in the area to perform experiments that otherwise would have been impossible. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Your presentation is now open for questions and comments. Anyone who'd like to participate?
I had a question.
Yes, Lawrence and then Leo.
So the Sandstone exercise, will we be planning out what beamlines you want to go to for beamline 7 or 8, or how far is the planning horizon do you anticipate for it?
No, Samsung has nothing to do with Beamline 6 and 7 or 7 and 8. It is instead a training program and a support program for the existing Beamlines.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Leo, please.
I would like to make a comment about the history of Sesame, because I was involved marginally in the birth of Sesame when I was in Tehran as UNESCO representative. And I remember that in one of the first meetings in which one discussed about Sesame, it was not even decided the place. It was clear that the community of the region would have been unable to run a synchrotron, use a synchrotron completely in a short time. Nevertheless, this did not prevent from taking the opportunity which was given by the possible donation, the donation of best C1 instrument parts to take the decision, and they've been able in a few years with a very vigorous program of training to create a community practically almost from scratch, understand, Andrea? So that I think that when one talks about the capacity of our region, of the African group, to make use of a synchrotron, one must not forget what yesterday said also Caterina Biscari, that really this is a process which easily make the community grow and reach the critical mass which is needed to make full use of this infrastructure.
Yeah, but the same can be said for all synchrotrons. I remember the community of synchrotron radiation in Italy before the construction of Elettra in the early 90s was much smaller than it is now. If it is there, you can start using it. If it's not available, the difficulties of accessing to another country, the travel, it's much more complicated. Yeah. So there is the need of such diffuse access for these machines. So there is. It is not, we cannot build one gigantic synchrotron somewhere and expect that this has an impact everywhere. Yeah? So we need to build these kind of size of machines, 2, 3 GeV machines around the world, and these will really facilitate much more.
Thank you. We have like a minute. And if there is no other question, I would like to ask Andrea, in your opinion and your experience, what's the limiting reason for not having much deeper collaboration like with Africa and other Latin American countries? I could think of few reasons: money, lack of training, lack of knowledge. But I would like to know your opinion. What's the main limitation that we will have to overcome to really have worldwide collaboration much stronger than the one already you have?
Well, I think that one of the major problems, and also also in Italy, it's the perception of how much you can invest in science. It is still too underdeveloped in too large a part of the planet. The not consideration of the good effect that science can have. Yeah? So for the general development in many countries, the idea is that if you don't have a result in a very short time, it is not worth the effort. This is not what happens, and so we we are facing gigantic challenges for the next years. So we need the support of as many minds as possible, and we have to invest on that. Otherwise, we will not be able to overcome these difficulties.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm serious in saying that I'm truly honored to introduce our next speaker, Minister Uberto Bani Darkirafi. The title of his presentation is The Role of the Caribbean Countries and Science Diplomacy for Sustainable Development. Born on April 5th, 1962 in Brussels, Belgium, has had a distinguished career in diplomacy, starting with a degree in political science from Lewis University in Rome in 1986. He began his diplomatic career joining the Italian diplomatic service on February 13, 1989. Throughout his career, Darkirafi has held many significant positions. He was involved in various capacities at the General Directorate for Political Affairs in Italy, where he served from 1981 and progressed through the. He was posted as second secretary in Buenos Aires in April 1992 and later promoted to first secretary. He then took on the role of first commercial secretary in Tunis in October 1995. After further advancement, he became a consular of legation and worked on various departments related to European countries and multilateral economic cooperation. In August 2005, he became the Consul General in Vancouver and later took on the same role in London in August 2009. His esteemed career also saw him ascend to the position of Minister Plenipotentiary in January 2011. Darkirafi's expertise has led him to serve as a diplomatic advisor to the Minister of Cultural Heritage, both during and after a government change, reaffirming his importance within the diplomatic framework. He was appointed ambassador to Lisbon on March 26, 2018, and returned to advisory roles in the same ministry until March 2021. His most recent posting as of September 2023 is as a special envoy to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation for the Caribbean countries and Vice Central Director for Latin America and the Caribbean countries. Welcome and thanks for accepting the invitation.
Thank you very much, Professor Castaño. Well, I begin saying that maybe to make science and technology even greater is maybe putting some investments on the marketing side, because I'm sure that many young people doesn't know exactly what synchrotron is, and I can say that because in later stages in my life, I understood what it is and the importance for it. It's a great pleasure to participate in this session. As I was presented, I am the special envoy for the Caribbean countries for the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I'm here to discuss the pivotal role of the Caribbean nations are poised to play in the development of a synchrotron in the greater Caribbean region, the idea, and to explore the political commitment and collaborative actions of Italy, especially in the areas of scientific diplomacy, climate change, and regional cooperation. Italy has long been committed to supporting the Caribbean region's growth and sustainable development. As part of this commitment, the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation has allocated 50 million euros in credit aid for sustainable development projects in CARICOM member states. Additionally, 2.5 million in grants cover consultancy activities connected to these projects. This financial assistance represents a key element of Italy's strategy to foster long-term partnerships and create solutions to the challenge faced by Caribbean nations. This financial support is designed to help fund immediate projects as well to promote economic diversification, particularly in areas where sustainable growth is both a necessity and a challenge. Through these funds, Italy is keen on supporting initiatives that enhance the resilience of Caribbean countries particularly in sectors such as renewable energy, water management, sustainable agriculture, and technology innovation. The Caribbean, while blessed with natural beauty, faces persistent challenges due to its geographical location. A key focus of this support is ensuring that Caribbean nations can withstand and adapt to the evolving impact of climate change, fostering scientific collaboration, which will directly benefit local scientists, strengthen research infrastructure, and contribute to advancement in material science, environmental studies, and medical research, is a key factor for mutually beneficial cooperation and reciprocal understanding. In this regard, the Trieste Science Hub, home to world-renowned institutions such as the International Center for Theoretical Physics, the World Academy of Science, the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, and Electra, to name just a few, offer an incredible opportunity for the Caribbean. Italy is willing to expand partnership between these prestigious institutions, all of them directly connected to UNESCO, and Caribbean research centers. Collaborative efforts between Trieste scientific hubs and Caribbean University as well will provide critical training, research opportunities, and access to cutting-edge technologies that can accelerate the region's development in science and technology. In the context of regional economic development, it is essential to address the financial challenges that some Caribbean countries face, particularly those categorized as middle-income nations. Many of these countries find themselves excluded from accessing preferential international financial support due to their economic classification, despite facing vulnerabilities similar to those of low-income countries. The so-called Bridgetown Initiative aims to address these challenges by calling for a reform of the global financial architecture. This initiative seeks to provide developing countries, especially those in the Caribbean, with greater access to low-interest financing for development in climate action. The Caribbean's ability to tap into these financial resources is critical, given the specific vulnerabilities the region faces, including extreme weather events, rising sea levels, and environmental degradation. This proposal holds immense significance for the Caribbean countries. By addressing these barriers to financing, the Bridgetown Initiative could unlock substantial opportunities for the region's sustainable growth. Italy has been a steadfast supporter of such global initiatives, underscoring the importance of creating a more inclusive financial system. The Caribbean region is not only a victim of climate change, but is also a leader in climate resilience and adaptation strategies. Over the years, Caribbean nations have accumulated valuable expertise in building resilience to extreme weather events, which is increasingly recognized at the global level. This experience positions the Caribbean as a key player in the international dialogue on climate action and resilience, especially in relation to climate finance. A key tool in this regard is the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, which has been developed to assess the vulnerabilities beyond traditional income metrics. The index incorporates factors such as environmental risks, economic exposure, and social factors, offering a comprehensive view of a country's overall vulnerability. The index is particularly important for Caribbean countries as it helps them qualify for financing on more favorable terms. It allowed Caribbean nations to demonstrate the full extent of their vulnerability and to access resources that are specifically designed to help them build resilience. Finally, the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, together with initiatives at the international level on finance issues, underscores the Caribbean potential to act as a global model for countries facing similar challenges. By leveraging their expertise in climate resilience, Caribbean nations can guide others in developing the world on how to secure access to climate finance, while also helping to reform the international financing system to better accommodate the needs of vulnerable countries. The frequency and intensity of hurricanes, the threat of volcanic eruptions, and the rising sea levels caused by climate change all pose existential threats to island nations. These challenges highlight the urgent need for a coordinated response at both regional and international levels. The Caribbean's vulnerability requires not only mitigation strategies, but also long-term adaptation plans. The impact of climate change, particularly in the Caribbean, are already evident in increased intensity of storms, and hurricanes, as well as more frequent flooding and coastal erosion, without mentioning the sargassum issue, which is a direct consequence of climate change. Thanks to science, it could be transformed in an economic and sustainable opportunity. Team Europe is working hard to address the issue, and Italy is closely following the discussion within the Global Gateway Initiative framework of the European Union. The economic and human costs of these natural disasters are high, affecting sectors like tourism, agriculture, and fisheries, key pillars for many Caribbean economies. This is where innovation and technology solutions come in. The Caribbean, despite being small in size, has shown remarkable innovation in adapting to these challenges. Through the integration of renewable energy technologies, climate-resilient agricultural practices, and sustainable coastal management, the region is showing how innovation can drive real, on-the-ground solutions to environmental challenges. These examples of resilience and adaptation can become a source of inspiration for other countries facing similar vulnerabilities. It is crucial that the international community, in collaboration with regional bodies like CARICOM, ACAs, OACAs, and others, work together to address these issues through shared expertise and resources. Italy's role in this global effort includes supporting disaster preparedness and response system, as well as funding projects that help countries adapt to changing climate. Additionally, Italy's expertise in environmental monitoring and technology can contribute to better predicting and mitigating this natural hazard. An important aspect of this cooperation is the idea of strengthening these ties between Italy's Civil Protection Agency and the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, CDEMA. By enhancing early warning system and creating regulatory frameworks to improve disaster management, Italy's Civil Protection and CDEMA can work together to better equip Caribbean nations to respond to natural disasters. This collaboration could include joint training programs, the sharing of best practices, and the development of comprehensive disaster management infrastructure that strengthens the region's ability to manage and mitigate the impact of natural calamities. In light of these challenges, it is essential that Caribbean countries focus on strengthening their resilience in key sectors such as tourism, agriculture, and fisheries. These sectors are central to the economies of most Caribbean nations and form a significant portion of government revenues. The ability to mitigate the impact of natural disasters and to build resilience in these industries is crucial for sustaining economic growth and preserving livelihoods. For instance, the development of climate-resilient agricultural practices, the implementation of sustainable fishing practices, and the protection of coastal areas can help safeguard the Caribbean natural resources along with its economic future. At the same time, science and technology innovation are becoming increasingly critical for addressing these vulnerabilities. The ongoing discussions on the establishment of a synchrotron facility in the Greater Caribbean region, for example, represent a major step forward in harnessing cutting-edge technologies that can accelerate research on climate resilience, renewable energy, and sustainable development. Synchrotrons offer powerful tools that can revolutionize research in fields like environmental science, material science, and health, offering solutions to pressing challenges like those posed by climate change. Here, Italy's support in promoting sustainable technologies and agricultural practice becomes invaluable. By linking Caribbean countries with international experts and fostering knowledge exchange, Italy can help bolster the region's capacity to withstand climate-related shocks. This collaborative approach, combined with the financial resources outlined at the beginning of my speech, will go a long way in ensuring that the Caribbean can face the challenges on climate change while maintaining its economic viability. Another essential factor in the Caribbean's growth and development is regional integration. The Caribbean community, CARICOM, has long been a driving force for collaboration among Caribbean nations, promoting policies that enhance economic cooperation, trade, and regional stability. However, there is still much potential to strengthen this integration, particularly in the fields of infrastructure, trade, disaster management, and transport. To name just a few, one of the key ways to enhance regional integration is by improving the transportation networks that connect the islands. The development of better maritime and air transport infrastructure will facilitate trade, tourism, and overall connectivity. This is where the role of CARICOM becomes even more pivotal. It can advocate for policies that support cross-border infrastructure projects and implement them. Moreover, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States also plays a crucial role in fostering the interdependence among its member islands, particularly in areas such as climate change, mitigation, disaster response, and energy collaboration. By building stronger regional connections, Caribbean nations can better coordinate response to crisis, share resources, and create a more integrated market. Italy's support for a regional project, particularly those that enhance connectivity and sustainability, is a vital contribution to this vision of a unified Caribbean. By facilitating access to cutting-edge technologies, the international community can help Caribbean researchers and institutions harness the full potential of science to address the region's challenges. Moreover, the sharing of knowledge and technology through such collaboration will help local scientists develop innovative solutions for sustainable agriculture, renewable energy, and disaster resilience. In this context, Italy's commitment to supporting initiatives such as those found in Trieste can be a game changer for the Caribbean. ICTP, TWAS, ICGB, LETRA offer critical expertise and capacity building opportunities that will empower Caribbean scientists and engineers to tackle some of the region's most pressing issues. The scientific world knows no barriers and can already access cutting-edge technologies that are useful for balanced and sustainable global development. For example, I think of the Copernicus project, whose data collected by the constellation of satellites is freely accessible to all countries that request it. Scientific diplomacy plays a crucial role in overcoming the physical and cultural barriers that often separate people. It is through the sharing of knowledge and scientific resources that we can unite brilliant minds and innovative ideas from every corner of the world to tackle global challenges such as climate change, poverty, and global health. The potential of science and technology is amplified when we collaborate on an international scale. The solutions for the future to be truly effective must be universal and inclusive, aiming for the well-being and progress of all, regardless of their geographical or economic background. Sustainable progress is not only about advanced technologies, but also about collective actions that leverage the strength of the global community. Through scientific diplomacy, we can break down barriers and build a global network of innovation that promotes a fair, resilient, and prosperous future for all. Scientific diplomacy represents a vital resource of addressing global challenges, enabling the creation of alliances between countries and institutions from every part of the world. The tangible results of such cooperation are visible across many sectors, from renewable energy research to natural resource management to responses to health crises and natural disasters. Every time we set aside differences and work for common goals, we can achieve extraordinary results that not only promote scientific progress, but also improve the quality of life for millions of people. In this context, scientific diplomacy is a key that opens the door to a new era of international cooperation, where the integration of resources and knowledge serves the common good. Let me conclude by saying that the realization of synchrotron facilities in the Great Caribbean represents more than just a scientific achievement. It is a symbol of the deeper political, economic, and cultural ties among the Caribbean countries. Through scientific diplomacy, cultural exchange, legal cooperation, and joint efforts on climate action, we are laying the groundwork for a stronger, more resilient international cooperation among our countries. And I'm very happy to see that in this session, we have lots of Italians in strategical positions. Mrs. Biscardi, which I know since my high school period in Madrid, and Andrea Lausi are Italian. So they are representing the scientific community around the world, and Mr. Leo Violini too. So people that I know and people that I commend for this, for their attitude and for their, say, engagement to this work, to put together all the scientists of the world, all the synchrotrons together and collaborate for the aiming of one objective, which is the well-being of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The presentation is now open for questions. First, Leo Violini, then Marvadin.
Thank you, Ambassador. Well, you know, we have discussed very many times about this project, but I think it's a duty for me, given the organization of this meeting, to ask you a question. As you have realized, this question is not only related to the area of the Great Caribbean, it is also beyond. And the beyond includes also certain areas in which Italy is especially active, namely Africa, for example, where there is a project, an important project, which has been object of several interventions in this meeting. There is Central Asia, Uzbekistan. Now the question is, this multi-dimension of our project can find some way of, through your person, of having an interaction with the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to see whether some actions can be thought on a multilateral way, but multilateral in a very broad sense. I know the question is not obvious.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Mr. Briolini. Well, what I believe is, in a certain way, the concept that we're confronting at the end of the last intervention. We can have success, in a general way, success if we make some sort of a marketing of the existence of the synchrotron, the light source, all these machines, let's say science instruments, can have much more capability and possibility to get into the international financial arena if they are well known. I know that you are talking about constantly about the results and the objective of synchrotron in Sesame, Elettra, in Italy, and others. But it's like concerning just a few number of people and mostly science people. And this, I think, is a bit a difficulty because it has to be, the word has to be spread also into other environment, not just scientific. Well, we have UNESCO, obviously, but let's say science diplomacy has to be built around concepts that are eatable, meaning comprehensible to the majority of the people. And this is a question that has to be overcome, I think, in the future, because I didn't know. I mean, I knew Sesame, but I didn't know after this presentation where it was exactly, what it does, what kind of results it can achieve. And it's, if we think about it, it's very simple where they can get into. I mean, the progress of life is always evolving, and you have always new steps of endeavors and results that you can present on a simplified manner. And this is very important, not just for the people that manages finances around the world on international finances institutions, but beginning with the schools, beginning with college, beginning with universities, because people don't know exactly what synchrotron does. But when they have a problem and they have to go to the clinic and have ray expanded in their eyes because they have a problem in their eyes, they immediately understand what it is. But we don't have to arrive to that. We have to do the work before so that the people understand. And so you will have nurturing a bunch of people that will come to you and say, I want to become a scientist, I want to become a synchrotron specialist, etc. I don't know if I answered to your question.
We have opportunity of discussing more in the future anyway.
Thank you. Marvadine, please.
Yes, Roberto, good to see you, and thank you. I really have to commend you for the work you've been doing, and getting to know, moving around the region and getting to know what's been going on. We've had you visit with us at the University of the West Indies. You know about the Crystal Project. You know that the Italians, Michele Zima, and our project with the Global South, Lucia Mani, which will have 3 undergraduate students from here visit Lucia's lab for 2 months. So we're close, and Italy is doing a lot in the region, and you introduced us. We had a meeting with the lecturer. It would be nice if we could build out, as you heard with Mikel's presentation this morning, that kind of cooperation with the lecturer, where young people from here can go, because you spoke about empowering and capacity building at that level. I heard you say, though, that, the Caribbean is doing a lot in terms of, climate change, disaster management, and so on. And we still have, as you know, we have SEDEMA, we still have some problems. Those serious problems are still here with the limited enforcement of building codes, the data and information gaps, the social vulnerabilities, and insufficient adaptation measures. But infrastructure in science and scientific research, including synchrotrons and the feeder facilities like Crystal, will empower environmental monitoring, material resistance studies, agricultural innovation, those things that you are interested in. Your priority for your budget, you listed climate change. How do you plan to help us with that investment in the infrastructure that's needed?
Well, hello, Maradine. It's good to see you. And I can say that you're always very precise on the ideas you have. Well, help. Nothing comes for nothing. Obviously, now the word priority is today it's Africa, but it's for obvious reasons, because we think that social issues, immigration issues, has to be tackled from the origin. I mean, from the countries of origin, and we try to help on this management of immigration. But on the other hand, we don't forget the Caribbeans. And well, you have a proof that it's also for us a priority, being the fact that the government of Italy has named a special envoy for the Caribbean, and this since 10 years. Well, I am special envoy since 1 year, so 1 year and some weeks, I guess. And the work I've been doing is trying to understand the best way possible. And that's why I went to the Caribbean and spent not just a bit of time, but last time I went for a month, going around all the countries, is to understand how these countries can position themselves in order to ask for financements, for infrastructure, for projects in development, sustainable development. One key, let me say, one key actor in this endeavor is San Salvador, where we have the Agency for Cooperation to Development headquarters for Central America. They have to have a project well balanced so that they can present it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That's the first step, to mobilize those 50 million euros that I was talking beginning of my intervention. And those 2.5 millions that are accessible for making the project, writing the project, consultancy. So I have to say that some funds are there. And that is why I was talking about the Bridgetown Initiative and the MVI. Is because the Caribbean are doing their part to make understand at the international arena or area that even though they are not allowed to apply for development, projects for development with the terms that needed to be put together to get that funds, they could do it in the other way around, making the vulnerability index present themselves as equally in difficulty and needed as other countries that are the index, the lower index for applying to the monies, funds to development, to cooperation. I'm sorry, I have to articulate, otherwise it's very difficult to answer in a word. It's more articulated than that. So those money are there. Now we have the Caribbean Bank for Development, that is the counterpart for those projects, that can be also applied to and talk to them with the CDB, Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, is another way. And they have now a new president elected 1 week ago. And in fact, before that, we had for 1 year a lack of president, so we had some difficulties on presenting projects. But the reality is that the countries in the Caribbean have to present the project to the Caribbean Development Bank, making San Salvador know of this project, and together work to the implementation of that project, searching for funds. It's not an easy task, I understand. It's not that you raise your finger and it's a good project, you will have the monies. It's much more complicated.
Thank you very much.
Still,
thank you very much.
My efforts will still be there.
Thank you so much. We have to move to the next speaker. The title of the next presentation is The Supreme Influence of the International Cooperation on Large-Scale Infrastructure by Ihan Kamel, who's the Sesame Infrared Beamline Principal Scientist on leave from the Physics Department, Faculty of Science, Helwan University, Cairo, Egypt. Dr. Kamel obtained her PhD in physics in 2011 from the University of Rome, La Sapienza, Italy, and held beamline researcher position at Daphne Light at the Italian Institute of Nuclear Physics before moving to Sesame in 2015 for the construction and operation of the Sesame IR beamline. In her role, she focuses on using infrared light for various scientific studies, ranging from biology, medicine, archaeology, material science, among others. Dr. Kamel was honored with the recognition of the President of the Italian Republic and the International Day of Women in 2017. In 2020, she was awarded the Eureka South Shore Prize as Aqua Laureate of Eureka Prize of the French organization, AMXT, the professional network of scientific, technical, and industrial cultures, for her role at Sesame. In 2024, she received the John Whitley Award from the American Physical Society, being recognized for exceptional contribution to capacity building in Africa, the Middle East, and other developing countries, including leadership in training researchers in beamline techniques and synchrotron light sources, and establishing the groundwork for future facilities in the Global South. Thank you for accepting, and welcome. Dr. Kamel?
No, Andrea Louding here. Hi. I just received a call from Jihan. She has lost electricity, so she asks if she can switch her with the next speaker.
Okay, let me see. We move to the next speaker, if that's okay. And I'm pretty sure Galileo Violini will be happy to switch places with her for the time being. I guess Galileo requires no presentation. The title of his talk today is Global South Global Light Source Program. Galileo is elementary particle theoretical physicist, former professor of mathematical methods of physics at the Universities of Rome and Calabria, co-founder and director, now emeritus, of the International Physics Center of Bogota, John Whitley Award and Joseph Burton Forum Award of the American Physical Society, and Abdus Salam Spirit Award of the International Center for Theoretical Physics, Abdus Salam. Honorary member of the Colombian Academy of Exact, Physical and Natural Sciences, fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science, fellow of the American Physical Society, former UNESCO representative to Islamic Republic of Iran, and director of Tehran office. Doctor honoris causa of the Ricardo Palma University of Lima, consultant to the governments of Guatemala and the Dominican Republic, and to UNESCO, SUCA, ICTP, and other national and international organizations. Author of some 400 publications on science policy, theoretical physics, and science education. Chair of the Executive Committee of the Greater Caribbean Light Source Initiative, GCLSI, La Amistad. Thank you.
I was trying to put the transparencies, but it does not work.
I don't know if Lawrence or other has Leo's presentation.
I'm trying to put the transparencies, but it does not work. In fact, I'm trying to share it.
Let me see if I didn't have it up, but I have it.
I see on my screen, but you don't see them.
No, we don't.
Hold on.
So I think it's the same which happened to other people before. I sent to you my slides.
You did.
Can you put my slides?
Hold on. Excuse me. Okay, hold on. I'm about to share. Are we right? Okay, we're good.
No, okay. Thank you very much, Victor. And well, you can move the slide. The next slide, please. Well, I would like to start mentioning a very important quote from Vannevar Bush. In science, the endless frontier is set the point that the importance of science for the progress, and this was really the origin of much of what has been done in the United States after the Second World War. This consideration should be valid also in developing countries. In fact, science is essential for technological development, is essential for innovation. However, when one moves from an advanced country to a developing country, there are certain barriers which appear. Namely, first of all, the scientific barrier of the different development, and which is even more important, the financial barriers, because certain applications require a very big investment. I'm referring practically to the private taxonomy of innovation, which really limits the capacity of innovating for a developing country. Please, slide. Well, when one talks about science in the South, there are a number of basic questions. The most immediate one is, should one make frontier research or look for immediate application? Well, the opinion on this of the scientists is usually very clear. Who say the Nobel Prize from Argentina was very clear, saying that looking for immediate application is the wrong policy for developing countries. In a different area, Nuccio Ordine spoke about the usefulness of the useful in social sciences, but this really can be applied also to science, because many applications produce intangible results which can be visible only much later. And I would like also to quote an old paper by Emile Borel, the father of statistics. It is a paper exactly 100 years ago, in which he made clear, he stated clearly that the balance of science or investment must be made statistically. One cannot expect that all the projects produce a result, which is now a trend which is rather diffused, unfortunately. And then there is another problem, the problem of financing of science in the South, because this has to face the problem of opportunity cost, because often there are serious social problems which require a different use of money. But as a matter of fact, the level of funding in science in Latin America is extremely low. The average is 0.63% of the GDP, but this is dominated by the contribution of Brazil, and whereas advanced countries invest 4 times to 10 times more. And in Latin America, there are tremendous differences between different countries. So the basic question is, did all this mean that when one talks about science in a developing country, we are talking of the same thing as of science in the first world? Please change. Please change. Well, the priorities of the science in the South are of different sort, reflecting what I was just saying. But I would like to put accent in particular on the problem of infrastructure. Today, we listen to some comment, for example, that also ISC has a certain line of thought which underscores the importance of scientific infrastructure. And this in particular is especially relevant when one talks about big infrastructure, like is the case of Sincrotrones. Please. But before doing that, I would like to make a comment about what is the economical context in which we should locate Latin American countries. The economic matrix is based on a number of input items which are essentially of high volatility. And some of them, nevertheless, could benefit very much from a synchrotron. Let's take, for example, agriculture. Of course, the problem of agriculture has to do with food, with the quality of food, and this can be benefit from synchrotron, but also natural resources. For example, in a country like the Dominican Republic, which in the last few years, in the last few months, has given a special importance to the search of rare earths, really is an area in which synchrotrons can be extremely useful. And synchrotrons, of course, are not only for this. They have a tremendous versatility, which makes them a very powerful tool for the development of a region. And this applies in particular with reference to the problem of the Sustainable Development Goals, because this is the decade of SDG, and synchrotrons are effective in at least 13 of the 17 goals of so that this is a very appropriate moment to talk about synchrotrons for development. Despite this, in Latin America, the situation is well known. There is only one synchrotron. The synchrotron is located in Campinas, and we listened already to some comment in the history of synchrotrons in the region. There was some idea in Colombia, in Mexico, in Cuba, but these initiatives did not have success. Why? Possibly because of their national nature. Because, as a matter of fact, the investment in synchrotron is a very big investment for a country, even for a country like Mexico. And if it is like Mexico, you can imagine also for Colombia, which has a GDP much smaller than Mexico, or for Cuba. And so perhaps this is the explanation why, when we proposed 3 years ago, the idea, which has been presented by Victor Castagno before me very well, of a regional project, this attracted interest because to some extent could provide a system to make less heavy the burden for the countries to have such a structure. Of course, the regionality brings a number of questions for its feasibility, which are of political nature, but certainly economically it is less costly. We have some indication that this had success, the idea. In fact, after we published the paper in Nature, which was mentioned by Victor before, we noticed that this article was noticed by a Colombian journal of political interest in Latin America. It was also noticed by the Russian governmental television, which quoted it as one of the 3 projects which would be important to change the science in Latin America. And beside this, one can also say that we try to do some new experiment, like the idea of convening the symposium in 6 different countries, so to keep very strongly the internationalization of our project. And then, since we're talking about the region, it has also to be quoted the importance of the synergy with the Puerto Rico project. I thank Mitchell for his kind comment about our project, but certainly it is clear that for the 2 of us, there are many things which can be done together. Of course, even if the 2 projects have a different idea, Puerto Rico is a project in the system of the United States. Ours is a project whose vocation is originally regional. But the 2 things at some point interfere in a constructive way. Could you? Okay. Now the question is, when one talks about this project, are we talking about the feasible project or just about an idea which has no chance of being realized? I refer basically to the case of the Gran Caribbean regional project. The conference have shown that from the example of Alban Sesame and today from Solaris, that the time between political decision and the beginning of operation is sufficient to build a scientific community. However, it is also shown that it is not necessary that we have already at the beginning a very broad community. This community can grow during the operation, so that really one can easily expect that this will only be feasible after a while. For what concerns the financial feasibility, the cost of a synchrotron is in the order of $1 billion over its period of life. I remember that yesterday Giorgio Margheritondo put it in 35 years period. Now, this represents only about 0.03% of the region GDP per year. And in case of a regional project, a similar impact would be for each country. If one considers the low level of investment in science of the countries, it is clear that financially this is feasible. The problem lies at the level of political feasibility, both at the national, multinational, and international level. Let me make some comment about the political critical aspect for science in the region. Well, I was already mentioning how much is the investment in science of the region, but this also is a structural problem, because most of it comes from three countries: Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico. The rest of the country invests very little. In fact, the average is dominated by these three countries. There is a mythical goal, which is often quoted, 1% of GDP. Another mythical goal is to promote private-public cooperation. However, one must say that there are also other problems. For example, for what concerns higher education system, the fact that in many countries it is dominated or certainly is a very important private component means that a certain philosophy have become popular. For example, that even also public university should self-finance postgraduate courses, which really is a real problem. The priorities are often established in a way which is coherent to maintain the economic metrics I was mentioning. Even industrialization is seen more like a kind of better maquila than that of developing high tech in the region. Of course, there are certain magic words: innovation, artificial intelligence, but these are not accompanied by paying attention to moving to change structural and face a structural problem. And there's also a lack of a global plan which encompasses jointly education, higher education, science, technology, and industrial development. To this, one should add that there is a wrong perception by the scientific community. It is a kind of believing that the time is always the same, like in Macondo of Garcia Marquez. It is impossible to change the situation. And so many scientists try to survive, taking advantage as much as they can of what they can take from the current situation. The consequences are there is a skepticism about the idea of changing the situation, and also at the level of policy in the university, inbreeding is favored, and there is little way to change, little way to propose at international level for the cooperation, the priorities which are national or regional, and the preference is to adequate the research in our region to the indication which come from the big donors. I was talking about the Macondo syndrome, and in fact, I have a personal experience to mention. The problems are really as if time is not a variable. Forgetting that developing countries are in a system in which they need to accelerate and reach advanced countries, but instead, which in the meanwhile are making progress. And instead, the things are all the same. I can quote that in 1990, I wrote an article with Marta Lucia Guardiola, José Luis Villaveses for a conference of the TWS. Well, I wrote again exactly the same thing with copying and pasting from that article, an article published 1 year ago. Well, basically, this article was perfectly reasonable in the context of 1 year ago, and I'm afraid maybe still good in 5 or 10 years from now. So this is something which must be broken. And this is, change slide, please. And this is not only, change slide, please. It's not only our experience, it's an experience which is valid a long time, since 1 century and a half. I here quote a statement by the first president of Costa Rica, by a president of Argentina, you may read them, by a Nobel Prize from Argentina, and yesterday John Yemela added another quote from a president of Harvard during the period. So you can see that this spans about 130 years, 140 years, but they say exactly the same, that it is essential to make investment in science and in education. If one does not know this and one if does not do this, this may be eventually much more expensive than the investment which has not been done. Please change. Well, now how this has to do with synchrotrons. Here is the map of the synchrotrons in the world. And it calls attention the fact that in Africa there is nothing, in Latin America there is only Sirius, and they are and also in certain areas, this was already observed by Margaritondo yesterday, in certain areas you see that they are limited. For example, in Central Asia, they are not, well, it seems that they are, but it's simply the name of the Chinese one, which goes on Central Asia. Please change this. So, from this, one deduces that it is strongly needed a joint action in different regions of the world, because we can make reference to the UN mandate and to the role of UN agencies. It is clear that if we go to one of such agencies with a project, which is a national project or even a one region project, we would face many difficulties to be really considered unless there is a strong support by the involved countries. So what we think, it is a discussion which is being developed, that we need is a global project, a project which encompasses the scientific development and goals at a global level. And because the synchrotrons are powerful for so many of the SDG, that they can access easily, can fit easily in the mission of many international agencies and institutions. Yesterday, to listen to what was told to us by Dr. Kasri, the science director of UNESCO, but it is not only UNESCO. Yesterday, Lawrence Norris made reference to the importance of CARICOM, and there are also many other institutions which can find interesting to work for synchrotron. 2 years ago, we had the first joint action with the African group. There was a session in the Cape Town World Science Forum organized by SCTP and Sesame. I participated in that session. There was Dr. Mutingwa in representation of the African project, and this gave origin to a synergy with African Light Source Project, which had several manifestations, mutual participation in events organized by one or the other. And about 1 month ago, we made the further progress in the first joint meeting with the Iranian project and Uzbek project, so that really we are thinking to have a project, a global project, which originally would include at least our five projects. I say 5 because also Sesame, even if it's not a project, is part of the same philosophy. So what we're thinking is to establish a consortium a consortium which would be open to other South projects, because the same idea are going on in many different countries. And also, I would like to add one quote from the director of Sesame 2 years ago, during the symposium I was referring to. Then Alfonso Fuentesoria, one of the authors of the paper on archive mentioned by Victor Castagno before, asked Harry Westphal whether he thought that a project of synchrotron in the Caribbean would not compete with the synchrotron in Brazil. The answer of the director of synchrotron in Brazil was very clear. He said, no, what really Latin America needs is many synchrotrons. In fact, we are thinking that even if we make the project of a GCLSI, this should be accompanied by a number of small synchrotrons or small accelerator in other countries, so that really we have a very big regional project of light sources. A milestone in this direction is a declaration which was issued a couple of weeks ago in Trieste, where there was a meeting, a conference promoted by ICTP and the German Foundation Ereus. And you will see the conference with the declaration in the next transparency. Well, there is no need that I read it, because you can see it perfectly well. But in practice, this declaration was referring specifically to the importance of the current projects aiming at development of facilities in Africa, Caribbean, Central Asia, Middle East, and Sesame, which is basically the current definition of our Global South project. And so that I think there was a transparency before with the picture of the participants. Was not it there? Can you see if, well, I want also to show you the picture of the participants. Apparently, it was put in a different place. This was the group which voted, and the little baby on the ground is the daughter of the one of the proposer of the Uzbek project, which is the lady sitting down here in the first row. She's a very nice small girl. Well, perhaps she will see these synchrotrons if they are done with a vision of 100 years, as yesterday.
Right, going to be the director of Sesame one day.
Okay, so that now, what is the political justification for this? Well, the results which we can expect are really many, and with these results, with the perspective of a return of investment in the order of 1.2 to 1.5, as the estimate for Petra, the estimate for Alba, and another estimate we made for our project confirmed, it is not just enough to establish not a few, but several light sources in our region.
Leo, your time is up.
No, this is the last one. Perhaps this goal is ambitious. However, actually there is only an acknowledgement in the next one. However, the alternative to this is to perpetuate a scientific development and watch the gap and with the first world widen, and cultivating illusions that artificial intelligence, innovation, open science, and other similar mantra will rescue developing countries from a condition of subordination that calls into question the reality and scope of the sovereignty of these countries. And I would like to show the last transparency, which is just an acknowledgement of, please, could you show of the three people who have been extremely important for what I said in this thing: Eduardo Amaldi, Leon Lederman, and Abdul Salam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since we are already behind schedule, I will call Dr. Jihan Kamel, who I already introduced, to present the paper, The Supreme Influence of the International Cooperation on Large-Scale Infrastructure. Welcome, Dr. Kamel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but
Hello?
we don't see your. Yes, we can. Yes.
Now
we
you can see it, right?
And we see your screen.
Yeah, because it's moving like that. So now you can see it, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for this inconvenience. I had a power cut in my area, so it's quite inconvenient. Thank you for the invitation to join your efforts, and I really wish you best of luck, not only at your side, also at our side as well. And I hope soon everybody will get the fruit of all these appreciated efforts. So my presentation today, I will just try to give some quick messages of how international cooperation had a supreme, as I call it, influence on large-scale infrastructures. And of course, I take Sesame as an example as I'm working there, and also as a witness of what's going on for the African Light Source establishment, and also the following the efforts for the Great Caribbean Light Sources initiatives. I would say that I didn't do it like a present, maybe like that is better. So my presentation actually goes aligned with that of Andrea. I just put some highlights of what Andrea mentioned about Sesame. So everybody knows now that Sesame is synchrotron light for experimental science and applications in the Middle East. It had a huge journey of international cooperation from conception to operation. So it started with the major seed of BESI 1. As Andrea said, we are still operating with the injector of BESI 1. However, with these components you see in the center of the photo, that was, well, we could say that that was the idea of Sesame in 2002. However, it was not enough because we know that in this region, apart from the geopolitical conflicts as well as the limited budget, it would have needed a lot of years, which also proved to be a truth, that Sesame took more like 20 years to convert some of these boxes into an operational facility. However, we thank all the visionary people who thought of upgrading and having an extensive upgrade to Sesame in order to have it today as a competitive third generation light source. As Andrea mentioned, Sesame is a brilliant example of science diplomacy in the Middle East, but also beyond the Middle East. And it's quite clear from this map why it's represented that way, because you just look at the members of Sesame in this map, you see without alphabetical order, you see Turkey, Jordan, Palestine, Cyprus, Egypt, Israel, Iran, and Pakistan, which I would say it captures the essence of science diplomacy in the region. And I would say also that we are hoping to create a different future for our different past and different present as well. Everybody thinks that regional shared problems can be solved through cross-border collaborations, but sometimes this proves to be insufficient. It's quite not enough, and you really need to have more efforts, more collaborations, and you need to have always plan B, C, D strategies to align with the evolving situations, in particular for the regions such as our region in the Middle East. As Andrea mentioned, Sesame has also observers. Those are backing us up. They are strengthening us, and we do not overestimate if we say that without such international cooperation and strengthening, Sesame wouldn't exist from the beginning, and it's quite clear from starting from BC1 until today. And through this presentation, I'll show you how the international cooperation is managing to keep us alive and keep us surviving and giving us a way to a sort of sustainability even in feverish region like ours. So external support received from observers is actually having a diverse pillars. So we can have consultations and advices from members of advisory committees, like technical advisory committees, scientific advisory committees, as well as others. We can have also equipment or cash for equipment. And a very important pillar of this external support is materialized in terms of training, organizing users meetings, workshops, as well as individual training, both for Sesame staff as well as Sesame users, in addition to expert visits to Sesame and fellowships. This is an example of how this external support coupled with science diplomacy put in action together for Sesame. In this photo, you see an engineer from Sesame testing one of the magnets, one of the cells at CERN in 2015. And in this, you see complemented efforts between Spain, France, UK, Germany, Turkey, Cyprus, Pakistan, Italy, of course, Switzerland, and Israel. So it's a combination of efforts between members and observers for the well-being of the researchers, not only in the Middle East, but beyond. Just to show you that we are having a lot of collaborative agreements and memoranda of understandings with different synchrotron light sources in Europe, as well as different agencies, institutions. Those are providing a lot of expertise and financial support. We have also resolutions and endorsements. Those were well put in place during the early phases of the development of Sesame, as well as until now, I would say that. And again, you see here a lot of help that was provided in terms of whether fellowships, components, training opportunities, outreach and visibility. I would say it was provided by a lot of hands, not only synchrotron light sources, but a lot of societies and institutions. And also, I wouldn't, of course, forget the UNESCO for that. So Sesame was inaugurated in 2017, and in 2018 it became the first associate of LEAPS, that's the League of European Accelerator-Based Photon Sources. In 2019, it became the world's first large accelerator complex that is fully powered by renewable energy with a very generous support from the EU. And here, just to mention that how these international efforts are put together, the funding for such a solar power plant started in 2016 was directed to the government of Jordan through the Ministry of Energy, but it was agreed generously to direct this fund given by the EU. That was something like $7 million to support the deployment of clean energy sources. And again, as Andrea mentioned, without this solar power plant, Sesame would have been closed a few years ago. We are also trying to align with the science missions for sustainability, and we are well committed to go out of the frame that Sesame is a political project or just a project for supporting science for peace or science diplomacy. We are also very well committed to align with the Sustainable Development Goals as it appears in our research and publications. So what we are doing is that we are having a lot of experiments over the 5 beam lines. Those we are having operational until now. We are having applications in diverse fields, materials, science, energy, chemistry, industry, batteries, cultural heritage, biomedicine, water pollution, and others. This is just a snap to show you the wide base of our users coming not only from the Sesame members, but also from the observers and other countries. And those highlighted in red are our newcomers, our new colleagues coming from African countries to conduct experiments at Sesame. Some of them already had experiments, some others just applied for proposals, and hopefully they can also get the opportunity to do their research at Sesame. The target for us is to transfer the know-how through collaborations, training, as well as networking to have somehow a tangible implementation of the SDGs. I put here a few projects, those we have practiced along the years at Sesame, and I just give you a flavor of these projects. Some of them are already closed, others are new. So this one was called Calypso Plus. That's convenient access to light sources open to innovation, science, and to the world. That project, actually, it's closed by now, and it had a consortium of 19 partners offering access to 14 synchrotron light sources, 8 free electron laser centers in Europe and the Middle East. Basically to remove the barriers for access to the world-class accelerator-based light sources in Europe and in the Middle East. There were a lot of dissemination activities, not only targeting basic and applied science, not only targeting training, but also industry. And this project was coordinated by Helmholtz, Zentrum, Dresden, Rosendorf. And this slide shows this project in a nutshell. Basically, it was targeting for us transnational access tailor-made. And the budget of this project was like 10 million euros. It took a period of years. And we had a lot of benefits out of it. The second major project that we had also, that was again an EU project, that was called Open Sesame, and that was Horizon 2020 for opening synchrotron light for experimental science and applications in the Middle East. Again, this project ended in 2019. The budget for this project was around 2 million euros, and it was coordinated by the ESRF in Grenoble. And again, this project, as other projects, it has partners. Sesame was one of them. And it has, I would say, 4 work packages. Those were basically for project management, communication, foster Sesame sustainability, training center, as well as strengthening the user services. Some key objectives of this project were to train Sesame staff, both for technical and scientific sectors, to build up human capacity in the Middle East researchers to optimally use Sesame in the best way, as well as training the staff and the users community for public outreach and corporate communications. And this was not only for having fun, but it was also important to support Sesame and stakeholders to attract more members to join Sesame, as well as to demonstrate socio-economic impact to ensure its long-term sustainability. This project, Sunstone, is our new baby at Sesame. Andrea mentioned it, and again, it's an EU project. We started it this year, and also it aims to enhance the research capabilities of researchers in the Middle East and Africa. Promoting the use of synchrotron radiation techniques in the region, again, foster more collaboration and support more development of scientific infrastructures. This project also is coordinated by the ESRF and other synchrotron light sources, together with INFN, as well as the Cyprus Institute. And a major part of it is devoted to training program, again, in 4 thematic areas like cultural heritage, life science, science and operando conditions, as well as environmental science. This project is based on quite strategic approach, is to build on the previous achievements and existing partnerships. Those are already existing to strengthen the ties between EU and Sesame. A major pillar also is to enhance the outreach to Africa, and we are trying to build on this. And one of our efforts now is to support having an African beamline at Sesame. Meanwhile, we are also putting a lot of efforts to have the first African light source in the African continent. Also, LEAPS, as was mentioned, is one important aspect that we're trying to align to, as well as making a lot of connections to advance the African scientific growth and we are not a partner, we are just an associate, but it's a project that's worth mentioning. And again, it's a project of 23 partners with 17 represented countries, and this is a new project. And again, you see all the partners here and the aims are again about networking, training, and facilitate transnational access activities. Again, it has a lot of goals. I put this slide here. Maybe you can refer to it back, as well as the website. And it has also very good targets to provide user-driven access program targeting new and non-expert communities with a focus on Ukraine and Africa, making them a priority. Lightsources.org is a very nice initiative that simplifies one voice for the brightest science since 2004. And it focuses on 3 geographic zones: Europe, the Middle East, the Americas, and Asia. And I will just mention here that Sesame and the African Light Source Foundation are honorary members of the lightsources.org. I wouldn't forget LAMP. And of course, you heard from Michaela about LAMP and also other speakers, is to advance the light sources in Africa, Mexico, the Caribbean, South America, Central and Southeast Asia, Middle East, and Pacific Islands. And I'm glad to mention that this month, so it started November and December, we're having the first LAMP faculty team member at Sesame on the IR beamline. I end with the next mile, that it's quite clear that the African continent is the only one so far that is lacking such an advanced facilities. So a lot of efforts are being put together towards the first African light source. Sesame and LAMP are the only, I'd say, organizations those signed MOUs with the African Light Source Foundation. We have also received a lot of letters from African institutions, from advanced light sources, international institutions, as well as external national institutions and organizations. And I thank you so much, and I apologize again for this inconvenience. Thank you so much.
Victor, you are muted.
Yes, thank you, Patrick. I was saying that the presentation is now open for questions and comments. Any comment? I do have a question, and perhaps depending on your answer, a comment. What do you think is the main limitation for having such a facility in the African continent? Of course, money is obvious, but imagine that all of a sudden the money will be available. Do you consider that that will be enough, or a strong investment in building capacity or infrastructure in terms of things as obvious as electricity and other facilities are required. What would you say is the fundamental roadmap for obtaining this dream of having synchrotron in the African continent?
Yeah, thank you so much, Victor. So I'll just give a comment out of our experience with Sesame. As you correctly said, the budget is not enough. Even if we have budget, there are other factors those have to be taken into consideration as well. And the two major factors I would say is the regional stability. This is a very important aspect to be considered, as well as capacity building, not only as, of course, infrastructure is important, like land, electricity, and others, but also human capacity building is very important, and users' community is very important. And one of the successful examples that Sesame is giving is that Sesame started building its users' community years in advance of having any information about the facility where it will be hosted or whatever. So the first users meeting was in 2002, and Sesame became in 2017. Again, the groundbreaking of the building was in 2008. So you see, the first thing that we thank everybody for it is that they started building the users community, preparing them, getting them ready to use the facility once it's ready. So I would say budget is, of course, that is a vital element, but unfortunately it's not enough. We need geopolitical stability, we need users community, and we also need the skilled staff to run such a facility. Otherwise, we could have the best facility in the world, but without skilled staff, without users community to use, I would say it's quite useless.
Thank you very much indeed. Any other questions? I have another one. I don't know if you had the chance to listen to my earlier presentation today, because I stressed out the role and the need of involving women. I personally have 4 sisters, 1 daughter. 2 of my sisters and my daughter are scientists. And also in physics, there are very few women, and I have had the opportunity to work with many. What would you say as a woman is the main challenge to enter this area of synchrotron science and technology?
Actually, this is it's quite difficult question, but out of experience, again, it proves very difficult to many. I was the only woman scientist at Sesame for something like, I think, 9 years or so. But recently I have now 2 colleagues, those joined this year, which makes a big difference. And I would say that in our regions, it's mostly, but also in others, I think there are a lot of obstacles that are put in front of women, but they have to have some patience and dedication, and they have to keep persisting on achieving this. But it's not only the women scientists themselves, they need the society, they need a supporting society, they need a lot of open doors. Those can allow them to fulfill their ambitions, and also to prove that they are not, I always say it this way, we are not women, we are not women scientists, we are scientists. So we need to break a lot of stereotypes, a lot of rules, and I would say that Sesame is quite an excellent example for this. It opens the door for many women scientists to join, if not as a staff, because again, staff may be a difficult challenge for many, but also for users, it's really opening a huge opportunity for them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now we move to the last presentation of this session. I'm very glad to be able to share this presentation, which is very significant. The title says it all, The Legacy of My Father, by Abdus Salam, who's the eldest son of Abdus Salam. Ahmad maintains the earliest memories of his father from when Ahmad was a young boy. He can recall the lessons his father taught him, both in early life and then later. Ahmad was fortunate to have spent time with his father, despite his father's extensive work and travel routine. Ahmad trained as an economist and then began a career in investment banking. He was the co-founder and director of the fifth Western regulated Islamic Bank, Islamic Bank of Britain. He was the head of the Islamic finance for Credit Suisse in London and has sat on a number of boards, including Aston Martin, the British Sport Car Company. Ahmad is the chairman of the Nobel Talent Fund, UK charity his father set up with the proceeds of the Nobel Prize. He's a trustee of AMA UK, a Muslim charity in the UK. He also initiated the advisory board of the ICTP Trieste, where he sits as a board member, and he created the Spirit of Salam Award at the ACTP in memory of his late father, to ensure the core inspiration of Abdus Salam. That is, the service of humanity remains alive and well. Ahmad will speak about his memories of his father from a non-scientific perspective. He will speak about his ambition, his drive, his patience, and how those of this entwined to create a most complex and fascinating character, who achieved so much in such a short space of time. Ahmad will also talk about how his legacy is as relevant and perhaps more so now than ever before. Thank you for accepting. It is an honor and a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the ever merciful. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly honored, delighted, and humbled to join you this most distinguished panel. It is a real pleasure. I was very touched when my dear friend Leo Violini asked me to say a few words about my late father, his life and his legacy from a purely humanitarian and family perspective. Leo was always a great friend to my father, and he took careful note of father's advice and guidance. Actually, let's be clear, it's father's instructions that Leo received, and Leo could not say no. As a side note, let me quote you from an article written by Professor John Zeman of Imperial College, who was a close collaborator of father in the 60s and 70s. And in 1997, he wrote, it occurred to me that Salam did not need the internet. Nowadays, everybody uses the internet to have those continual conversations which probably distract everybody from doing his real theoretical physics. I'm not sure how one does research when people are sending you messages. I would assume that one would better sit down quietly and get on with physics. And this is how we were taught to do it. But with Salam, it was on the telephone. He was already networking all through those days, building up his knowledge of physics, friendships, connections with people, and carrying out this diffusion of the delight, the marvels, and the beauties, the pressures of the great discipline in which we are engaged. Let me turn to another side. I have to say we were contemporaries and we were lecturers together in Cambridge in 1954. And in 1957, Salam went off to Imperial College and I went to Bristol. And in 66, I got a message from Salam. Would I come and drop in on him at Imperial College? He wanted to talk to me about something. I have to say at the time when I knew that he had set up the ICTP, I was not sure why he had set it up. But I went to Imperial, and within a moment or two, he did to me what he did to everybody. He would take you by the arm and say, John, I want you to go and run the condensed matter physics course at Trieste. The thing was, he might have said, I want you to go to Timbuktu tomorrow on a mission. You know, whatever it was, seemed to be something you did not have a doubt about doing. But the trouble was, I suddenly discovered inside me But for that request from Abdus Salam, there were only 3 answers. One of them was, it's against my religion to go to Timbuktu, and you have to have really strong views. And he, being a deeply religious and sincere man, it would probably have been enough to get you out of it. The other answer might have been, I'm very sorry, but actually that day I must be in Singapore. I can't avoid it. It would be unfair to go. That was the second answer. And the third answer was, yes, I do it. What do we do? How do we start? And what's to be done? And I discovered in him what I hadn't suspected from this dear friend of mine, from this cheerful, brilliant, lovely man that we knew around. I discovered he was essentially a man of power, that his charisma, his power, was not simply in relation to the physics he could do and the way he could help people and so on. It was the power to persuade. I don't know where it came from. It was an irresistible passion in him that created passion. And this is perhaps because one always felt that whatever was to be done was something very worthwhile in itself, and not something that he just wanted to do. It was a cause, a true cause. And of course, we've all seen how that passion created the ICTP and many other institutions around. All those things that were created by him owe, I suppose, their being to this power to persuade. I saw this in action during courses here at the ICTP, serving on the Scientific Council at the Centre, and all those experiences over the years. And I have seen it be applied to the officials of the IAEA who were there, who I think were fairly pushover, and I've seen it in conjunction with Paolo Boldini to get the Italian government to be persuaded to do everything that Salam wanted them to do. And that skillful Italian way of doing things between Salam and the Pakistani, Salam as a Pakistani and Boudinic as an Italian, was a dynamic duo that made great results possible. And there were not many people who could say no to Father when he set his mind on something. He was even able to persuade the Nobel officials in 1979 to allow my sisters to bring their very young children to the Nobel ceremony, which was another first in the ceremony's history. And indeed, I think this may have been a one-off. And the next day, the Swedish papers ran the headlines, "A toddler's play at the feet of the Nobel laureates." So I digress a little, but before I speak about Father, I did want to say a few words about dear Leo. And I don't want to embarrass him as he's here online, but I have no doubt Father saw in Leo a man who could carry on the desperately needed scientific work in Colombia and further into Latin America. And when we chose Leo for the Spirit of Salam Award, I said at the time that we recognized Leo's extensive work founding and leading the growth of the CIF in Colombia, following closely in the footsteps of Abdus Salam. He also served in leadership positions in such countries as Iran and El Salvador, promoting science everywhere he went. And during his appointment as a delegate for the international relations at the University of Calabria, he's been able to increase the number of international students from 0.5% to 3%, with a special attention to the developing countries. Leo has served the causes advocated by my father with distinction and success, and deserves the Spirit of Salam Award for his dedication in helping to raise the awareness and standards of science in the developing countries, and for fostering successful collaborations between scientists from the developing and developed countries for more than 3 decades. And he's another one of those unsung heroes who's taken the spirit and passion of Abdus Salam and continued to work daily to fulfill Father's dream and vision. Many people, to my mind, still incorrectly regard Abdus Salam's physics and the Nobel Prize as his legacy. And I'm sorry to tell them that they're entirely wrong. Without doubt, the greatest legacy of Abdus Salam was his humanitarian work and the ICTP in particular. His work would have been done by somebody, and indeed, let's be clear, both Steve Weinberg and Steve Glashar did carry out their work independently. But what nobody has done, or did in the way that my father did, was to remember and recall their youth and their own struggles against racism, prejudice, and ignorance. To Father, he could simply not comprehend or accept that anybody should be disadvantaged simply because of the accident of birth. Why should that boy or girl suffer and have no opportunity to learn or fulfill their potential because they were born in Lahore, Rabat, or Lagos, rather than being born in London, Vienna, or New York. As Nigel Calder so aptly said in his talk at the ICTP in 1997, it was this cosmic anger, the injustice of the world, that Father fought so hard against and railed against all his life. I can still recall the astonishing incredulity on his face when Father was on a distinguished panel discussing the creation of the ICTP, and he was trying to explain the need to give the developing South access to science and technology, specifically, of course, access to theoretical physics. And one of the panel said, and I quote, "My dear Salam, theoretical physics is the Rolls-Royce of sciences, and what your countries need are bullock carts." And it was this attitude that Father was up against, and he knew he could only change this by bringing about the best supporters and the most recognized and credible names at the time to help and support him in his mission. And this is where that legendary charm would come into its own. He was able to win over the men of the caliber of Paul Dirac and Robert Oppenheimer. And indeed, Oppenheimer wrote the original charter for the ICTP and served on its first scientific council. I have spoken many times in the past about his legacy, and I also want to give you some insight and example as to the type of man he was. Many of you here today may not have known him. Indeed, you may not know about his short but incredibly impactful life. So you will rather just hear from me as his son, I wanted to give you a few anecdotes and a few stories which I hope will help you to build a picture of the character of my father. And one in particular, which I'm very intrigued by, was written by a gentleman called Mohan Luther, who studied with my father at Government College in Lahore back in 1942. And he says, I quote, "During one of these morning walks, Salam asked me if I'd set myself any target for my performance in the matriculation examination. I replied I had not one, but two. First, to top the merit list in the university, and second, to secure more marks than my older brothers, who secured 711 and 729 out of a maximum of 850 marks. Salam's comment was that these were not good enough, and I must also aim to break his record, which stood at 754, and I told him I accepted the challenge. He then shared with me his secrets for outstanding success in every examination. He advised me that for any examination, I should cover in each subject the syllabus for the next university exam. In other words, I was preparing for something called the matriculation exam, but I should master the syllabus for the intermediate exam as well. Secondly, I should so organize my preparation that I was ready to appear for the exam at least 2 months before the scheduled date of the exam. This, he said, would ensure that during these 2 months, I was totally relaxed and only needed a casual revision of the syllabus. I followed these golden rules, and by getting 741 marks out of 850, I secured more marks than either of my two older brothers, but I did not come first, nor did I beat Salam's record of 754. This slightly annoyed me, but I was determined to try and come back and beat another record of Salam. And in 1945, he secured a record of securing 600 out of 600 marks in his MA in mathematics. And he went on to score in his further exams 550 out of 650 marks. And I went to Abdus Salam and said with great confidence I expected to beat his record by 20 to 25 marks. When the results came out, I only got 524 marks and had not beaten Salam's record. But Abdus Salam felt that by not getting the other 50 marks less than what I had expected meant there was something else to it. So he put his hand in his pocket and took out 10 rupees, which was an awful lot of money in those days. And he went to obtain the detailed mark sheet of all my papers from the university. He brought it to me and showed his generosity by telling me that as far as he was concerned, I had beaten his record. I had secured more marks than he had done in every one of the theory papers, but I had been given an unfair deal in the practicals in physics and chemistry, as the marks were given at the discretion of the examiner, and even average students would typically get 45 out of 50 marks in each paper. But my examiners were from rival colleges, and as I had been expected to stand first overall in the university, they had pulled me down by awarding me 20 marks in each paper. Abdus Salam sympathized with me that the marks I'd given in my practicals were unfair and a disgraceful display of inter-college rivalry and an obvious anomaly. He said, as far as he was concerned, I had beaten him, and he was happy to acknowledge this at every occasion. And I relate this long story because it perfectly encapsulates the loving, giving nature of the Salam, who only ever looked out for other people, their welfare and their benefit, even to his own cost. He did not care for himself. Both my parents showed complete and total humility at all times. In spite of all the honors and successes father achieved, he never showed any signs of pride. He never thought of himself as a great man, and he never ever forgot his humble beginnings, and he treated everyone the same, be they royalty, high-level officials, scientists, tailors, gardeners, his drivers, or humbled, unlettered people. He would always make time for everyone, and if they waited to meet him, he would always find time to see them, and if they asked for help, he would go out of his way to see if he could help in any way that he could. As I mentioned earlier, Father had a great compassion for his fellow beings, both on a personal level and for mankind in general. He is extremely generous and would always use all his prize money, as mentioned earlier, including the Nobel Prize money, to set up a charity in his parents' names to remember them, but also to help fund education for the most talented students from the developing South. And this charity still runs today. As an example of his humility and care for others, whenever he would visit somewhere after a long, tiring journey, and remember, he would always fly in economy with an instruction to the hosts to use the money saved by buying him an economy ticket rather than a business class ticket to invest in education in their own country. Often he would be collected at the airport by an official driver and taken home to rest. If he was at home with his sister in Karachi or at home in London, the routine would always be the same. He would ask me or one of my cousins to first serve refreshments to the driver and come back and report on when this had been done. Only once I had told Father that the driver had been given a cup of coffee and some food or biscuits, he himself would then sit down and then take refreshment for food. Father's desire to serve humanity, as you know, was part of his faith and expressed not just in encouraging and promoting education in the developing countries in general, but also urging Muslim nations to reclaim their lost status in learning and science. And Father had to face his share of difficulties and obstacles throughout his journey to the Nobel, but he always showed great resilience and maintained his full faith and trust in God. In 1956, at the age of 30, when he developed the idea to explain the behavior of neutrinos, the two-component neutrino theory, but was discouraged to publish by Wolfgang Pauli, the father of the neutrinos. A few months later, 3 other researchers, as we know, came to the same conclusions and took the Nobel Prize. While greatly disappointed, he moved on very quickly, having learned the value of relying on his own judgment rather than of someone else's. But he always believed if something happened, there was some reason for it. We may not understand it at the time or be able to explain it, but we should accept it with patience. Another sad disappointment for him was the government of Pakistan's refusal to nominate him for the post of Director General of UNESCO in 1984. His nomination would have been supported by England, Italy, France, and several influential nations, including the USA, who had pulled out of UNESCO, but had indicated to my father they would have rejoined if he was elected as Director General. But his patriotism to his homeland meant he could not accept another country's nomination, and Pakistan refused to nominate him for religious reasons. And yet, in spite of this, he remained deeply loyal to Pakistan throughout his life, despite the clear hypocrisy of the country towards him. But again, he never complained or was angry or resentful. He just accepted it as God's will. He remained committed to the huge task of convincing the Islamic countries that the only way they could lift themselves out of poverty and achieve parity with the developed world was to raise their standards and investment in science and technology in their countries. And he was very proud and appreciated the golden age of Islam, but was always troubled about its decline and difficulty in trying to revive it. It is only now, with the resource-rich countries of the Gulf, we see them investing in science and technology, which Father was urging them to do back in 1982. So I've tried to give you a little bit of insight into his character and his strengths as part of his legacy. And as you know, his greatest legacy was the ICTP. And for those of you who do not know, when Father returned to Pakistan from Cambridge after getting his PhD in theoretical physics, he found himself isolated from the world of research, as there was no interest, no facilities, no libraries, and no academic infrastructure for him in this newly created country of Pakistan. This led him to make a very difficult decision to leave his beloved country and family. And so in 1953, he returned to Cambridge to continue his career. This experience created and fueled a deep desire within him to help fellow physicists and scientists in developing countries, so they would not have to make that choice that he had been obliged to make himself. And in 1960, at the age of just 34, he launched this huge undertaking by presenting a proposal to the International Center for Theoretical Physics, to the General Conference of the IAEA. It was certainly not an easy task, and nothing like this had existed before, or actually existed since. And Father had to fight diplomatic battles to induce the wealthy nations, the USA, USSR, UK, France, and some others, to vote in favor of the resolution, and had to mobilize every one of the smaller nations outside the Iron Curtain, so the big ones were defeated by sheer numbers. Finally, after much struggle, the center was instituted in 1964, and as you know, the rest is history. And I must pay tribute here to the Italian nation who have taken ICTP to their hearts and supported it at every stage and at every step of its development. And to this day, they continue to show great commitment and dedication. Having established the center, Father then dedicated himself to nurturing and fine-tuning the ICTP to become the first-class institution it is now. He would invite Nobel laureates and persuade them to come to the center to mentor students from the developing South of Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and Eastern Europe. And once ICTP had been established, Father would spend 3 weeks of every month in Trieste and 1 week in London, where he was still holding his professorship at Imperial College. This, of course, meant a great deal of sacrifice, both for him living away on his own for most of the time, and for us and our mothers, who saw very little of him. And again, as I said earlier, I'd like to pay tribute to my mother, an extraordinary person in her own right, whose contribution to her husband's success was tremendous. Her unflinching support and sacrifice allowed him to pursue his goals wherever his work took him. And as we all know, behind every great man is an even greater partner. Before ICTP, in spite of his busy workload and frequent trips, Father always made time to supervise our education. Even our school holidays were always filled with schedules of study and workbooks to be done. He set very high standards, and whenever he returned from a trip, we would be called into his room for the dreaded check on our grades and progress. Anything less than an A grade would be met with a question, but mostly he would be encouraging and say, "Do your best and leave the rest to God." And sometimes he would take us on trips to historical places or visits to museums. But true to his nature, even recreation had to have some educational value. Once, to our surprise and delight, he decided to take us to see the film Lawrence of Arabia. And it was the first time we had ever been to a movie theatre. At the intermission, he decided enough time had been spent on it and we should go home. We were terribly disappointed and we begged him to let us see the rest of the film. And finally he agreed, but he himself left and waited in the car for us, where we found him deeply engrossed in his work. When we got home, we had to write essays about T.E. Lawrence to show what we had learned from the film. So again, there's always an educational angle to his interactions with us. Father had an incredible capacity for hard work, together with strong resolve and self-discipline, all of which contributed to his achieving the Nobel. My grandmother used to tell us that even as a child, Father had his day planned. So many hours for study, so many hours for sleep, so many hours for any recreation, and he would stick to this routine firmly. He would tell me at ICTP his days were divided into 3. 1/3 for his students, 1/3 for his work, and 1/3 for the administration of the center. His mind never seemed to switch off, and there wasn't anything at any time that he wouldn't be working or scribbling some ideas. There's a delightful story when he had lunch once at Buckingham Palace with Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip. After Her Majesty and the other guests had left, Father went back into the room to ask if he could have a napkin, because he had used a napkin to write down some notes and he wanted to make sure he had noted them before they were washed away. Interestingly, it is one of those coincidences that I mentioned. It was actually Prince Philip who introduced Father to President Ayub Khan of Pakistan with a recommendation that he should retain Father's services. The President of Pakistan did this and allowed Father free hand to develop a science and technology brief for Pakistan, which meant that during his time in this role, Father was able to make Pakistan one of the developing leaders in developing world's leaders and champions in science. Again, some of you may not know that when Father visited China in 1971 as part of the President's delegation, he met with Chairman Mao and President Zhou Enlai. And in a private audience with Chairman Mao and President Zhou Enlai, they asked Father for advice on how China could grow and be a credible global power. And Father advised them, remember 1971, to invest in science and technology at all levels, from primary to secondary and to further education. He urged them to make science and technology as a priority for national growth, and that above all else, they should encourage their best and brightest students to travel abroad to study and learn and then come back. And Father told me that both Chairman Mao and Premier took great interest and asked Father to stay with them and explain further and help them design a policy, which he did. And he spent a considerable amount of time in a private meeting with and compassion. And Victor Weisskopf said, compassion without curiosity is ineffective, and curiosity without compassion is inhuman. Curiosity led Salam to seek unity in the various phenomena of nature, and it was compassion which led him to seek unity in mankind and to work for the benefit of mankind. And that is his legacy. May God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very illustrating and moving presentation. We have now time for questions or comments. Leo, you were mentioned quite extensively. I guess you have to say something. Please go ahead, Leo. Your microphone, Leo.
I'm saying that I'm just embarrassed for what you've said, Ahmad, so that I thank you. I owe very much to your father, and I will never forget this. This is the only point.
Bless you,
It's been
Leo.
a model which I'm trying to follow.
Thank you.
Nothing more than that. Thank you very much anyway.
Thank you. Any other question or comment?
I have to.
Yes.
I have to relate that I actually did meet Salam when I was an undergraduate. I was introduced to him by Francis Elote, and I was probably didn't understand well enough at 19 years old the impact of who I was meeting, but it is a meeting that I will never forget.
Thank you, Lawrence. There's one thing I remember. One of his father's undergraduates at Imperial said to me, I attended every single one of your father's lectures. I didn't understand a word he said, but it inspired me. And I think for any professor, that's the ultimate compliment, that inspiration, because that's what we're all looking for.
Absolutely. Any other comment before we close this morning session?
Well, perhaps.
Go ahead, Leo.
Well, perhaps you may be interested to know something more about the time of the candidacy of Abdul Salam to UNESCO, because I was very close to him in that, And I remember perfectly well that there was a movement in Italy to present his candidacy on part of Italy. And I remember that the Pakistan government sent an official letter to all countries in UNESCO stating that just in case Salam would not be their candidate. And this was actually something which I believe offended your father, but he did not react. React. And I would say Pakistan has been unjust about him also, as many people know, for his grave. That really he specifies that he is not the first Muslim Nobel Prize,
yes,
because they don't recognize him as a Muslim, whereas he had a deep religious sense from his. I mean, I think he was not treated in a fair way by his country. So what you are saying, that he remained faithful to his country, is really despite the fact that his country did not recognize the importance of that song.
very true, Leo. Very true indeed. And to this day, as you say, I mean, as you know, earlier this year, Imperial renamed their library the Abdus Salam Library. My daughter, who's at Oxford studying there, sent me a picture that there's a new library in Oxford, and they've got a whole section dedicated to my father with the wall with the picture and the stories of him. So even now, all these years after his death, he's still being recognized around the world in centers of excellence. But in his home country, there is no recognition of him whatsoever. Nothing. It's so sad.
Thank you very much. This brings to a close our morning session. And I pass the microphone to Lawrence, who's going to be the chair of the next session. Thank you very much to all the speakers and participants for a very exciting morning session.
Thank you.
Lawrence, you ready?
I'm sorry, was I supposed to?
Yeah, you're chairing the next session.
Sorry, I walked away real quick.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me just get my earphones back in. So our first speaker for this session is Luca Serafini, who's going to talk to us about his compact high brilliance X-ray source based on inverse Compton scattering. I don't have, what did I do with the bio? Luca is retired.
Yep.
Scientific associated with INFN in Milan, and is an expert on high brightness beams. I think in the interest of time, I'll just cut it short there, and let's get Luca to tell us about his work.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Lawrence. Do you hear me?
Yes, well.
Okay.
Very well.
Can I share? Let me try to share entire screen. share. Let me check if. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, I hope it's in the projection mode.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. Good evening from Italy. Good afternoon for those of you who are in the American continent. Yeah, thank you to the organizer of the workshop. I will get this opportunity to try to illustrate actually the synergy and the complementarity that I believe exist between compact light sources and synchrotron light sources that are the main focus of this workshop, this forum. I will start on this cartoon view. The cartoon tells us that the typical layout of a large synchrotron light source facility is to have a GV or multi-GV electron beam propagating through an appropriate arrangement of magnetic fields. In this specific example, we see an undulator that generate undulator radiations in this specific undulator motion with the opposite pole arrangement of the magnetostatic fields in such a way that we have a very bright beam of X-ray photons, typically in a range from tens of angstrom up to tens of kilo electron volt photon energy. In order to drive such a photon beam, we need the GV class electron beams. So we need typical accelerators that are hundreds of meters of kilometer long. And the typical cost of these facilities are in the range of few $100 million up to $1 gigadollars. In a compact light source, especially those based on inverse Compton scattering, I apologize for telling you only about inverse Compton scattering. There are other possible radiation sources, but I do not have time to go through the whole panorama. What we do in an inverse Compton scattering source is to drive a tens of MeV or 100 MeV electron beam at a collision point with the optical photons carried by an energetic laser pulse. So in this case, we backscatter the optical photons, generating a secondary beam of backscattered photons that can reach energies up to tens or hundreds of kilo electron volts for the application that we'll talk about. What is the advantage of this scheme? Because of the lower energy of the electron beam, the sizes and the cost of such a light source, compact light source, are orders of magnitude smaller than the typical sizes and cost of synchrotron light sources. So, to make the story short, we can say that in synchrotron light sources, and this is true also for free electron lasers, the electron beam scatters off virtual photons, those photons that represent in a quantum view the magnetostatic fields of dipoles, undulator, or Wiggers. So we have a Lorentz boost that is 2 times gamma square of the equivalent energy of the virtual photon represented by the undulator period that are always in the range of centimeters or a few millimeters. Instead, in compact light sources based on inverse Compton scattering, the electrons in the beam scatters of real photons carried by a laser pulse. So we have an acceleration factor of the photons whose energy, the primary photon has an energy typically in the range of 1 electron volt or a couple of electron volts times 4 gamma square. So it is clear from these two very simple relationships that in order to radiate the same photon energy in synchrotron light sources, I require a much larger Lorentz factor for the electron beam, which means a larger kinetic energy of the electron. And so that easily goes into the range of thousands. That means GeV. While in inverse Compton scattering, if I consider few hundreds of keV, I need just a few tens of MeV electron. Of course, there is a drawback. What is the drawback? Brilliances of synchrotron light sources are larger than brilliances in compact light sources if we consider typical photon energies of the 99% of experiments performed at synchrotron light sources, so with photon energies below 100 kilo electron volt. The reason behind these larger brilliance achieved by synchrotron light sources is because the electron beam current in synchrotrons is of the order of a few hundreds of milliamp, while in inverse Compton scattering compact light sources, typically the electron beam current is from a few microamp up to a few milliamp. Nevertheless, if I start considering photon energies above, say, 150, 200 kilo electron volt, the compact light sources based on inverse Compton are outperforming synchrotron-based light sources because the critical frequency are typically located in the, even with multi-GeV beams, in the 100, 150 kV range. In fact, we can illustrate this trend very clearly in this famous diagram, reporting as a function of the energy, the peak brilliance of 4th generation free electron laser, 4th generation synchrotron light sources. You see the typical numbers are here. The brilliance from undulators, especially for large energy machines, is located around a few tens of kilo electron volt. The Compton backscattering machines have a completely different scaling for the brilliance. So the brilliance increases with the energy of the photon. That makes that above 100 kilo electron volt, so of 200, depending clearly on the kind of synchrotron light source that we are considering, the kind of undulator, the brilliance of Compton sources that scales like the square of gamma becomes larger. Instead of considering the peak brilliance, we can have a look at the average brilliance, and once again, as a function of the photon energy, compare several kinds of machines. Forget about these other plasma-based sources that are not of interest for our discussion. Synchrotrons are located here, okay? And you have the typical trend of critical frequency. The most advanced X-ray tubes are in this range, especially those with ultrasonic metal jet. The inverse Compton scattering sources, they cover this area. So once again, you can see that if you overcome 100 kilo electron volt, they can outrun the the performances of synchrotron light sources. Just a note of reference, why we say inverse Compton scattering, because this is, while everybody knows that direct Compton scattering is performed by energetic photon interacting with an atomic electron that is almost at rest in the laboratory system. Instead, in inverse Compton scattering, we use energetic electrons in the laboratory system colliding with visible or low energy photons. So the term inverse refers to the inverse relativistic kinematics of the. But from the point of view of the dynamics, everything is very well described by a linear QED and Klein-Nishina cross-section formalism. Well, this is an interesting information. If you look at the distribution worldwide of compact light sources in operation or under commissioning, it really sort of resembles the distribution of synchrotron light sources. Although a typical motto of people working with ICS is that those are the most effective photon accelerators because we use this 4 gamma square boost effect that has a factor of 2 larger than the synchrotron light source. And once again, this is a typical example. If you use 100 MeV electrons against the infrared typical ytterbium YAG laser, you get X-rays in that range. Just another very, very schematic remark on the theory. This is important because the scattered photon energy depends not only on the incoming photon energy and the kinetic energy of the electron through the 4 gamma square Lorentz boost. It has an angular correlation. It depends on this term. Forget about the quantum recoil that for machines that we are talking about is negligible. But you can clearly see that if you have a collecting angle or detection angle that is close to gamma, then you can have a serious redshift. So this is the blue shift achieved by the collision and by the Lorentz boost effect, and this is the redshift. This redshift is at all similar at what happens in synchrotron light sources. I will skip that because you had already a nice introduction by Margaritondo yesterday. But this is an important fact. We have to realize that Lorentz boost generates polychromatic radiation, and we have to do something, monochromator or collimators, in order to select and build a monochromatic collimated radiation beam. Unless we go to a nonlinear amplified regime like the free electron laser, that is another completely another story. Just as an example, STAR, there will be a dedicated presentation in the next session or at the end of this section. So I just want to use STAR as an example of two things. First of all, STAR was built and it is under commissioning at the former University of Leo Violini, Università della Calabria in South Italy, and it was funded with specific EU funds for the development of research infrastructure in the European regions of convergence. For those of you who are not familiar, you can Google European regions of conversion, and you will have the whole European map of regions of Europe who are less developed in science, technology, and research infrastructure. The cost of the STAR inverse Compton scattering source was about 18.5 million euros, equipped with 2 beam lines and 2 experimental hatches. You will have more details later. What matters to me here is to show you that this angular correlation at large angles has a specific characteristics of compact light sources in such a way that you have for large angles, this gamma square, theta square correlation. And so you can tune the spectral line in such a way to have a broad spectrum and a large spot, or a narrow spectrum at a small spot. There are other specific characteristics of inverse Compton sources, such that the length, the time duration of the radiation pulse is in the picosecond and sub-picosecond range. That is quite hard to be achieved in synchrotronite sources. And they have a large round field of view, as depicted here in this plot, because they come from a round beam of photons, and this can be a clear advantage if you want to do radiography of big objects, on top of the fact that they can have variable polarization and variable shot-to-shot. There are three paradigms of inverse Compton sources. The Linac-based is to build and to operate, but it generates low flux. Although it has a full access to beam particles and phase spaces, and so it allows also other experiments of fundamental physics that I will mention briefly at the end. The storage ring based has much larger fluxes, but it's a challenging machine to operate. And it has no access to beam particles and limited access to phase space. The Richman solution is the energy recovery Linac, the superconducting energy recovery, in which you have a very large flux, but it's very challenging. The nice feature of the Linac-based inverse Compton sources is that they can easily be extended to MEV gamma rays. And so they can cover nuclear physics, scientific case, and applications. And the other important characteristic that is emerging in these years is that Linac-based ICS are also compatible to advanced acceleration techniques based mainly on laser plasma wake field acceleration. This is an image of a typical Linac-based compact source. That was the first stage of STAR. This is the French machine called Tomix, in which you have a full energy Linac injecting into a storage ring. And this is an example of a high-level energy recovery Linac capable to achieve very large fluxes in the range of 10 to the 13 photon per second. I address you to have a look at the website of this international symposium that was held in June this year. Very interesting. It was a collection of presentation on compact light sources. Here you have a picture of the German compact light source in operation in Munich. I just selected a couple of slides of the most impressive compact light sources in operation. This is the Arizona State University, led by this project. CXLS is led by Bill Graves, where they are running, generating 10 to the 11 photons per second, you see, with 1 kilohertz rep rate, and with 300 femtosecond X-ray pulses in this range. This machine has been put into operation very recently. This is the French project, Tomex. You see here the Linac injecting into a storage ring, and a very challenging Fabry-Perot optical cavity in which megawatt of optical light are stored in order to guarantee the generation of the X-ray. They aim at generating 10 to the 13 photon per second in this range of photon energy. What are the typical fields of research of compact light sources so far? Excuse me. Clearly, the 3D microtomography is the most popular one, with or without phase contrast, because there are so many fields in medical application, cultural heritage, paleontology, material studies that can benefit from the advanced characteristics of the X-ray beam generated. Clearly, if you push a bit the energy of the electrons up to 400, 500 MeV, you can enter the nuclear photonics research and application field. Dual energy imaging is also a very good performance of the LINAC-based inverse Compton scattering. To look at
we lost your slides. We can't see your slides anymore.
Oh.
Yes, actually, I said that in the chat. We couldn't see the last slide.
Sorry.
The last slide.
Let me see. Maybe I lost the sharing. Why that? Excuse me. Let's stop. Resume presenting. Okay. Now, do you see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Presentation mode.
Can you see
there
it?
You go. Now we're back.
Which was the last one? Excuse me.
This no, the one before.
That's the one you were on.
Okay, the Tomex. So okay, this is the French project, okay, yeah, these are the typical fields of research. I will leave you go through the application, and you will hear much more in Sana Samsam presentation, and also tomorrow by Riccardo Barberi. I just want to show you some very impressive pictures. This is the beam line of the Munich compact light source that is operation in Germany. It's been in operation for 6 years now, 6-7 years. They do a lot of medical application, very high resolution 3D time resolved microtomography, and I want also to mention this other initiative that is ongoing, recently started, well, recently, sort of 1 year ago, of a CLS grid with a hub and spoke structure around the British synchrotron light source diamond. So they want to set up a grid of compact light sources that are synergic, complementary, and in a network, functional network with the English light source. Okay, I will try to conclude saying that this is the map. It's been already shown by several speakers of light sources worldwide. Let me just remind you that the development of synchrotrons for generating X-rays and light started in the 50s. They went through 4th generation. Now, free electron laser and multiple beam achromat, they achieved the 4th generation. So it's been a long time. While compact light source based on Compton backscattering, they started only in the late 90s. Why?
You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm almost done. Why they started in 90s? Because they needed the technology of high brightness photoinjectors. Exactly like free electron laser. All free electron laser, high gain free electron laser like LCLS or XFEL, they wouldn't exist without this enabling technology. The same is true for inverse Compton. The reason it would take long to describe you the collective inverse kinematic of and the dependence of the inhomogeneous effects from emittance and energy spread, but believe me, it's really the same. But inverse Compton sources, they keep following also the new advanced development, and so they will benefit in the next years, in the next decades, from compact advanced accelerator based on laser plasma that are still in development from the point of view of reliability, repeatability, and stability of the generated electron beams. Last but not least, with Linux-based inverse Compton sources, you can also do fundamental research because you have full access to electrons. That is not true in a storage ring. You cannot destroy electrons in a storage ring, otherwise the run operator would complain with you. And what kind of fundamental research you can do? Well, you can do QED, plasma physics, astrophysics, and quantum gravity, detecting, for example, the Unruh radiation in doing full inverse Compton scattering. I don't have the time to tell you about these things, but I want just to address you to this recent publication that show that if you have a compact light source, you can also do not only application and applied research, but also fundamental research. In conclusion, I am a particle accelerator physicist, so probably I am biased by my past experience in building accelerators, but I would say that in my opinion, you should dream big, start small, and keep going far. And never forget that the project is a dream with a deadline. And with that, I thank you for your attention, and I address you to this recent overview of inverse Compton sources with a lot of also references therein for those of you who are interested in more details. Thank you for your attention. Grazie, gracias.
Thank you, Luca. Are there any questions? We have time for one.
Yeah, sure. I've got one. Thank you, Luca, for the excellent overview. What would you say about the added complexity of laser systems if small or new facilities were to try and build such a compact light source versus a conventional storage ring? In the context of the projects we're talking about during this symposium.
Okay, look, for the Linux-based model, the interaction laser is commercially available. Let me tell you something. For STAR, for building the Calabrian, South Italian Compton source, we bought components from industrial vendors. All components, including the laser. Today you can buy, I cannot tell you the company, but I mean, there are a few companies in France and in Germany and also in the US selling ytterbium YAG picosecond laser joule class in the power energy running at 100 to 200 Hertz. So that kind of laser is commercially available. Clearly, you need a laser engineering to make it, to operate that laser, as you need an RF engineer to operate the Linux as well, and so on and so forth. So if you go for a Linux-based compact light source, you can buy components. The challenge is to integrate all the components and to make the machine run. That is a typical challenge of any either a mid-size accelerator facility is challenging because you need to operate an accelerator. The situation is different if you go for the storage ring. The storage rings, first of all, are, we are talking about 50 MeV, 40 MeV, low energy storage ring. These are totally affected by two-shake instability. So you have to inject, the typical lifetime is 20 milliseconds, 10 milliseconds. So you need, in any case, a Linux to continuously inject into the storage ring. Clearly, the circulating current can be 10, 20 milliamps. That is much larger than you can sustain in a radio frequency Linux. But the challenging part of that compact light source is the Fabry-Perot optical cavity, because that has to match the repetition rate of the storage ring. We are talking about 40 megas, 50 megas, depending on the machine. So you must store in a 4 mirrors, optical cavity, interferometric cavity, a laser pulse up to, say, 10 millijoule. 10 millijoule at 50 megas is 500 kilowatt. So you have 500 kilowatt of optical power stored in this cavity. It's very challenging. And there probably you need a laser guru, not just a laser engineering, with all respect for laser engineers, okay? So that is more challenging, but clearly it can give you from 2 to 3 order of magnitudes larger flux. With that, you can get to 10 to the 13 photon per second, while with the Linux-based 10 to the 10, a few 10 to the 10 is probably the best. Well, okay, Bill Graves made a record at 10 to the 11, but with a very advanced machine, 1 kilohertz X-band RF, so something that is not, let's say, commercially available. It's really cutting edge. So that sort of, so to conclude, if you want to start in a developing country with a compact light source, my advice would be to go like we did in Calabria, in South Italy, okay? A simple machine, the simplest, that in any case poses a challenge of integration, make it running as for any mid-size electron accelerator.
Okay. Well, let's thank the speaker and give him a round of applause for his presentation. And then let's get ready to receive the next speaker, who is Daniel Seed, who is a scientific advisor at the National Council for Climate Change of the Dominican Republic. She's a professor at Pontificia Universidad Católica Madre y Maestra, and she did her undergraduate studies at the Universidad Autónoma de Santo Domingo, and her doctoral studies in physics and quantum study technologies at Calabria. And so what's interesting in her bio is that she took first place in the 5th National Physics Olympiad in 2006. And she was a research assistant for 2 projects and has presented at numerous national and international conferences and science outreach activities. If you're here, you can share your screen. Is she here? I actually don't see.
Can you see?
Oh, yeah, there you are. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you go ahead and share your screen.
Can you see the screen? Hello, Dike. Do you hear me?
We can hear you, and we can see your screen.
Ah, perfect. Then I have this presentation that will be shorter than I was expecting, because this morning all the presentations that were from Dr. Violini and Professor Castaño covers the majority of the things that I wanted to say. Then I think it will be shorter. That is a good thing, because we have a little delay. And it should be interesting because we have a lot of things in common that maybe we need to focus as a research group or the light group. Then this presentation, that is the technologies, synchrotron technologies as a tool for the study of and mitigation of the climatic change in the greater Caribbean. We cannot start formally without speaking about climatic change. The definition of the United Nations that we can see on the screen is that the change that the climate is attributed directly or indirectly to human activity is a global scale phenomenon and is one of the greatest challenges that is facing the humanity in the last century. Then we can speak about 2 types of origins of the climatic change the natural and the anthropogenic, that is the one that was discussed, but the IPCC, that is the organism that was on this on make the translation, we can say it like this, of the basic science to the governments, as they can do with this information political decisions that are informed according to science. The intergovernmental panel has 3 working groups: basic science, adaptation, mitigation, and actually they do some models that are the projections of what we are expecting depending of the decisions that we take as a planet. For example, that, I don't know if I have here. This one is one of the models of the last inform of the working group 1 about the different models, the 5 models that they have expecting what will happen on 100 years with the climate and the carbon dioxide that is emitted for in the global level. One of the most interesting things that have this info is when you want to look for information about the models that they have for the Caribbean, all the greater Caribbean. You find that the majority of the information it says like it lacks of the information. They don't have too many models to explore locally what will happen by country and by the whole region. That is very interesting because it says that we need to work more to produce data that helps to create solutions that can help the life for the people. Then, for that reason, when we speak about the effects of the climatic change in the Greater Caribbean, and when I speak with the Greater Caribbean, I will show some brief information about that. As the information seems to be repeated in literature and in the official reports of the governments, and even in the official reports of the United Nations, the problems are almost the same, independent of the country that we are looking for. Then, for that reason, when I wanted to speak about the small islands that forms the Caribbean, because the information, as I said, is repeated for all the Greater Caribbean. And the classification of the most vulnerable countries in the world includes all the islands of the Caribbean. And in this, we can see that they have the rising sea levels, the coastal erosion, the more frequent storms, and is accompanied about the decisions and the policymakers that try to take decisions, but these decisions are not enough. I have here a small example that I prepared about 7 of the 35 countries that form the Greater Caribbean as a model of the necessities of and the major needs on climatic change. As you can see, practically in which one of them you can see that the repeatment of the same patterns. And if you see about the content, if you are from the Greater Caribbean, which is the case of a group of the scientists present here, they will find that the situations is the same in the countries. And it's probably that other countries from other parts of the world that are represented here finds the same difficulties that are the access to sustainable technology, the water management, the development of renewable energies, the basic infrastructure depending of the country, the vulnerability to drought and flood, and we can continue, but you will see that it's always the same in every case. And this one, as I say, is just only a 20% of the information that I put here. And in that case, we are only putting in a superficial way, but there are reports that says that North America, Central and Caribbean, these extreme weather events are have increased in the 50 past years, arriving at 1.7 trillion economical losses. But if we can put together in a list all the situations that can be repeated in the Greater Caribbean, are this list that we are saying that the problem of adaptation to the extreme weather events, the problems with energy transition, the problems with sustainable agriculture, the necessity of investment, the difficulty to access the international funds, the necessity of more research and development, the necessities on education, and more coordination among countries, and the development of inclusive policies. In the last slide, I didn't include that about the difficulties of gender inequalities that was mentioned for Professor Castaño before, but it was so well documented that the documents about inequality are even in apart documents. There are policies that designed especially for look how to be over these inequalities, because they have strong registers that speak that we have these strange phenomena. The women and the children are more exposed. The photos that I took here are from different countries. The first one is I took from the journals. This one is from Puerto Rico. Here from Cuba. And this one from Honduras. And the situations in the first and the last are the same in the sense that the flows and the phenomenal, the extreme phenomena causes a lot of losses. In Cuba, they have similar one, but I wanted to show one about droughts that is similar at many photos that you can find of from Dominican Republic on certain periods of the year. Then we have these problems that are common in that are really, really big problems because they affect the life, the economical and the social development of the countries. Then the structure, that how to deal with the problem. Normally we speak about mitigation and adaptation, about in the case of mitigation, what we are doing to reduce the greenhouse effects, but there are some authors and researchers that say that we need to extend and speak about how not only reduce the hazard of the greenhouse emission, but include deforestation and other problems that are related with the slides that we see before. And the combination with adaptation, that is how to try to reduce the vulnerability of the social groups, taking account of the biodiversity of every country. Then, I will not speak too much about the synchrotron, as we have the last presentation that were speaking about that, and in the morning we have the same situation. But we know that as a scientific tool, we can have a lot of information that help us to mitigate the climatic change. We can speak about the versatility in too many areas, and this one is one that I took from a previous presentation of Dr. Violini that speak about the versatility of synchrotrons, because when we are going to see what we can do with a synchrotron, the first idea that we've seen is that it's only for a small group of scientists, that the work that is the light source group of the Caribbean, of the Greater Caribbean, sorry, is showing that it's not just for a small group. This technology is for resolve problems in a lot of parts of the science. Then, in the case of the climate, we have the examples of the energy production. We have the examples of health, with the synchrotrons that can be used to study the biological structures, the examples for the productions of new drugs, and so on. In the case of carbon sequestration that you are seeing in the slide, the process that can be done with a synchrotron is to make new materials and improve materials that helps to capture carbon and storage. And the new materials that are created, and even for optimizing recycling processes, because the study of synchrotrons can help to have a new idea of what we can do with the trash that we produce. Another one is the analysis that can be doing with a synchrotron for agriculture and food that were mentioned on previous presentation, that are necessary for the sustainability of life in not only in the Greater Caribbean. We have a special situation, but in other parts of the world. There are some articles that speak, for example, the studies that are making from Sirius about Amazonas. Then that is a really good examples of what we can do with a synchrotron. I would want to finish saying that there are still some challenges for the countries. For example, the infrastructure, the building of local capacity, the economical investment, but these challenges can be seen as an opportunity. And one of the initiatives of this group has demonstrated that these challenges can be done like opportunities. That is the second cycle that we are also for the Caribbean that we serve to develop as the African light source is proposing that all the things for Africa. Synchrotron may not be the ultimate solution for climate change, but as a tool for mitigation and for adaptation for creating new technology will be essential for the development of scientific, economic, and social situation of the countries, not only the Greater Caribbean, but the world. I would like to speak and say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Excuse me. Are there any questions for the speaker? We have some time. I have one, and so I guess from my standpoint, one of the applications directly related to climate change is to study aerosols and dust. Could we contemplate having a school on synchrotrons and aerosol at your institute in Dominican Republic?
I think that we can, and it should be a really good initiative because we starting this year as last year, sorry, as you see in the last image with all this work making the people interested about the synchrotron. There are still so much confusion about because when you speak about synchrotrons, the people here is like, but what scenes like Tony Stark scenes like the films, but they are starting to think about that we need a different science, a more qualified science, and we need more people informed. I will be really, really interesting, and I think that Dominican Republic will be glad to receive this kind of formation.
Yeah, so I put a in the chat. I just put a link to a research summary from a beamline at Max 4 in Sweden, and that was from a beamline that was that I guess it's a collaboration between Finland and Estonia, located at the light source in Sweden. So it's a, I guess, very international thing. So yeah, it's a very interesting application, and I think would find a lot of interest in the Caribbean. Any other questions for the speaker? Then let's give her a round of applause. Oops, that was what that was. And thumbs up. And then let's turn to the next speaker, which I think is Robert Blythe. Are you here? Is Robert here? I don't see him. Ah, he's just joining just now. Well, oh, here he is. So, Robert, are you ready? If we give Robert just a few minutes here, let me ask another question maybe let me just ask Marvadine. Is there a atmospheric chemistry course or program at in your department?
We have a course, which is an undergraduate course, Lawrence, but that's about it. Certainly, we have active research in this field at the university and in conjunction with the environmental agency here in Jamaica, NEPA. So we have researchers who are there who collaborate with our researchers in the Faculty of Science and Technology. And so, yes, a regional school or a national school, and it would be better if it's regional, would certainly be well subscribed from Jamaica.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, an undergraduate course, I mean, that's better than most. I mean, I don't think my department had an atmospheric chemistry course. So, Robert, are you ready to start your presentation? Are you ready? Oh, cannot find a microphone options on this.
Sorry, Robert, I think you need to ignore the message that you on your screen. Ignore on the top. Did it stop presenting and ignore? Yeah.
But I guess he can't find a microphone that works. Was that what's happening?
Yeah, his microphone is on, actually.
Can't find microphone options. Do you see the excuse me, way down at the bottom? There's a thing that looks like a microphone. So if you're, I can't tell if you are. It's the one furthest to the left. Well, you're not muted. Wow. You can turn off and on. Maybe unplug the microphone and plug it back in. That's something's happening. I can hear the. There you go. Well, I heard you for a brief second there.
How about now?
Yes.
All right. Can you see my presentation?
Yes. And you can go to presentation mode and.
Yeah, I will get going. Sorry about that. Bound to be a few technical difficulties. I've never used this platform before. All right. So my name's Rob. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm part of the management team at the Canadian Light Source. This is our building here. And I'd just like to point out that the Canadian Light Source is located on Treaty 6 territory and the homeland of the Métis. And what I thought I'd do today is, rather than go through how wonderful we are, go through some of the history of synchrotron science in Canada that I think might have some relevance to the Caribbean situation. Bearing in mind, I know very little about the Caribbean, which is why my subtitle of Lessons from the Canadian Experience has a question mark at the end of it. So, Treaty 6 territory, and more specifically in the rather lovely town of Saskatoon in the province of Saskatchewan. This is the Saskatchewan River. This is the campus of the University of Saskatchewan. Saskatoon and Saskatchewan. I want to say a little more about those two words. So when the first white settlers turned up here back in the late 1800s, they asked the local people, where's a good place for a settlement? And the response was, the place where many sweet berries grow, which in one of the local languages is Misaskatoomiskak, right? From which we get the word Saskatoon. And that location is next to the River Saskatchewan, after which the province is named. And in the local language, that is Kisaskatchewanisipi, the fast-flowing river. And there are many indigenous languages in North America, and a lot of them have this word or this suffix sipi, that means river. And if you understand that the prefix mis, M-I-S, at the beginning of a word indicates that that object is a big object. Anytime you run into something that starts with mis and ends with sipi, you should be expecting a big river. So how did we end up in Saskatoon, and why, in fact, is there a synchrotron in Canada? Well, the first attempts to get a synchrotron in Canada were in the 1970s. There were two formal attempts. Both were unsuccessful. So the people responsible decided to lower their sights a little bit, and they asked for money to build one beamline. And they were told eventually, yes, we will give you the money for one beamline, but you will have to find a synchrotron that will host it for free, because in something I will return to, we're not giving you any operating costs. Well, they managed to find a synchrotron to host, and that synchrotron was the Synchrotron Radiation Center in Wisconsin, in the United States.
And this is the opening ceremony for the first beamline, the grasshopper beamline. And as Canadians tend to do when they are outside Canada, they put a big maple leaf on everything so that nobody thinks we're Americans. And the people who put this beamline together were ambitious. And they said, we hope to get more beamlines, so we called it the Canadian Synchrotron Radiation Facility, one beamline and one synchrotron outside Canada. But as I said, they were ambitious. And what they managed to do was to get 2 further beamlines. So this is the opening of the DCM beamline in 1990, and then the SGM beamline in 1999. So Canada had got into the synchrotron game, and I'm going to tell you about what we got out of that. But first, I'm going to tell you what we didn't get out of it, which is still, for somebody who's been here nearly 20 years, something of a surprise to me. What we did not get is trained and experienced staff to transfer to our own facility. There were many staff that over the years came through the CSRF, got experience running a beamline, and none of them ended up at the Canadian Light Source. And partly to do with that, there was very little significant transfer of knowledge of how to run a facility, the ordinary boring things like peer review and allocation and how to schedule beam time and how to deal with users and how to train users. There was very little significant transfer of knowledge. So when the Canadian Light Source was set up, we either ended up making up as we go along or importing people like me. I'm not Canadian, I'm actually English, with some experience at other facilities. But what did we get and why did it matter? So what we did get was a core of users that had contributed to the design and scientific direction of Canadian beamlines, rather than just turning up and go, well, this is what the Americans have, this is what we can use. It's like we have some responsibility here to define the scientific direction of a beamline. And the philosophy of the Canadian Light Source since then has always been the drive for new beamlines is led by users. It's not us telling them what we think they need. They tell us what they want, and we figure out how to build it. And that group of users is a subset of the broader group of users, which was a group of committed users from multiple provinces that campaigned for a facility to be in Canada. And the multiple provinces is important. This is why. So this is Canada. Canada is composed of 10 provinces and 3 territories. Canada is a federal constitution. Each individual province has considerable powers to raise taxes and spend money. If you've heard anything about the universal healthcare in Canada, that is a mandate from the federal government, but each province raises money and spends money on its own healthcare. Healthcare is a provincial responsibility. And perhaps more important when we're talking about science, education is a provincial responsibility as well, including universities. Universities are funded by provinces, not by the federal government. What the federal government does fund is large science facilities. But if they say only one province wants this, that's a provincial responsibility. We're not going to pay for it. So the idea of having multiple provinces saying we want this, and more importantly, multiple provinces saying we are prepared to put in funding to get this thing built, that was finally enough that in 1996, Canada said, okay, we're going to build a synchrotron. Now, when a federal government makes a decision which province to build something is, they expect that province to put in the most money of any of the provinces. And the 2 finalists for the location were University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon and what is currently called Western University in London, Ontario. And you will notice that Western University is in Eastern Canada. And in fact, at the time, it was called the University of Western Ontario. And you will notice it is not in Western Ontario. So I'm going to call it London and Saskatoon. And at the time in Ontario, there was somewhat lukewarm political support for building a synchrotron in that province. Saskatchewan was different. There was a lot of political support down even at the municipal level. When we were in the final stages of fundraising, the city council realized that we were in danger of a shortfall, which meant that we wouldn't get a synchrotron, and they spontaneously voted to double their contribution and raise taxes appropriately to help ensure that the synchrotron would come here. That's something we've never forgotten. It's an important part of our emotional makeup is we owe a lot to the people of this province and this city. So they had the political support in Saskatchewan, but more importantly, they had this, the Saskatchewan Accelerator Laboratory. And why that's important is there's already a particle accelerator lab at the University of Saskatchewan, and the proposal from the University of Saskatchewan did include recycling the old linear accelerator that was the core of that laboratory and using it as the part one of the injection system for the Canadian light source. But much, much more importantly, what you had was a group of experienced accelerator physicists, because it's very tempting to think we can just get a synchrotron and it will just run itself. But making electrons go in a circle at the speed of light is really, really difficult. And what you had here was a core of people, not just accelerator physicists, but engineers and technicians with experience with this kind of machine. When it came to the bids, the bid from London had, I've summarized a single paragraph here. What they planned to do was purchase a turnkey third generation synchrotron. Bearing in mind, this is the 1990s we're talking about. There is no such thing as a turnkey third generation synchrotron. And their accelerator group was going to be 2 people, 2 accelerator physicists and 2 operators. And I've had one of the people I ran into many years later who actually reviewed that proposal. I have it actually, the proposal sitting about half a meter to my right here. It's very thick, mostly very well written, but when they got to that paragraph, that was it. London had essentially lost the bid. So you need the political support, you need people to run the machine. So we ended up in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. So what I've drawn here, there's an old rule of thumb that half your users are going to come within a 2-hour travel distance of your facility. And of course, in the modern day and age where you have to check into an airport 2 hours before your flight, automatically you're flying to Saskatoon, you're outside the 2-hour travel distance. So that circle is as far as you can go, 2 hours driving at the speed limit. And you will notice if you look closely that there is nothing inside that circle. And that is not because I have got a ridiculously large scale map. It is because there is nothing else inside that circle. So one of our permanent issues is all our users are coming from a long way away. We have the risk of being seen as purely a local facility, at which point the federal government is going to say, that's a provincial responsibility, we're not going to pay you anymore. And our operating funding, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about later, does not allow us to subsidize travel for accommodation, travel for users, accommodation for users, or food for users. So it's a huge disincentive. And the distances in Canada are crazy. This is a very, very big country. So what I've drawn here is here are 4 places where users have actually come from to do research at the Canadian Light Source. And if you are successful getting a synchrotron in the Greater Caribbean region, for example, say in Puerto Rico, our users from St. John's will be closer to you than they are to us, right? I wasn't going to mention Old Crow, particularly until I heard the talk by Abdus Salam's son, because the reason there are users from Old Crow is that a very, very long time ago in Trieste, when I worked there, I met Abdus Salam. And something I got out of him was, now that I run the education program at Canadian Light Source, I have a duty to go and look for scientists where other people would not, which is how we ended up with school children from above the Arctic Circle coming to the Canadian Light Source to do their own research. Okay, brief aside there. Now let's take a look at our building. So we are a round peg in a square hole. So there's our storage ring with our beamlines. And if you look closely, you will notice that the storage ring is actually offset towards one corner. And the reason for that is the building design was finalized and the transfer of land from the university to the Canadian Light Source was completed. And then the storage ring design changed and got bigger. And what we figured was, well, if we need to build longer beamlines, we'll offset to one corner and we'll only need a small building extension, right? And you'll notice that we ended up building beamlines that needed a bigger building, but we had to go out the front. The reason being, if you look down the bottom here, is that is actually a bridge over to one of our temporary accommodation blocks that is getting towards 10 years old, because running alongside the bottom of our facility that we did not know about was a utilities corridor to the university, and we're not allowed to build on top of that. So we ended up spending a terrifying amount of money to expand the building. And one of the things that you sort of hear as a mantra in Canada is you can only ask for the amount of money you think you're going to get. You never ask for what you actually need, which means you end up spending more money in the long run. So why did the storage ring design change? So here is the energy range of all our currently existing beamlines. And in particular, I want to point out these three. These three were built as direct replacements for those original 3 Canadian beamlines that we'll build in the United States. And you will notice that they are, relatively speaking, low energy beamlines, whereas we have an awful lot of high energy beamlines because the community that grew after the CLS, the Canadian Light Source, was established, was more interested in higher energy. And maybe this is a lesson that your initial group of users, the people who will campaign to get a facility where they want it, they're not going to be the same as your mature user community, and they will have different interests. And we were advised, even back in the days when our users were focusing on low energy, is we're a unique national facility. We have to cover the entire spectral range from the infrared all the way up to the hard X-rays. And that's a lesson we learned the hard way, and it's cost us in the long run. Now, I'm going to talk briefly about operating funding. So, bearing in mind that Canada is one of the richest countries in the world, you'll be surprised at how painful operating funding can be. So, from 2005 to 2013, there was the MRS program run by NSERC. Now we have the MSI program run by CFI. We are told that there's something called the MRF program, which is being run out of ICED, possibly through CFI. With the MSI, started off, they provide 40% of our funding, then 50, then 60, and we have to get 60, then 50, then 40 from matching funds. Matching fund sources include NSERC, MSERC, CIHR, WD, province, the university, industrial revenue. And the problem with that is if you don't get the matching funds, not only do you have a shortfall because of lack of matching funds, but your main funds disappear. Now, I hope everybody was paying attention to that because there will be a test at the end. But then, of course, this is specific to the Canadian situation. And I want to explain it slightly differently. When we import, as we very often have, senior management people from other countries, we have to get them through the 5 stages of grief about our funding situation. They will come in thinking, well, it can't be that bad. They will go, oh my God, it is. That's crazy. How am I supposed to do this? Then they will think, well, if I can just talk to the right people in government, it'll all change. That's not how it works. Then they go, there's no way we can run the place like this. And eventually we get them to the point where they go, we will do what we can with the money we can get. And bear in mind, this is one of the richest countries on the planet. I suspect the senior people, especially if you import them from somewhere like the United States or Europe, are going to have to go through the same stages of grief before you can get them to actually function. So something else I mentioned in my abstract is that we have weather issues. And this might not come as a surprise to you because something we have to deal with is life at -40. And I have committed the unforgivable sin here of failing to include my units. So is this Celsius or is this Fahrenheit? And the answer is, at these temperatures, it really doesn't matter. And in fact, on days like the one I've pictured here, if you go outside and there's any wind, with the wind chill, it feels like it's actually Kelvin. And that gives us some practical difficulties to deal with. So if you look closely at this picture of our parking lot, that's what that is. You will notice these wires coming from vehicles to what looks like a charging station. It is not a charging station. These are not electric vehicles. These are gasoline engines, petrol engines. And what engines have here is a engine block heater so that you can park your car, go to work, and your engine hasn't frozen by the time you get back and want to go home, right? And then you look at this picture on the right, that's one of our emergency exits, and the light colors here, that is frost that is built up on the inside of the door because of how cold it is outside. And you might think it would be quite the emergency where you think going through that door would be a good idea. Right? You think, yes, we're on fire, but at least it's warm inside, right? And at the beginning, I did say I would try and use things where you have an analogy to something you might go on in the Caribbean. And obviously, this is completely irrelevant to you. And I said I would talk about problems, but this isn't a problem, right? This is Canada. We're good at this. We're the people you call if you want to figure out how to run something when it's ridiculously cold outside. It's minus 40. This is a full parking lot. This is a normal day at work. No, our problem with weather is this. Two things we failed to take account of when we built the cooling system was, firstly, we'd end up putting a lot of equipment in there that we didn't necessarily anticipate, a lot of offline equipment, electron microscope, infrared equipment, XPS, and it all generates heat that goes inside the building. And we did not anticipate how hot it was going to get in Saskatchewan in the summer. I spent my formative years in Singapore. I spent 5 years in the south of Italy, in Lecce, in Puglia. The hottest I've ever experienced is right here in Saskatoon. And that's two problems. One is heat, and then there's the issue of air quality, because although we are hundreds of kilometers from the nearest forest fire smoke blankets this city on a routine basis now in the middle of summer. And then you look at this headline down here, smoke and cooler temperatures. Sometimes the only thing stopping us setting record temperatures is the amount of smoke in the sky absorbing sunlight, stopping it from getting to the ground. So we have actually got to the point where we will be shutting down in July every year going forward, because we can no longer cool the building. So we end up shutting off air conditioning to the offices, which makes people cranky. We can live with that. Then we have to shut off the air to the experimental floor, which means our beamlines start to go out of alignment as they heat up and expand. And then eventually we have to shut down the accelerator. So global warming has become a big problem for us. And I thought I'd finish with a couple of photos I took recently. When we poured the last concrete shielding, what we did was allow everybody who was working on that day to indulge their inner child and come and sign the concrete. This was in May of 2001, and I like to show this to people because it's very easy to concentrate when you're thinking about a facility, especially a new facility, on the equipment you're going to have. And we have some incredible equipment that I haven't shown you, and it's easy to forget that in order to make that equipment work, you need people. So this is one of my favorite things to show people. And you need to be thinking ahead. You need to be thinking, how do I get my operating costs? There was a discussion earlier, is a certain amount of money, is that enough to build facilities across the greater Caribbean area? The answer is probably yes, but it's not enough to run them. And you need to be thinking a long way in the future. You need to be thinking about what your future community is going to be like. You need to be thinking about what the future climate is going to be like. And if you get that forward thinking wrong, sometimes you can end up in trouble just like we have. And the second photo is actually a different part of that concrete signature. And the person whose name has been obliterated because we put the supports for a cable tray was actually our executive director at the time. So this is a metaphor for if your senior leadership fails to plan ahead, you're going to have problems. So thank you for your attention. That's all I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you for a very nice talk. I laughed a couple of places.
Beautiful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the speaker? I have a comment about what Canada has in common with the Caribbean. You're both members of the Commonwealth of Nations, which I guarantee you will be important in 2025. And I guess you're both members of the Organization of American States.
Yes.
So these IGOs will, I think, become important. Now, a question about the users in St. John being closer to the Caribbean. Is that as the crow flies or as flights go? Because I look. I looked up at how close you are to University of Alaska, right? But it's a many day experience to fly from Fairbanks to Saskatoon.
Yeah. So thinking about the north, first of all, those users from Old Crow, bearing in mind most of them were school kids, that was 4 flights to get to us. St. John's, yes, that comparison is as the crow flies rather than flights. I have no idea if there are direct flights from St. John's to anywhere in the Caribbean. I suspect you will have to go through Toronto, but then you have to go through Toronto to get to Saskatoon anyway. One of our huge challenges is, especially when you consider flights, is almost all our users are closer to another synchrotron than they are to us. So, most Canadians, to First Democratization, live somewhere between Windsor, Ontario, which is just south of Detroit, to Quebec City, which is northeast of Detroit. That's a long way from us, but they're very close to the Advanced Photo Source in Chicago. They're also close to NSLS-2 on Long Island. So that's always been a challenge, is that, and even our users in Vancouver, it's a lot easier for them to get direct flights to California to go to SSRL or to go to the ALS than it is to get to us.
Right. Actually, I know a user from Chicago that is a Canadian Light Source user.
Yes,
I don't know if you know Jeff Terry.
I know Jeff Terry very well. He's been on our peer review committee for a long time. Again, something that a facility can do is be unique and be true to your own area. So I arrived as a soft X-ray scientist. Soft X-ray beamlines work under vacuum. A lot of the initial proposals to use my beamline were soil science. Soil is dirt. You don't want dirt in vacuum. But I know this is one of the bread baskets of the world, right? The Canadian prairies. There is one of the best agriculture departments in the world right next to us. We're going to figure out how to do soil in soft X-ray, right? And again, the quality of user support, I think, is as bigger a driver of where users go to use synchrotrons than the quality of the equipment. When you go there, do the people care about your experiment? Do they care about your science? Have they read your papers? If the answer is yes, you're probably going to get good data. If the answer is no, much more difficult.
Victor.
Right.
Yes, I would like to take the opportunity to try to complement your question, Lawrence, by saying that in addition to all what Robert said, there is an extra common point between the Caribbean and Canada, which is Mexico. The second largest economical partner of the whole Caribbean area is Mexico. And Mexico is also the third economic partner of Canada after the United States and China. So this relation that you mentioned passes through Mexico.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And before we move on, I guess I put into the chat about the PULSA conference, which is in August.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
You can make a comment about that as I look up the next speaker.
Yeah, so this is a conference we started to put together in collaboration with the Chess Synchrotron in New York State and the United States and with the Brazilians. Let's get together and talk about our common issues with agriculture, of which obviously climate change is a big one, and get together rotating around the 3 facilities. So this is an open invitation to anybody from the greater Caribbean. Come and visit Saskatoon. It's really nice in August. It's warmed up to a lovely -20 today outside. Come and see Saskatoon in the summer. Actually, it's really nice. And let's talk science that's important to you at a synchrotron.
Okay. Well, let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you.
Let's make a plan to all participate in PULSA. Right. So I think our next speaker will not be joining. The next speaker that's listed in the program won't be joining us. Is that correct, Leo?
Yes, he will not speak.
Okay.
In fact, I suggested to use this time for something else, to have some discussion, to make a balance of what you've heard until now.
Well, actually, if we move to the next speaker, we'll only be 10 minutes behind schedule.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how we got so.
Okay, so
I see that Javed.
It is better, as you are saying, to take advantage of this situation.
Excuse me, I'm still coughing like crazy. I thought I saw Javad, right? Is here. Still here?
He appears to be.
He appears to be here.
I can send.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. The microphone was off actually.
Okay. Let me just do a quick introduction. Professor Javed Rahigi, did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Right, is a professor of nuclear physics at the Institute for Research in Fundamental Sciences in Tehran. He has a bachelor's, master's, and PhD in nuclear physics. The first degree is from the University of Tehran. The graduate degrees is from the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. And he's head of the nuclear engineering department at Esfahan Nuclear Technology Center, or was the head, and is the current director of the Iranian Light Source Facility.
Former director, actually.
Former director, sorry, I'm reading and talking at the same time. Former director of the Iranian Light Source Facility, which is the topic of his talk today. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Greeting from Tehran. Let me see if I can share I can have my slides. Are you?
I don't see them yet.
Leo, are you going to load it from there, share it from there, or shall I do it from here?
Try to do it from there. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull them up.
Yes, please. I don't know how to do it here.
The first option is that you put them.
Did you send them to the Dropbox?
Yes, I did.
Let's see. I don't.
Romans, I put it also in our Google Drive in the stations folder. You can also look there.
All right, let me do that. Okay, I have it. It's as a PDF.
Yeah, no, it's not a PDF. It's PowerPoint.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking at the wrong file. Where did I share it with me? I do not see it. Am I not looking at the right place? Yikes.
I see it in
see
our
it?
Google. Yeah, in our Google Drive.
Uh-huh.
You go to Select Forum 2024. It has the PowerPoint presentations folder. You open that folder, and there's his PowerPoint presentation right there. The Google Drive that we have.
Slack Forum 2024.
You're gonna see a
presentations. Okay.
Yep, there it is.
All right, I'm getting there. This takes a while for it to download.
Could I change the slides from here, or will you do it for me?
I'll do it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Almost there. Now, where did it actually go to? Okay, here we go. So I will share the screen. Okay.
Hello. Okay. I'm going to just talk very briefly about the principles of radiation production, radiation generation in synchrotron, and then try to explain what challenges we had during the last 10 or 12 years in running the project in Tehran. Okay, next slide, please. We are talking about the large microscope, which can do many things, including the discovery of new materials, characterization of many different materials at atomic scale, and also which results in new technologies and new methods for many issues of science today and engineering. For example, this is a very simple example of how the science of synchrotron could help to reduce the size of a mobile phone from what we had in 1982 to what we have here in 2024. Next slide, please. And then the appearance of many other technologies which can help us in exchanging of information very fast, and to transfer information and to handle information for as a digital revolution in the last 30 years. This is the result of discovery of new materials which helped to develop very much faster electronics and so on. Next slide, please. The principle of light source for production of radiation is that when in this picture we see that when a source of sound is at a stationary state, can emit waves in a 4 pi geometry, while if it is moving with the speed, the sound can be folded sharply in a forward angle, and the intensity of sound, of course, at forward angle will be much more than when the source was at a stationary state. Next slide. Is the same for electrons. Suppose we are having electrons moving in a circle. The radiation due to the acceleration of electron moving in a circle will be spread in a much larger geometry, while if the electron is in a relativistic speed, then the light of the electron when it's emitted will be much in a forward angle, and there will be no other lights emitting in other angles, and therefore the intensity of light will be much more than when we have a slow electron moving in a circle. So for this, for the purpose of producing intense light and bright beam of X-rays, we need to have an accelerator. The problem of having an accelerator arises from that when we have got to have a relativistic electron, and therefore we come into into many challenges of making an accelerator first to give us relativistic electrons. So next slide, please. In a synchrotron, we have got to produce a very intense beam of electrons with some few hundred milliamp current of electron, and then try to give enough energy to them to have relativistic electrons, and when we force electron to move in an array of, for example, magnets, permanent magnet, it will have acceleration, and therefore it generates photons, and photons can be in very wide X-ray, in wide wavelengths, and therefore if we have a monochromator on the way of photons, we can cut a very narrow slice of wavelengths and produce the wavelengths we need for a particular experiment. So this device helps us to generate photons from infrared and up to hard X-ray wavelengths. Next slide, please. This is simply an array of permanent magnet where the electrons enters into it, and then which makes the electrons to undulate, and the undulation produces waves of light of short wavelengths up to hard X-rays. Next slide. Here is the spectrum of electromagnetic waves, which we use we can see that the wavelengths which synchrotron produces starts from infrared to hard X-ray, and then this light is used to see things and to give us information about the structure, atomic structure of matters, which can be useful in many cases and have many applications, which we have seen other speakers talking about it, and I just point out a few applications of this light which we are producing using synchrotron lights. Please, next slide. There are many applications for the light produced by a synchrotron, drug developments, future integrated circuits, advanced material like plastics, rubber, fibers, silk, etc., for corrosion studies, for micromachining, and environmental and health studies, energy storage and hydrogen in hydrogen cells, governmental application such as security, collaboration with universities, industries, and research laboratories, and many other applications, which shows that this device is very powerful tools to give an instrument for research to a wide range of expertise, and that's why many people can use this machine to do their research. Next slide. In Iran, we have a huge number of students in many universities, which goes up to which is up to 390 universities and education center. For example, to just see the scale of students, in 2016 we had 3.8 million students, 2 million of which were students in science, medicine, and engineering. So these numbers are very relevant to the numbers of people who can use synchrotron. Now in 2023, this number has reduced a little bit, but still there is a large number of students and postgraduate students, PhD students. So that justifies very well that we need a research center for multidisciplinary research, which can give opportunity to students which are graduated from universities or to students which are going to study in universities and to do research in university. So this is why we turned into setting up a synchrotron radiation source, light source, to respond to the need of the high numbers of students and young researchers in Iran. Next slide, please. And then you can see that in 2015, the number of engineers graduated from universities in Iran were among the first 3 countries in the world. So that can really tell us what we need to have to give jobs and to give an instrument for research to our engineers in Iran. Although now there are many of them have left because we were late to think about their jobs and their opportunity. I will get to this point later. Please, next slides. Now the challenges we have for setting up a light source is first human resources, which we had no problem when we started. And as I said, the numbers can speak for themselves, that we could easily get enough people as a staff of a project like a light source, and also to get enough people to educate and train as a users. And then we had companies with technical capabilities and local industries which can help us to build such a machine. And now the budget was the problem. We could really convince the politicians to start giving us money. So they agreed to at some stage to start thinking about it and allocated some money to start with. We carried on until for about 10 years, and then after that, as you know, we came into a problem of having fund to carry on with the experiment. So this is one of the dangers of starting a big project. If you don't know exactly what will happen after a few years, if you have money, enough funding for this project or not. And then the next thing is international collaboration. We were very lucky to be able to to establish collaboration with many light sources and many laboratories in Europe and in Far East. Because I was doing a job at Sesame before as a training chair of training committee, so I knew a lot of people in this field, and I knew many laboratories. So it was rather easy for me to get laboratories to help us in training of students, in training of staff, and in helping us to advise us for how to do this job. And then in parallel to what we were doing to build the machine, they start using collaboration with other light sources to do user capacity building by sending many people to various laboratories to do experiment, and we were very happy that things are going very well in connection with the capacity building. Next slide, please. The project itself started in end of 2009, beginning of 2010. We went through many stages of the project, feasibility studies, project design approval, and start of the basic design stage, funding of the project, and then civil and construction site started in 2018, and in 2020, construction of R&D and guest house completed. In 2021, the basic design phase completed, and we produced a conceptual design report, which was officially published by the laboratory. And then we started to think about the next phase of the project, which was technical design, detailed design report, detailed design work, which needed a lot of money for doing R&D. In fact, some 20% of the project of the money for the project should be spent for the R&D, and out of 300 million euros or $300 million, we needed some 50-60 million euros for R&D, which was not simply available at the stage of in 2021. The country started to run into problem with the economy. Next slide, please. Iran is located. Next slide, please. The country is located here. This is Caspian Sea, and then the closest light source to Iran is Sesame. We had a good collaboration with Sesame, and people. I myself was helping Sesame in training and in capacity building for about 10 to 12 years, and I was also part of the mission, Iranian mission to the project. We could convince the politician that this device, this machine, this laboratory is the necessity for if they want to get into industrial sort of advance, to advance in technology and in industry. So showing this map to them was very convincing, especially example of Korea, Taiwan, and Brazil was very attractive to convince them, because for example, Korea used to buy a car from Iran 40-50 years ago. Now we have problem producing our own car with the safe enough cars to use it in our road. You can see that how going into this sort of technologies can help us with many other problems in the industry and other technologies. So please, next slide. Yes, next slide. So we hoped that by 2025, we were planning at that time that by 2025 or a bit further, we could have completed our light source, but this did not really happen because we had a good human resources. We spent a lot of money through our collaboration to train them. Many experts from various parts of the world came to Iran and started to teach the graduates, and the result was having some 100 people of staff, which were good accelerator physicists, good mechanics, mechanical engineer, and many other subjects, many other technologies needed for the building of a light source. So, but the money for the R&D was a problem, and that was very impeding sort of force, not giving us the opportunity to move ahead. Please, next slide. The site selection was next slide, please. Next the site is somewhere. This is Tehran, and then if you show the next slide, the place where the light source is going to build is here in Qazvin, 150 kilometers west of Tehran, and then we managed to get 50 hectares of very good and suitable land in Qazvin. Qazvin is in a very attractive place where there are many industries, universities, and there is where three different provinces are just get together in the north near the Caspian Sea, and Azerbaijan in the west, and then further south other provinces which have a great capacity in industry and in human in the users. So, and in addition, it's very attractive place geographically. It's beautiful because it is close to the Caspian Sea and close to the mountains in Alborz area. And so this was selected as the best place to build the light source in Iran. Next slide. The land was 50 hectares, and we started to design the building. The building's detail has been designed already. The ring is some 500 meters circumference for a low emittance machine. Even we sort of foresaw the possibility of having a free electron laser in future if needed. So everything was very well thought of. And next slide, please. And then the staff were training and were sort of recruited enough people. In some stage in 2016, we had some 100 technical staff, which they were all trained by people like Helmut Wiedemann from Stanford, Dieter Einfeld, and Albin Relish, and Riccardo Bartolini, and many other accelerator physicists, which they came to Iran. Some of them stayed every time for a few weeks, just in the beginning, very beginning, to teach the science and engineering graduates from Iran. For example, I remember that late Helmut Wiedemann came to Iran for 11 times. Every time stayed 6 weeks, 8 weeks in Iran to teach. And then this staff are very expensive really for us, because the funding for the first few years was spent just for training and for R&D, very special work of R&D. Next slide, please. This is the chart of the project. We have from electrical engineer, architect, mechanical engineer, vacuum engineer, for power supply, for beam dynamics, for magnet measurement laboratory. Everything was there, and the people were trained so that they could do a good job and ready to design the machine. Next slide, please. The machine is this is the building which is designed by architects. This is a 500-meter circumference machine with buildings which needed for office and for R&D work. Next slide, please. And
you have 2 minutes left.
Yes, please. Some more. Next one. The machine is a low emittance machine, 500 meters, as I said, circumference, and very modern design. Next slide. The budget was estimated very carefully for over 10 years period almost. We had 300 million. We had to spend $300 million, and this is the rate of the budget which can be spent during the construction and before the operation. Next slide. And the advisory committee were very active in every 1 or 2 years. We had the advisory committee people gathering to see the design. As I said, Helmut Wiedemann, Dieter Einfeld, Albin Relish, and many other people which that are known in the field of accelerated physics were at our committee, advisory committee. Next slide. So the same for the science committee. These are the pictures they were in Iran. Next one. The science committee is David Atwood from Berkeley and people from Electra, from Alba, and from Diamond, and from French Light Source. Next one. The collaboration, you can see almost we had collaboration with every laboratory in Europe and in the Far East, in Taiwan and in Korea. Next one, which they were very helpful to us. And then signed agreement with Diamond and with Alba. Next, with ICTP and with many. Please next one, and with Electra and with some other laboratories with Taiwanese. These are meetings with Dieter Einfeld in Iran. Next one. And then next one, you can see Katerina Biscari. I must say that Alba helped us a lot with the project, with the training of the people in Alba. Next one, this is Sesame, technical director, and this is I can't remember the name. Is from Electra, which was very helpful to us. She has been to Iran many times. And then this is one of the meetings of the machine advisory committee, and the visit to R&D lab. Next one. Next one, please. These are the visit of Diamond people from at our R&D laboratory, and Canadian Light Source, people from Canadian Light Source, from Brazil, Lindio, Dieter Einfeld. Next one. And then under Lauzi and David Atwood in Isfahan drinking tea, and this is David Atwood at the square, famous square, and famous mosque in Isfahan. Next one. And this is the Helmut. This is Helmut. And then R&D just show some picture of the items and of the components we have developed and built in Iran: magnets, dipole, quadrupole, and also alpha magnets. Next one. We built 500 megahertz amplifiers, which was at the time very good, big innovation. Sesame tested it and was good enough to be used for the 500 megahertz RF machines. Later on, next one, please. This is a magnet measurement laboratory. Next one. This is another picture from magnet measurement laboratory, and then the same. Please, next one. And then RF 500 megahertz RF amplifiers, solid state, which we developed ourselves, and so on. So many items, and this is 100 megahertz RF power because we moved from 500 megahertz to 100 megahertz RF just to match with other machines nowadays built in Max 4, for example, and so on. So you
have to stop because you have 30 more slides actually here.
Yes. I mean, what I wanted to show is that we managed to train our staff to do capacity building, but what really stopped us of making progress was the government, which does not have enough wise people to think of future for such a big and huge number of graduates from universities. You build universities, you graduate people, you don't have much jobs to do with them, and therefore when you don't have infrastructure, your university also decline. That is what is happening in Iran, and because the infrastructure cannot generate a new generation of teachers and lecturers, because infrastructure does not exist, and the universities get sort of depleted of good graduates, and therefore you have got to run down almost everything.
Okay. I'm trying to just scroll quickly through your slides, but the message I see is that you spent a lot of time making your own components.
Yes, we just wanted to try to see which components can be built, because when you build something in your own country, then the industry will develop, and we saw a lot of potential for the industry, provided we give them a job to do. We sort of probed the industry by giving them the job to build, for example, a power supply, a very special power supply for magnet, and they could do it. They could build RF 500 megahertz RF solid state amplifier, which at the time only the French had done it before, and even Sesame was not able to do it. So we showed that we are capable of doing these sort of things. But at the end, the funding was the stopping sort of parameter for our project. I would like to also pay tribute to Helmut Wiedemann, which spent a lot of time and made a lot of effort to educate young graduates and young people, young scientists in Iran, and he did a very good job by helping us to know how to get familiar with the science of accelerator physics.
Okay. Are there any questions for the speaker? So I have one question.
Yes.
That is basically, how can we help? Or how can we help?
How can you help? I think now we have learned that what a big mistake we have made in Iran by not allocating sufficient fund to such projects. You can actually maybe to help. Maybe you can help us to join with your project in Caribbean, and sort of through collaboration, we could maybe get some help from international organizations or just through governments negotiation with Iranian government. Maybe we can convince them to allocate, to understand that this multidisciplinary project can really change the science in Iran and technology in Iran, and it's more useful than any other things which they are investing on. For example, we compared the cost of the 100 kilometers of motorway with the cost of this machine, and it was very easy to understand that adding 100 kilometers to the roads in Iran will have no impact, not as compared to the setting up a laboratory of light source. I mean, accelerator, synchrotron light source. So, but the governments in Iran, they always think about 4 years of their terms, and they know that this is a long sort of this is a project which takes long to do. They will not show much. They're not much eager to carry on and help this project for 4 years, because their term is finishing, and they cannot claim that this is their sort of project. So they just leave it because they think it is better to do a project which can be fruitful in shorter time.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the speaker? Then let's give him a round of applause.
Lawrence, I'm sorry, you didn't see my hand.
I did not see your hand. Go ahead. Go ahead, real quick.
The point is that I think we must be realistic that objectively Iran may have difficulty to have support from many of the sources we are thinking about, objectively, in this situation. However, what I think, and also understand that the government is not especially keen of supporting this project, and it is something not so different in Uzbekistan, Javad, where according to what Soyara has told us, also in Uzbekistan, the government is relatively cold in the support to the project in Uzbekistan. Therefore, what I think is that really the idea of a consortium of different projects, as we are proposing that you are involved in, may be a way of getting some way of getting some support from sources which can give the support. And also one can think to do jointly certain activities like technical studies and things like that, which don't need to be repeated in all the details everywhere. So that I think this may be a way also of making the softer the burden for your government and perhaps open the discussion. But in the same line of thought, I think that if we have this group of projects, also the capacity of the individual project to discuss with their government becomes stronger. So I'm not sure, but I think this may be a way of trying to solve certain problems, because otherwise, in the present geopolitical situation, I have many doubts that in the short time the situation may change.
Correct. Yes, but I couldn't imagine that we can be compared with Uzbekistan. Iran is with the capacity I mentioned and with the industry you probably know. We are not less. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we were not much weaker than South Korea. You know, the Korean came.
Sure. On this, I agree, Gerard. It is I was comparing in the sense of willingness of the government to support the project, but then that Iran is not Uzbekistan, I fully agree. You are right.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's move on to the next speaker, which is Dr. Sanay.
Shall I make a special thanks to Leo for giving me a chance to talk about the project here, and also if Katerina Biscari is around, I would like to thank her because she really helped us a lot as a director of a light source in Europe. I cannot I can't stop myself of not saying it, you know.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Dr. Sanay Sansam. She is a postdoc at INFN in Milano. Her work is focusing on optimizing and simulating the X-ray Compton radiation spectra in both the linear and nonlinear regimes, and conducting measurements on the STAR-2 energy line. In addition to her work, her scientific work, she is an advocate for scientific collaboration and education in Africa. She's a convener of the Accelerator Working Group of the African Strategy for Fundamental and Applied Physics, and is on the International Organizing Committee of the African School of Fundamental and Applied Physics. So if you can share your screen, you can start your presentation.
Thank you, Lawrence. Can you actually see my screen?
I can see, I don't know what this I'm looking at. You are, I don't see your slides. I think, what is your screen?
Okay, let me.
I think if you have multiple screens, you're probably showing the wrong one.
Yes, let me try to. Well, let me see. I'm not able to share.
Let me see. Did you send us your slides before? Let me see. I have your slideshow.
Okay, so you can.
So I can start. Start.
Yes, thank you.
And let's see. Okay. All right.
So thank you, Lawrence. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. First, I want to thank Leo and the organizers for inviting me to the conference. In my presentation, I want to share a vision that could transform scientific research in Africa, which is the creation of a compact light source as a first step to build the continent's first African light source. This vision is inspired by an existing machine called STAR that Luca Serafini has presented before, which is the Southern Europe Thomson backscattering source for applied research. STAR will begin commissioning next month, and it's a perfect model to guide the proposed initiative. Next slide. So to build such a machine, we need first to have a motivation and a vision, which is addressing the need to advance research infrastructure in Africa and to establish the African Light Source as a continental hub for scientific innovation. We need to have an inspiration, and I choose for that the project I'm currently in collaboration with, which is STAR. So I'm going to highlight this machine as a model and mention its advanced technologies. Also, we need to have a strategic goal for Africa, like bridge critical gaps in accelerator science and photon-based research capabilities. We need to reverse brain drain and train new generation of scientists and engineering in cutting-edge technology and propose some countries to host this project. Next slide. So choosing the best African country to host an impact light source like STAR depends on several factors, like including existing scientific infrastructures, regional accessibility, government support, and so on. So for that, we have first South Africa for its scientific infrastructure. South Africa actually hosts the Itemba Labs and the Square Kilometer Array, and that shows experience in managing large-scale scientific projects. It also has a strong research program in physics, material science, and biology, and with a history of investments in science and innovation. We have second, both Morocco and Tunisia for their strong network, scientific network. They have strong relationships with Europe and institutions, and they also have a very strategic location because they are both close to Europe, which will facilitate partnership and funding opportunities. We also have Egypt for its existing facilities. It hosts the Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority and other research facilities. They have a potential to serve North African and Middle Eastern research communities. We also have Nigeria, that has the largest population in Africa with a growing number of universities. Kenya and Ghana, I put them also together because they share some similar points, which are emerging hubs. So both countries became hubs for science and technology, and both have shown interest in advancing science and technology through national policies. At the end, we have Rwanda. Rwanda has demonstrated strong political will with heavy investment in STEM education through institutions like AIMS in Kigali. Rwanda is one of the most politically stable countries in Africa as well. And without to forget the Kigali Innovation City, that is a project aimed to create a tech and research hub in Africa. It's designed to host research institutions, universities, and technology companies. I think they start the construction in September, and I also heard that they want to also have an accelerator there. But also, rather than focusing on a single country, a regional collaborative model could be better. For instance, build a compact light source in a central location under the Pan-African collaboration. Next slide, please. So here I move to the proposed model, which is STAR. STAR is a compact, cost-effective, high-gradient accelerator for user facilities. And it is the only Italian research infrastructure based on a particle accelerator located inside the university campus. It's hosted by University of Calabria, UNICAL, and led by ANFN. With the recent upgrade that they have, it's for the high energy LINAC. It can reach electron energies up to 150 MeV through advanced C-band technology. So the energy range of photons produced by STAR is wide, ranging from 17 keV up to 80 keV for one low energy beamline, and from 65 keV up to 350 keV for a high energy beamline with a quite high brilliance. Next slide, please. The collaborators of STAR are the following. So we have the University of Calabria, where STAR is located. Together with the CNISM, they received the first phase of fundings. There is also INFN that is committed to install, test, commission, and upgrade the LINAC, and Elettra Synchrotron. Next slide. The infrastructure is located in Calabria, in Cosenza, up Catanzaro that you can see in the map. UNICAL won 2 PON, which stands for the National Competition European Funding for School and Research. It has a well-known physics department with more than 35,000 students. And one of the main reasons to place STAR in the Calabria region is that this region is rich of archaeological sites and findings, which I will mention in coming slides. Next. The STAR research is shown in this scheme, which show that the service lab, which show also the service labs, which means that we don't only have the accelerator and the laser. The heart of this infrastructure is the STAR lab, which provide 2 beam lines, high energy line that deliver X-rays to 2 experimental stations, microtomo for microtomography studies, and soft X-rays for X-ray microscopy. These facilities allow non-destructive reconstruction of samples, and the X-rays produced by STAR can facilitate analysis of both hard material and biological matter, like human or animal tissues. Next slide. This is the first phase of STAR with 1 line, and the design. Next slide. The design actually here show that this kind of machine can be easily upgraded, and it's in fact what's happened. Next slide. Here you can see the final upgraded layout of the machine. It's a linear accelerator with 3 acceleration sections, 1 S-band and 2 C-band LINACs. This configuration allows a flexible range of tuning beam dynamics, and the energy of electrons in the low energy line range from 23 to 65 MeV, while the high energy line it's ranged from 40 to 150 MeV. The energy range of the produced photon is wide, from 17 to 80 keV for low energy line, and up to 350 keV for the high one. Next slide. These are some parameters of the STAR inverse Compton source. On the left, you have the parameters of the electron beam for both the high energy line and the low energy line, in the middle for the photons, and on the right, we have the parameters for the laser infrastructure, which is from amplitude. Next slide. Here we can see that the user beam lines are represented by 2 microtomographers with a micron scale, which is ideal for papyrus tomography reading, and 3D microtomography of thick metallic objects. Next slide. Here we have some videos on YouTube presented by Luca Serafini. It shows the infrastructure in detail and speak about the components. And down we have an article that was also showed by Luca, and it showed the analysis of different regimes of inverse Compton sources. Some they are already implemented, some in commissioning phase at various facilities, and also some future project propositions. Next slide. These are some 14 applications which are general for any inverse Compton scattering source. UNICAL has many departments from, University of Calabria has many departments from electronic engineering to biology. And while STAR is devoted to microtomography of archaeological centers, which is across metallurgy, civil engineering, and humanistic science. Because if, for example, we need to do tomography on bronze statues, we need such laboratories. Next slide. As an example of applications for compact light source based on inverse Compton scattering like STAR, one of the greatest interests is biomedical imaging. For example, here there was an experimental demonstration for this at the ATF lab in Brookhaven, where they evaluate a phase contrast imaging on a WASP by using an inverse Compton X-ray source. And as a result of this phase contrast, it was clearly observed. Next slide. Another example of application have been published in these two papers in collaboration with our INFN and University of Calabria and STAR team. So first one is an enhanced mammography through phase contrast imaging at around 20 kV. This technique is significantly improves image clarity and allow for more accurate and earlier detection of medical conditions. The second application is the what we call virtual enrolling of ancient papyri at ESRF. They worked with a collection of over 1,800 carbonized papyri, which were discovered in the Roman Villa di Papyri. This collection is a unique classical library that survived from the catastrophic eruption of Mount Vesuvius in southern Italy. And the non-invasive imaging technique enabled this group to virtually construct and study these historical documents without causing any further damage. Not this one, yeah. So these are results of X-ray tomography of small bronze statues, which were used as a symbol of divinity from the 8th century. On the left, we have the sample. On the middle, we have the projection and the tomography results on the right. Next, please. So as you can see, these statues were broken. No, the slide, yes. These statues were broken in the neck and later were repaired. So archaeologists here wants to understand the bracing technique that was used used at that time, which is not just like welding, but like brazing copper or copper alloy. Next slide. Here we have more examples. For example, in biomedicine, we have the goldfish heart that has a complex structure that you cannot understand if you just cut it. So the internal function is more complicated. For that, we need a 3D tomography, which is essential in this case. We also in civil engineering we can understand actually the fiber reinforced concrete, RFC, which is a concrete mixture of short and randomly oriented fiber. We actually will have more applications since I work at INFN, not exactly at STAR. There will be tomorrow a talk by Professor Barberi, and he will present for you more applications and recent work in the infrastructure. Next slide. This is a simulation of expected radiation spectrum for the low energy line of STAR, showing the characteristics of photons at two different energy levels, 20 and 60 MeV. The photons energy here resulting from this interaction are around 7.5 and 67 kV. The characteristics of the photon beam, such as the number of photons and the bandwidth, change with the correlation angle. And here the histogram shows that the tight collimation, which means small theta, produce high intensities and narrow energy distribution, which is crucial for applications requiring high precision. Next, please. Here we have the same analysis, but for the high energy line, which shows the produced photon energy reaching 350 kV. Next slide. This is an estimate 3D plot reports the detected characteristics of the photon beam produced by Compton scattering at 140 MeV, resulting in 350 kV photon energy. We can see and notice the effect of collimation and monochromizing photon radiation. So tighter collimation, we have sharper peaks and small bandwidth, while with broader angles, we have a flatter surface with high bandwidth. Next, please. Those are some photos of the infrastructure where we can see the gun, the bending magnets to the dump from the high energy line and the interaction point. Next, please. Here we have the hangar. Next. The laser system. Next. The user hatch. Next. Here I want to mention again that currently STAR is under commissioning. All machine components has been installed and tested. We got recently the OK from the radio protection, and in January we will switch all the RF power sources. So we expect to have the first photon beam by June. Next slide. These are some references of our publications, proceedings, posters, and also our design report. Next. So last year, during the African Conference of Physics in George in South Africa, we introduced and discussed this project idea. The session was not only engaging for the participants who attended in person, but also attracted a very good number of attendees via Zoom and make it one of the most attended virtual sessions of the conference. And I think this reflects the growing interest and enthusiasm within the scientific community for advancing this initiative. Next slide. As a result of this fruitful discussion, we documented and shared this roundtable discussion, which was held by Luca Serafini, Simon Connell, and myself. This was shared in the African Physics newsletter for the American Physical Society. And this publication highlights the significance of our efforts and the collaborative input from the roundtable. Next slide. Last month, we also conducted a similar session during the Africa Light Source Conference in Johannesburg, in South Africa. The discussions were equally engaging and productive. Some of the organizers and participants from the event are also joining us here today, yesterday, and also tomorrow. And this, I think, demonstrates the continuity and shared commitment toward advancing light source infrastructure in Africa. Next slide. So while proposing this idea, I reflected on my role as one of the conveners of the African Strategy of Fundamental and Applied Physics report, specifically for the chapter on accelerated physics that I'm writing. I observed that this field remained underdeveloped in Africa, and with the proposal to build the Africa Light Source in mind, we initiated the survey to assess the current state of particle accelerator expertise and resources across the continent. So I'm sharing some primary results from this survey. And before I want to mention that these findings will be presented in greater detail during our first in-person meeting to discuss the final report, which is set to take place in Egypt just 2 days from now. Next slide. So looking at these results, it is really concerning to see that a significant number of participants, 50%, reported not having had any course on accelerator physics during their university studies. And unfortunately, by checking the survey again yesterday, this percentage appears to be increasing. And in addition, many participants have no idea of any existing accelerator facilities in the African continent, which points the critical need for awareness and education in this field. Next slide. A very high percentage of researchers have never collaborated with any international institutions on particle accelerator field or projects, and an even higher percentage have never gained any hands-on experience in the field, which also points out the urgency of advancing both education and international collaboration to strengthen Africa's capability in accelerator physics and related technologies. Next slide. So I want here to assess the participants' awareness and opinion regarding compact light source. Fortunately, a promising 64.2% are already familiar with these sources, and an overwhelming majority expressed strong support for having such facilities on our African continent. While there are additional insights from the survey, I have reserved them for more detailed discussion during the upcoming African strategy meeting. Next slide. So to conclude, I want to say that this project isn't just about advancing science, it's about building a brighter future for education, healthcare, cultural heritage preservation, and economic growth in Africa. And with collaborations, discipline, we can make this vision a reality, actually a realistic reality, especially regarding the cost of compact light source machines compared to synchrotrons. Next, I think there was a missing slide. No. Yes. So this is just to refer to our team. It is distributed between Milan, Frascati close to Rome, Calabria, and Trieste. And thank you for your attention. You can move to the next slide. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's thank the speaker. And the speaker is available for questions.
And comments.
And comments. Leo, you're muted.
Yes, I think that there is a possibility which should be explored because, well, I am a former professor at the University of Calabria, and I know very well, of course, the system of reception. Calabria is an excellent campus with a big possibility of receiving people, and so I wonder whether one could not make a kind of a summer school, a permanent summer school in Calabria. Of course, there should be some financing, but probably this could also be of interest of the region. So I'm not saying that I offer myself to negotiate this because as a retired professor is not always easy, but certainly if this is to be discussed, I could participate in the discussion with as an expert of the field. And tomorrow probably we should investigate with Riccardo about this possibility. For example, an initiative of LAMP, of in-person event at STAR could be a reasonable use of STAR during the summer.
Yes, I agree. Actually, this is a great idea. I think also Luca is agree. I mean, the fact that you are retired doesn't mean that you cannot negotiate.
Well, the point is that I was in charge exactly of the problem of the use of that infrastructure, and you know, when people leave, not always but people looked at them with the sympathy the new ones, because no, they could feel that I want to teach them what to do. But
can I make a side comment?
But if we have a discussion on that, of course, I can participate in the discussion as a representative of our group. And I know what one can say with a reasonable probability of being accepted.
Can I make a side comment?
Go ahead, Luca.
Yeah, thank you. Leo, we completely share your point of view, your vision, but I have to say something that probably didn't come out clear from my presentation from SANES. INFN is not the host institution of STAR. The host institution is University of Calabria, and the delegate of the rector is Professor Riccardo Barberi, who will speak tomorrow. So INFN conceived, designed, built, and is going to put the machine into operation. Of course, we share the vision of the strong potentiality in education, in science development that STAR is offering to Europe. STAR is a unique facility in Europe, thanks to the high photon energy delivered. But concerning all the programs, initiatives that have to be implemented in the campus, Sana and myself, we cannot speak on behalf of University of Calabria. That is what I want to make clear. Of course, we are...
No, but this is completely clear to me, Luca. This is completely clear. In fact, what I was suggesting is not that we talk with you as a representative of STAR. No, what I'm saying is that from the talk of Sana, I believe that our group, the people who have organized this conference, were interested to create experiences in Africa, in the Caribbean, and so would suggest our group to the University of Calabria with the support perhaps of NFN, but the support to the initiative, not because it was involved in the construction, to have a kind of permanent summer school in the summer when the residence of the students are empty, and therefore for the university the cost is very limited, and therefore perhaps one can do this in collaboration with ICTP. I mean, I'm just saying, we have a facility, we have a university which has a very good system of reception, because University of Calabria has a capacity of 4,000 or 5,000 students in the campus. It's unique in Italy.
That's right.
Therefore, I think that one can do that, and I'm just proposing to the group that we think about this as a possible output of the presentation of Sana, but certainly not that we are going to discuss with you and Sana how we use the facility of the University of Calabria.
Now, we totally agree with you, Leo. And on top of that, as you know perfectly, the food in Calabria is one of the best in Italy. There are a lot of nice, beautiful sea places. So what else and what more for a summer school? It's a good motivation.
Yes, exactly.
Are there any other questions for the speaker? I think there are questions about. We can pose questions about the cost per copy, and whether or not if we were to make these things for Africa, to have a network of them in Africa, could we do the same for Caribbean and any other set of countries? Also, the unique capabilities. I see a lot of light sources have cryo-EM machines, right? So, which is sort of a competitive technology for structural biology, or is a competitive. Could you make a case for putting one of these compact light source machines at a normal light source, a third or fourth generation light source, because of its unique capabilities? That is there a science case for their existence other than the economic case for or their, I guess, I don't know, I want to know if simplicity is the right word, but they're low cost. I don't know, Luca, if you want to address any of that in 3 minutes.
Lawrence, I think that after the talk of Luca before and this of Sane, the possibility of using also the option of compact light source in a program for Latin America, but also I would say for the global South, is completely reasonable and should be taken into account as a complementary idea to the idea of pushing for synchrotrons and so on. What would be a mistake, in my view, is to think that if we bet on a compact light source, this means that we abandon the idea of making synchrotrons. So one should avoid the impression that we choose the cheapest way instead of the expensive one because we are in the south. What I was saying, there's no a science for the south and a science for the north. But certainly, compact light source represents something which has to be considered. And in this sense, for example, to make use of a facility which exists in Italy to discuss the possibility that we use this facility for training people from the global south could also be an initiative to be supported by the European Union. I mean, if we decide to do that, the way of presenting the idea are several.
I can just add a comment.
Perhaps this could be a good point to make to one of the next speakers, because one of the speakers is exactly a representative of the European Union. I wonder if he's already connected or not. If he, Gianmarco, he's connected, so presumably as
yes, he's connected, but
well, let's get
I'm
back
not the one in charge of infrastructures.
Let's get back on schedule. And let's thank the speaker again.
I know, Marco. I think that we met in Cape Town last year, 2 years ago. But I was not thinking that you were listening and therefore were sending you what in Latin America is called una indirecta.
Right.
Sorry, Lauren.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. A comment. I agree with all what Leo said, and I can add that. By presenting compact light source doesn't mean that I don't want a synchrotron or a light source in Africa. I'm just too much realistic as an accelerator physicist, and by writing the accelerator chapter of the African strategy, I noticed a lot of problems that we don't have even an accelerator division in Africa. So moving and stepping toward the big light source in Africa with all the problems that our continent has, I really want to have a compact light source first as a first step, and this doesn't mean that we don't want an African light source.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's thank the speaker again, and then we move on to the next speaker, who is Carlos Radames. He was a professor of physics at University of El Salvador. He's worked in Germany, Spain, France, and I guess Germany again. And amongst his many accolades, he is co-founder of the Regional Doctorate Program in Physics, a coordinator of the Researchers Network for Development of Natural Sciences, and promotes scientific collaboration through research networks in the region, among other activities, and is a member of the organizing committee of this symposium. Carlos, you can go ahead and share your screen.
Can you see my screen now?
Yep.
It's okay?
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me here. And thank you very much to the organizing committee for this great organization of this symposium. I will divide my talk in 3 parts. At the beginning, I will talk about the status of science and technology in Central America, a brief introduction, and we will see that we have a huge problem here. In the second part, I will talk about, because we will discover, or we will see, because it is not a discovery. Many people, or most of the people, knows the problem that we have here in the region. But in the second part, I will talk about some opportunities or some initiative to try to solve the problem that we see in the introduction. And at the end, I will talk about, or I will make a summary of the talk. The Central American weakness of vulnerability in research or development is manifested in a deficient research infrastructures and a shortage of qualified personnel with doctoral degrees, which, despite high-quality niches, does not allow for the quantity, variety, and quality of research needed to promote its development. This is confirmed by the fact that the region has one of the lowest indicators of scientific production and technological innovation in the world. And here below, we have an example. We have the amount of articles published in 2018, and we compare the publication of the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil, the University of Barcelona in Spain, the UNAM of Mexico, all the universities in Central America, private universities and state universities together, on the state university involved in the so-called SUCA, the Central American Higher University Council. It is evident that if we compare the publication of UNAM, we can say that more or less UNAM published in 2018 a factor of 5 more papers than all the universities together in Central America. The same comparison can be made with the University of Barcelona, despite the University of Barcelona is not so big like the UNAM in Mexico. And if we compare with the University of Sao Paulo, this university published, let's say it's at least this year, a factor of 15 more than all the universities together in Central America. This is, of course, a big problem. Another important indicator is the number of full-time researchers per 1,000 workers. In the countries of Central America, its value is between 0.06 here, for instance, for Guatemala, and 2.1 for Costa Rica, which is very low compared not only with developed countries like Finland. You can see Finland here. It's about 15, but also with Latin American countries such as Argentina, which has 3.02. But if you are a very good observer, you could say, hey, this is it's very old, this reference, 2012. And unfortunately, I have to say that things have not changed much over the last years. Here in this graph, we can see the researchers in Latin America per 1,000 labor force for 2015 and 2018 in different colors. Well, if we compare with the numbers in this graph or in this picture, you can see that more or less we have the same numbers, a little bit more, a little bit less, but in principle, there are no significant difference during the last year after the UNESCO Science Report 2021. This lack of researchers in the region is particularly interesting at the doctoral level. For example, in 2012, the number of doctoral graduates in the region averages around 10 per million inhabitants. If we compare that with Germany, Germany had 30 times more. Let's take a look at the government expenditure on higher education as a share of GDP for 2018. We could see that Central American countries like Guatemala and El Salvador here are at the bottom of this picture. Here we have Honduras, we have Mexico here, etc. This leads to other considerations, which are very important. In Latin America, only 15 of the PhDs are in natural sciences. The vast majority of PhD in natural sciences working in the region have had to obtain their doctorates abroad. This means that the research that led to the PhD cannot easily be continued in the country of origin, mainly because of the lack of scientific infrastructures and jobs suitable for this level of training, but sometimes also because the areas of PhD research are not of major interest in the region. All of this contributes to fostering the brain drain, because of which was estimated almost 30 years ago, at $1 million per person. We have seen a huge problem, but this huge problem can be converted in huge strategies in order to solve, or initiatives in order to solve this problem. One of them is we have to invest more in research. When I have a very nice example that could be applied to other countries in Central America and in Latin America too. Here, for instance, on the left side, we can see the gross domestic product per capita for Mexico. And it is compared to other countries like Argentina, Brazil, Chile, China, Poland, Turkey, South Korea, Spain, United States of America, on the 15 founder countries of the European Union. If you can see here, Mexico ranked 6th in GDP per capita here, more or less. No? And if we compare it with the gross domestic expenditure on research and development, we can see that Mexico has more or less the same position as in this diagram. This is a very nice example of how the investment in research and development can drive the economical development on the presence in the world. It seems that because we lack of a very good investment in research and development, we have to work much more in science diplomacy to have more investment in order to change the bad numbers what we have in scientific production and improve our economical development. We could also have the strategy of the improved researcher training. The Central American Higher University Council decided for the creation of regional doctoral programs. The first one, with the cooperation of the ICTP, were the regional doctoral programs in physics and mathematics, approved in October 2012, in order to start in 2014. Nowadays, only the University of Panama, the Technological University of Panama, the University of El Salvador, and the University of San Carlos of Guatemala have initiated some activities of the two doctorates promoted by TSUCA. The National Autonomous University of Honduras is working hard for its approval. And in the last year, we were aware of the interest of the Autonomous University of Chiriquí in Panama. They want to have this regional program, doctoral program in physics, over there in Chiriquí. The original PhD program in physics works in principle, to some extent, like European doctorate in the European Union. That means at least 3 years full-time research, a mandatory 3-6 month scientific stay abroad during PhD studies, among other ingredients. As an example of the importance of having a PhD in order to try to make research, we have here an example, one more time, Mexico. For instance, we can see the number of publications here in the vertical axis, on here the years. Mexico introduces the PhD requirement for membership in the National System of Researchers, the so-called SNI, Sistema Nacional de Investigadores in Spanish, in the 90s, when we see a great impact in the number of publications here, for instance, starting from here. We have another initiative also. We founded the so-called Network of Researchers for the Development of Natural Sciences, called RCN. RCN is a network of researchers from Central America and the Dominican Republic with international links, whose objective is to promote and strengthen regional doctorates and to promote the development of multi- and interdisciplinary research projects in natural sciences and related areas. This network is partially funded by the General Secretariat of the Central American Integration Systems, the Central American Higher Universities Council, the Commission for Scientific and Technological Development of Central America, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, and the International Development Research Center from Canada, within the framework of the project Strengthening Science and Innovation Policy Capacities in the member countries of the Central American Integration System, but also within the framework of other similar projects. On the number 3 initiative what we could have is the topic of this event, to have a synchrotron to promote science and technology development in Central America or in the region. As we know, synchrotron light is a type of extremely bright electromagnetic radiation that extends over a wide spectrum. That is, it is composed of several types of light, from infrared passing from the visible light and ultraviolet radiation reaching X-rays. With the use of these spectral lights, it is possible to penetrate matter and reveal characteristics of its molecular and atomic structure for the investigation of all types of materials. Its wide spectrum allows carry out different types of analysis using each of the different kind of lights, of which synchrotron light is composed, and we talk about this here in this paragraph. Its high brightness allows extremely fast experiment on the investigation of the details of material at the nanometer scale. With synchrotron light, we have many applications in basic and applied research. And I will not talk about this in detail because Harry Westphal yesterday, Gemma Martinez today in the morning, and other colleagues in this event presented a lot of very impressive and very interesting application of that. But I've listed here a couple of applications in basic and applied research. With synchrotron light, it is also, for instance, possible to follow the evolution of time of physical, chemical, and biological process. The characteristic of this light also allow the characterization to be made while the materials are submitted to different conditions of temperature and pressure, of vacuum, on flow of different gases, of electrical and magnetic field, and many other variables. Thus, it is possible to carry out experiments under the same condition in which the samples are found in nature, or under the condition in which the materials will be used, for instance, in industrial processes. We can apply this light to investigate, for example, soils, drugs, new drugs, catalysts, fertilizer, relevant disease, new therapies, advanced materials, oil and gases, material for renewable energy, etc. But we had many applications in the industry too. Synchrotron Light is, let's say, a partner of the global industry who has already benefited the development of numerous products. Abbott, for instance, uses synchrotron light in the development of Caletran, one of the drugs prescribed to treat HIV infection. P&G uses the technology to develop conditioner, detergent, and other products. Dow Chemical uses synchrotron light to develop materials to improve the absorption of disposable diapers. And synchrotron light has been using in the development of more durable, resistant, and cheap batteries for electric cars, cell phones, and laptops, and for the development of new semiconductors capable of increasing the efficiency of organic solar cells for electrical energy production. So, the idea of the construction of a synchrotron means the construction of a laboratory with scientific equipment that could benefit researchers from all over the countries in this region. The construction of a synchrotron will stimulate the industry development in the region too. For example, in Sirius, the different types of partnerships involve more than 300 small, medium, and large Brazilian companies. Among these companies, more than 40 worked on technological development, especially for the Sirius project. These include industry for the production of electromagnets, the production of high-precision machines, the development of detector technology, the design of radiological protection hatches, etc., but also industry for development strategies in order to achieve higher levels of quality in challenging projects. Let me finish with this slide. The construction of a synchrotron in the region would bring the continuous training of researchers, engineers, and technicians during its construction and operation, as we have seen in many of the talks that we had in the last 2 days. A synchrotron in the region would mean having a laboratory where doctoral students can carry out their experiment in many areas of the natural sciences, engineering, and health sciences, among others. The construction of a synchrotron in the region matched very good with the activities or the initiative what I presented of our regional PhD program in physics on the RCN. We are preparing and organizing also a regional PhD program in chemistry and in biology. And we will work in other areas too. This would increase the number of researchers in our countries with will positive impact scientific indicator on economical development in the region. This will bring Central America and other countries together around science. And that means integration, something what we need in this part of the world. All this would accelerate scientific and technological development in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker?
Or comments?
Or comments?
Victor has a comment or question.
Okay, go ahead. Victor?
Yes, Carlos, thanks for your presentation. And I couldn't help because you did mention Mexico several times. And I wonder, what's your opinion about establishing a consortium between Mexico and Central America. At some part of history, part of Central America used to belong to Mexico, to address not only this project of the synchrotron, but also trying to establish common PhD programs, STEM programs for children, in particular girls, and other possibilities. Of course, you could say this is a dream, but I will say that every important project started as a dream. What's your opinion and your feeling about that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Victor, for your question. This is a very important question because, as you said, Mexico and Central America used to be the same countries in the past. But we have many similarities with all of the countries in the region. When I think this synchrotron initiative is a very good one, but it could be a very good one also another big facility project. For instance, I can imagine an optical science center or excellence centers of research in different fields in order to tackle, for instance, problems with the climate change together, or problems like migrations to the north, etc., etc., etc. But let me tell you that I used Mexico on Brazil. I talk or I presented example of Mexico and Brazil because you are in Latin America. In order to be most closer to what you are doing, you have in principle or in essence many similar problems as the other countries in Central America. I decided to put not example from Europe or from the United States or Asia, but from Mexico in Brazil, considering that you are our big brothers and you have an economical power in this region. And when I think that we could learn a lot from your experience in your step, what you have ahead of us in this technological and economical development. But it's true. I think we have to think together in this kind of big project in order to have laboratories for many, many different fields. This could help to increase our scientific production, but also to be more attractive for scientists which are from Latin America, but are in other continents. We could have, for instance, we could bring together also these scientists what are abroad in order to work together with us in different projects. I think this is a very good point, Victor. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions for the speaker?
Well, a comment perhaps. Ideally, well, you mentioned, Carlos, the problem of the number of graduate students in science, PhDs and things. Ideally, we'd like to see that people are gaining PhDs in the process of proposing and designing a future light source. One should try and think of ways where one could send students for, say, 2 years to a place like Alba, where they gain experience. They come back, they continue design work, perhaps develop instruments on a small scale, so that the two go hand in hand, training of graduate students and the development of a light source proposal.
Exactly, that's a very good idea. We started the collaboration with people from Valencia who work with Alba too. We published last year, in 2023, a paper about topological materials. We made some characterization on Alba, but this is a very good line in order to follow, in order to train our student on to have because I told you that in our regional PhD program, the student have to have a scientific state abroad. One of the students of physics is asking for a state, for instance, in Sirius right now. When I think in the next year, or another student will try to go to other synchrotrons in the world, around the world, in order to make a state there. You can work in such a topic as you said, or in the characterization of, for instance, of materials, depending of the topic of her PhD dissertation. But this is a very good point, and we could use, and I hope that we can use in collaboration with you, but we have started now. But okay, if in the future, of course, there will be another PhD student, because a synchrotron takes many years. No? But anyway, this is a very good point. Thank you for the comment, Patrick.
Yes.
Leo,
go ahead.
I have two comments. One, I would say positive, and one less positive. The positive one is a question I would like to ask to Carlos. We heard about this idea of the compact light sources and so, which could be complementary to the idea of a synchrotron. Now, I believe that, for example, the Northern Triangle in the north of Central America could be a very reasonable place for a partially in regional initiative. So how would you see the idea of considering the joint initiative of Guatemala, Honduras, and Salvador to have a compact light source somewhere in one of the three countries? This is the first question. The less positive comment concerns this idea about the PhD, because I think we must be also realistic. In this moment, the number of PhD from the region continues to be very, very, very low. Even the program Carlos was mentioning, I remember we created it jointly with Fernando Quevedo 12 years ago. Well, in these 12 years, I don't think that it has produced more than just a hand of people. So that really the idea that we can use this for the synchrotron makes me a little bit skeptical, unless we are able to convince some university to take the initiative of, for example, of an orientation in physics devoted to accelerator physics or so. But just the idea of using the regional PhD program in physics, frankly speaking, yes, we can have one or two in 4 years, but will not respond to the need we would have if we are going to think about a big initiative at the regional level.
Thank you very much, Leo, for the two comments. I will start with the PhD program, the last one, your last comment. I think yesterday you said, hey, in Italy, we started a very few person in order to make some scientific work. It is the same here. It is the same here. We don't need to start with hundreds of PhD students, but we have to start with something. And after that, we have to optimize or to improve, of course, the amount of PhD students here. But we have to fight with many different difficulties what happen when we have to have such a program here. But I think we started this program in 4 universities, and I think we could improve it with the support of many organizations. We could have a sustainable PhD program here in Central America. I put you only one example, for instance. I started with my research group here in El Salvador because we didn't have a PhD program in El Salvador, but also we don't have any program in Central America. I mean, in Costa Rica, we have many person with PhD in physics. In Panama, too. In Guatemala, less. In Honduras, lesser. In El Salvador, only 2 persons right now. And then we decided to start with this regional program with all these Central American state universities. And I think it could be a good initiative because in this way, we don't lose our very talented people. For instance, from my research group, because of my relationship with Germany, we send 5 persons to Germany. And they are over, the PhD is over for 4 of them, and they are there. And we are fighting in order to bring these people to Central America back, but it is very difficult because of the lack of opportunities here, no? On very equipped laboratories or something like that. No? Now we are working with problems from Central America, and then I think we could help the student after that because they will work on Central American problems in order to solve Central American problems with the help of physics, to establish us here as entrepreneurs or to start here a scientific career. I think this is what we think, and I think, I mean, it's very difficult to start, but now when we have started, we can improve and we can update this program with the collaboration of all the colleagues, what for instance are here, and et cetera, et cetera. On the first comment, Leo, I think we could start with small equipment also, on small facilities here. And I think the idea of these 3 countries in the north part of Central America, Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador, is a very interesting point because there are support from these 3 countries, for instance, from the United States. No? There is a so-called Biden-Harris, but unfortunately, probably they will be not more available. Biden-Harris initiative with $4 billion in order to help companies or institutions from these 3 countries in order to make big projects there. And we will see. They have another interesting initiative in order to contrast, for instance, the migration of people from Central America to North America via Mexico. And that's the reason why this could be very interesting to have this kind of facilities. Should not be a synchrotron, but could be small facilities, as you mentioned. I think this could be a good starting point in order to train people and to have at least a very good laboratory in Central America.
Okay, let's leave it there. And let's move on to, let's thank the speaker. Thank Carlos.
Thank you, everybody.
And let's move on to the next speaker, who is Juan Marco Mula, who's a team leader for a global approach to multilateral dialogue and science diplomacy with the European Commission. Dr. Mueller has a PhD in geography from the University of Marburg in Germany, and has served as the Science and Technology Advisor of the European External Action Service before joining the European Commission in the Director General's Office for Research and Innovation. And the title of his talk is Bulwarks of Science Diplomacy Under Attack, the Role of International Research Infrastructures in Science Diplomacy Today. Dr. Mueller.
Okay, thank you very much, Lawrence. And let me do some expectation management first. First, as you said already, I'm not a physicist. And second, I'm not a guy with a checkbook. So I'm just a humble geographer who has worked the past 20 years at the interface between science policy and diplomacy, being in charge of science diplomacy in the European Commission right now. And past experiences included having been Chief Operations Officer of a major international research institute, the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis in Vienna. And I should say that I also lived 2 years in Costa Rica and 3 years in Colombia, así que es un placer acompañarlos en esta ocasión. I will try to share my slides. Let's see whether this works. Okay, I think you should be seeing it now. So I've chosen a bit of a provocative title, Bulwarks of Science Diplomacy Under Attack on the Role of International Research Infrastructures in Science Diplomacy Today. Of course, I don't need to tell you what science diplomacy is. You will have heard this 1,000 times, the famous Royal Society AAAS definition. Just to say, of course, that research infrastructures play an important role in all of them, because we need diplomats to set up such infrastructures. They, of course, play an important role in building bridges between nations, and at least some of them also have a role in scientific advice to policy. And of course, you also know all these lighthouses of science diplomacy. Here, just 3 of them, of course. CERN, where European countries shortly after the Second World War started working together. EASA, which was established by the Soviet Union and the United States during the Cold War, and which even today has among its members Israel and Iran and Russia and Ukraine. And of course, Sesame, which you of course all know. Add to this, as of course a major example, also ITER, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. And I'm putting this example here because it is actually a global jigsaw, because 90% of the contributions to ITER are pieces. It's not money. And you cannot complete the pieces, the jigsaw, without all the pieces. And we have in ITER, of course, the US and China and the EU and Russia and a couple of other strange bedfellows. Now, why has science diplomacy become so popular? I mean, it's especially in 15 years, you see all these initiatives popping up in science diplomacy, declarations, publications, networks. You see also our political leaders increasingly talk about science diplomacy. A global community of science diplomacy scholars and practitioners emerged. You see here some of the names: Diploscientifica in Latin America, the European Union Science Diplomacy Alliance, the Science Diplomacy Capital for Africa, Initiative Jesta, and many other initiatives. More and more countries have started developing national science or tech diplomacy strategies. There are a couple of European countries, but also, for instance, Panama has a national strategy, and I know that several other countries in Latin America as well. And one very interesting development, which I think is really important also in the context of our discussions, is that more and more countries are strengthening scientific capacities in their ministries of foreign affairs. So to give you just a number, 3 years ago, there were just 8 member states in the European Union that had somebody in charge of science in the foreign ministry. In the meantime, it's already 19 member states of the European Union. And I see this development also in other parts of the world, that actually the diplomatic services are strengthening their scientific capacities. And that's, of course, important because it's interlocutors scientists can talk to, and also the diplomats can talk to when they want to pose questions to science. Now, why have we seen this dynamic development? Of course, we all know we are faced with a new geopolitical reality. We have more wars on this planet ever since 1945. We have China being more and more assertive, transforming its economic power into geopolitical power. We have Western democracies that are not what they used to be, let's put it this way. And of course, we have the global South that is increasingly emancipating itself and rightfully asking for its seat at the table. And of course, when the famous science diplomacy definition 15 years ago was framed, the South was not yet sitting at the table, but they are increasingly playing a role in these debates. What we also see is, of course, the changes which we see in the scientific technological environment and the impact disruptive technologies are having on international relations, and they have become a geopolitical currency. And we are not talking here just about digital. It's, of course, AI and quantum and all the rest of it, but it's also nanotechnologies, it's mRNA vaccines, it's gene editing. So the world has entered in a way into a new tech race, which actually isn't so bad either for research infrastructure, because that's the time when nations tend to invest more in technologies and in advancing research. Another important issue why science diplomacy has become so important in recent years is, of course, the global challenges and crises are becoming more and more complex and interconnected, and it's increasingly difficult actually to explain them. And we need a lot of scientific disciplines and, of course, the interface with the policymakers to explain what's happening. One very important aspect to mention here is science in the past used to manage the spaces beyond national jurisdictions. So outer space, the polar zones, the high seas and oceans, the internet. So in a way, these places were governed in a way de facto by science in the past. And these global commons, they're increasingly becoming politicized, militarized, commercialized. Think of when Russia put its flag on the North Pole. Think of atolls in the South China Sea being transformed into air bases, or the fact that an American billionaire now owns half of all satellites in orbit. Science itself, of course, is also transforming itself. Think of course, open science, citizen science, evidence-based policymaking, all these issues. And science is increasingly becoming a diplomatic player. Of course, it has been for some time already, if you think of IPCC, but especially, I would say, in the last 10 years with the foundation of the International Science Council as a global voice for science, with the new Science Advisory Board to the UN Secretary General. CERN now has official observer status in the UN General Assembly. So science actually is also increasingly itself becoming a player in the world of diplomacy. And one important aspect we shouldn't forget is also diplomacy itself is changing because of these technological innovations. Our political leaders, our foreign ministers, they also sit on video call, they record TikTok videos, they post selfies on Instagram and or record podcasts. And what used to be a carefully drafted note verbal between two foreign ministries nowadays is just hammered out in a social media post with 280 characters. So also, of course, the other side is changing. And this, of course, has an impact also on science diplomacy itself, which is changing. So we come from, and these what you see here is actually two reports published by the European Commission 6 years apart. In 2016, the title Open Innovation, Open Science, Open to the World. And now we are talking about research security and tackling anti foreign interference. So if we think back of this original definition of science diplomacy, actually what we need to add is the fourth pillar, which is called diplomacy in science. And that's where all the nasty side of science diplomacy goes, the sanctions, the restrictive measures, restricting access to technologies, embargoes. And it's actually the use of science diplomacy as a hard power, which we are increasingly seeing, and which, of course, encroaches on the ability of science diplomacy actually to be used as a soft power. So what do these developments mean for international research infrastructures? And I've put here just this, some examples of this zoo of international research infrastructures and institutes, all of them having their specific history, their specific legal setup, their specific memberships, their specific missions. And of course, what combines all of them is that they are all, of course, science diplomacy players, as striving, of course, for the global common good. And the reality is they are not immune to geopolitics. Geopolitics is impacting, of course, science fundamentally and these research infrastructures. And if you think of these lighthouses, which I mentioned earlier, where CERN lost its virginity when it stopped its cooperation with Russia. Of course, an institute like EASA is feeling those centrifugal forces of the geopolitical rifts. Sesame is in financial trouble because member countries are not paying the membership fees. So all of these things, of course, impact on research infrastructures. So I want to finish with just a few recommendations, and I obviously don't have the answer to everything. It's just a little bit, some reflection of somebody who has worked this interface for some time. My first recommendation is focus on your strengths, which is doing excellent science. Doing excellent science is never a bad thing. And that's, of course, that what we as scientists all strive for, and what we should keep doing no matter what happens outside. We should continue to inspire people with what we do and show what humankind can achieve when working together. You know, I know that always the topic of emotions is an important issue. We as scientists, we are rational people, we talk to the brain, and especially populist parties, they talk to the gut feelings, but I think nobody forbids us to touch people's hearts. And with these fantastic infrastructures we have, but also these visual images which we produce, I think there's a lot we can do at this front. I think don't claim that you will bring peace to the world, because we won't. Yes, we put our little grains, we have peace inside our walls, but we are not the solution to all the problems of the world. And I have a problem with sometimes, you know, institutions trying to oversell themselves, and I think we should be a bit careful with that. Of course, people-to-people contacts matter when countries don't talk to each other, and we often talk about people-to-people contacts between scientists, but actually we also need to talk about people-to-people contacts with and between politicians, with and between government, bureaucrats, and administrators. It is really important. The more, you know, countries at an institutional level don't talk to each other, that people talk to each other. Focus on training young people, attracting talent is, of course, an important task of research infrastructures. They are the future, and they are the future of our countries, and we really need to focus on them. Obviously, a very frequent call from the political side is to demonstrate how the infrastructure contributes to jobs, to growth, to competitiveness, the benefits for society. And yes, even a basic science infrastructure brings benefits for society. And the reality is, of course, that, and we can, of course, deploy it, that nowadays the issue of competitiveness seems to prevail over cooperation. This is a matter of fact, and of course, we should always strive for cooperation as scientific infrastructures. But actually, we need to acknowledge that competitiveness is what is on the politician's mind. Now, of course, the geopolitical interferences, they cannot be avoided. They will be there. We will need to deal with them. But I think the best way to go about it is being pragmatic. Step by step, try to solve concrete problems, and kind of, as far as possible, not let the big geopolitics get into your business, but of course we cannot avoid it, so we will need to deal with it. Research security is here to stay. Let's be very clear about that, so get prepared. All countries are talking about it, about foreign interference, about all sorts of, you know, technology leakages and so on. And this is, of course, something which goes along in a way against the philosophy of international science infrastructure, which by nature are open. Openness is the DNA. And our politicians always talk about be as open as possible and as closed as necessary. But the reality is nobody tells us how open is possible and how closed is necessary. So the devil is in the detail. But for sure, research security is something we all have to deal with. Just a recommendation from somebody who has worked a lot with the policy interface: don't waste your time with crazy politicians. Focus on the people who vote for them. It is the society, the people you need to convince. Because once you get convince the people in society that actually what we do is worth going for, politicians eventually will follow. And remember, even if you manage to get money for building an infrastructure, don't forget that somebody needs to foot the bill for the operational costs afterwards. That's, I see again and again, a problem with international infrastructures, also a problem with Sesame. Actually, it is sometimes it seems to be easier actually to get the money to build an infrastructure, but then to run it afterwards, because no international funder will fund your operational costs. It's your country, it's the members of an organization that have to cover the operational costs. So you need to make sure that it is sustainable in the long run. Convince politicians that large infrastructures are also about projecting prestige, ambitions, technological leadership. There's nothing wrong about it. Yeah, I think it's very normal that, of course, nations want to project themselves and also their participation in a major international infrastructure is part of such a national project of national prestige, and there's nothing wrong about it. As I say, let's talk about it with politicians to convince them. Of course, there will always be the naysayers and telling you why something is not possible. So seek a coalition of the willing, and the others will follow. I've seen that again and again. And of course, see the plans for the future. Our world is very volatile. It's very dynamic. We have seen now in Syria how quickly regime change can happen in a country. So see the plans for the time after the situation in which you're in right now, to really have the plans growing in the future and to have a long-term perspective for prosperity for your country. And that's actually what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you for the very interesting talk. Are there any questions for the speaker?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for your insights. You mentioned in passing how one billionaire owns half the satellites now. Do you see a time coming where big research projects get taken over by the private sector? Particularly if you think about how AI has grown exponentially in recent years and AI is owned by the private sector.
It's an interesting question. I mean, of course, we're seeing it now with space flight, which used to be something only big countries could do. And now we're increasingly actually seeing the private sector taking it over. And it may well be that Mr. Musk or somebody else from the private sector is the first to land on Mars and not NASA or one of the classical space agencies, who knows. So I think there will we certainly see a growing importance of these, I would say, generally speaking, non-state actors. It's by the way, it's not just, of course, the billionaires of this world. You see it in many ways. I mean, just think of the papal encyclica Laudato Si and the impact it had on the Paris Agreement. So it's also churches, it's NGOs like International Science Council, for instance, that of course impact on global debates. Now, in how far the private sector is then willing to invest also into a big kind of basic science research infrastructure. I mean, if they see a profit, they can make a profit with it. Yes, I mean, of course, but of course the cycles are much longer. However, if what I say is always very interesting. If you think of large research infrastructures like CERN or like the European Southern Observatory, actually a significant part of the workforce there are not scientists, but it's engineers who run the machines. And of course, the interesting thing, for instance, about ITER is actually the engineering challenge of building it, where all the innovation will come from. And that, I think, certainly will make it interesting also for the private sector.
Thank you.
Lawrence, I had a quick comment and question, Jan. Thank you very much. Your recommendations are interesting, and I never thought, they've made me think. I've been thinking since you started to speak on the recommendations. The first one, focus on your science, and I have tried to do that all my career, and later on I realize if I don't try to affect policy, and yes, to change culture, change the people, as you say, and at the same time, change policymakers and help to create the culture of science. Do science diplomacy. If the scientists don't do it, then when I spoke yesterday, I spoke about the Caribbean islands and their contribution to science being built on what I call the iconic model. Every now and again, you get this very outstanding persons. It's not systematic, or systemic. It's just iconic and not built in. How do we get sustainable change? If people who understand the value of science don't get involved and change policy and do science diplomacy, who will?
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. I mean, scientific excellence is the basis for all of us. That's where the starting point is. But of course, there is an increasing demand of all scientists actually to engage with society, with the public. That's also why science communication is becoming increasingly important. And I acknowledge, of course, that not every scientist is a naturally born communicator or a naturally born science advisor. So we need also the specialists at the interface who can do the translation job, of course. But one thing I want to certainly mention here, and it's a little bit of a problem we had in science diplomacy in the past. In the past, science diplomacy was largely driven by science. It's scientists, funding agencies, infrastructures, talking about all the great good things science diplomacy can do. So it's the supply side. But what we need to trigger is the demand side. It's the diplomats that need to ask questions to science. It's the diplomats that need to engage. And that's why it is so important that we kind of use also this movement now that actually foreign ministries are strengthening their scientific capacities, and that they are actually more and more alert about, AI and all the impact it's going to have, that we really trigger diplomats actually to engage in it.
Yeah, John, just a quick follow-up. In our situation, many times, as I said yesterday, in the islands of the Caribbean, for instance, we pay lip service. We say this, we say ICT, we say AI, we say S&T, but we don't do it.
And I would say even especially for small island nations, I think AI offers lots of opportunities. Yeah.
Let me ask a quick question about just the policy inside the European Commission. How do policies and programs get made? And in terms of synchrotrons in the global south, in Africa, Caribbean, Latin America, what are the policies and programs in the European Commission that you think would be most helpful to us?
I mean, there's of course Horizon Europe, which we all know as the main research program, and that's of course where ultimately a lot of the funding comes from. But what I would, especially when you think of Africa or Latin America, what you really should look into is what is called the Global Gateway Strategy, which is in a way the international development strategy of the EU. And what is very interesting about Global Gateway, actually education and research are two of the 5 pillars in Global Gateway, because the idea is precisely to connect research policies with development policies. So in a classic sense, a development project is, you build a bridge somewhere with EU money. But in the future, of course, it is also about funding the curriculum that trains the engineers to build a bridge. But it could also be, why not, that developing funding is used to fund the basic science infrastructure. And it's something which we have done, by the way, in the European Union. You may be aware of the extreme light infrastructure, which was built in the new member states, in Hungary, in Romania, and in the Czech Republic. And it was not built with research money. It was built with regional cohesion funds. So it was kind of tapping into these regional structural funds to build a basic science infrastructure with the reflection behind it. Look, if we build here a worldwide unique research infrastructure, everybody in the world will want to go to Bucharest to use it. And that's, of course, maybe trigger, all these kind of innovations, etc. And that's something I think we should think of. So also tap into the kind of non-traditional funding, not necessarily research funding.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks a lot. Let's thank the speaker one more time.
You're welcome.
And thank you. I know it's very late where you are, and we're
Vielen Dank, Gianmarco.
Ja.
Con mucho gusto.
Ich habe in Marburg auch Deutsch gelernt.
Oh, sehr schön.
Yeah.
So let's move on to the next speaker, which is Professor Graciela Diaz Delgado.
Yes.
From Venezuela. I unfortunately have not had a whole lot of time to read this bio, but she has a PhD in chemistry from Brandeis University and is a crystallographer. is in December 2023 received one of the National Awards for Science given by the Ministry of Technology of Venezuela. And her research interests are structural characterization by single crystal and powder diffraction techniques of active pharmaceutical ingredients, APIs. So let me turn it over to her. And you can share your screen and start your talk.
Okay. I think you can see the presentation.
Yes.
Okay. Let me. Oops. Let me put it in presentation mode first. Okay. I think you can see it now in presentation mode, right? Can you hear me?
Yes, we see it. We see it. It's in
Okay.
presentation mode. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Okay, well, I would just like to start by thanking the organizing committee of this parallel forum to CELAC 2024 for the invitation to speak at this in this session. And I must say that I attended the CELAC in Isla San Andres last week. It was a very nice meeting, a lot of activities. And actually, I attended a previous meeting, a previous CELAC in Panama some years ago with Michele Zima and Abel Moreno, Carlos Cabrera, and Diego Lamas, where we presented some ideas about the possibility of having a synchrotron facility in Mexico. So I have been a little bit involved with these proposals or with these ideas for some time. So I thank you again, the organizers, in particular, Galileo and Jorge, for the invitation to speak here. I have been participating in the regional focal point for Latin America and the Caribbean of the ISC. So we are very interested in supporting ideas that advance science and technology in the region, as Silvina Ponce mentioned yesterday, since we participate both in this committee. And also, I must say that the IUCR of the International Union of Crystallography is also very interested in supporting these kinds of initiatives to try to advance and support science in the region, in particular in regions where crystallography needs to be advanced. I wanted to point out some of my collaborators, more recent collaborators, Miguel Delgado, my husband, and Analio Dugarte, one of our graduate students from my university here in Venezuela, Robert Toro and Jose Antonio Henao, who are former graduate students of us, and they work at a very, very well-equipped laboratory in Bucaramanga, Colombia, at UIS. Also Andy Fitch and Catherine DeJoy from ESRF, from Beamline ID22, where we had the opportunity to do some work as part of the FAST team of LAMP. And to Jakob van de Strik from Avantgarde in Germany, who has been collaborating immensely with us, and we are very, very grateful for that. Okay, so just to give a few, to give you an idea where I am located, I am not in Caracas. I am not in the capital. I am located in Mérida, which is in the middle of the Andes Mountains, the last section of the Andes Mountains that ends in Venezuela, right after it divides before entering the border with Venezuela, between Venezuela and Colombia. And I work at the university, Universidad de los Andes, which is a university founded as a seminary in 1785. After independence, it became an autonomous university. And so next year, we are going to be 240 years old. These pictures here are from the School of Science. And in the background, we have mountains that have that are always covered by snow, although recently it has decreased a lot due to, well, climate change. This is a view of our Faculty of Science, and our laboratory starts right in this corner. We were founded, our laboratory, or I should say the School of Sciences was founded in 1967 as a crystal, and as part of the different laboratories and the personnel that was hired to start this School of Sciences. One professor, Professor Eldris Rodolfo de Gil, was hired to set up a crystallography laboratory, particularly a crystallography laboratory. So next year we are going to celebrate our 56th anniversary. This is a paper that we published in the journal of the Department of Chemistry, an open access journal. You can see here the links, and you can find it easily with these search terms. So where we try to summarize the work that we did, picture with you, because we think that this was a very interesting turning point for our laboratory. We hosted the Ibero-American School of Crystallography in 1990, and we consider this a very important a reference point for our laboratory. This is